12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move.
Good morning and welcome to Avoca Beach for this Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. My name is Brittany Cool, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. How are the conditions here this morning, Timmy?
Very beautiful and clean, but it's definitely dropped off from what we've just seen from the vision, and it's going to be a tricky day, but I'm sure that these professional athletes will be able to negotiate whatever is brought to their, you've got to be able to adapt and surf to all conditions. So, yeah, we're looking forward to a bumper day. So hot. It is just... Last night was 32 degrees at 8 o'clock last night, so it's hot, but it's beautiful offshore. You can see the waves out there. There's still waves. It's just not as big as yesterday, but, yeah, it'll be interesting. Here we go. It looks like surf up and right in. Straight into it. And nice little right bank. I love the sand formation out there, and it's offering a lot. And this is going to be a sick little matchup. Takuya Butler was a standout yesterday. Jagger Bartholomew, Cooper Davies, and Axel Carota. So what a great way to kick off round 16. This is an important day for a lot of these athletes trying to qualify, and this is a nice smooth start. You can just see Jagger just trying to find himself a nice little punchy inside corner as well. So yeah, great day. Excited.
It is, and I believe that's Cooper Davies in the white, so quick start there. He'll lock in a number, and they are 30-minute heats today again, Dimmy, so plenty of time for the surfers to utilise, I guess, the extra time that they've got in the water, particularly now that the swells dropped a little overnight. Yesterday we had half-hour heats, but there was a lot more energy in the ocean, and I feel like today that extra time is going to becoming more of a factor for the surfers in the water.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more strategy out there, making sure that you really identify what waves you want with priority. And like you said, there was a lot more energy, a lot more movement in the water yesterday, so it's going to be tricky. And the thing I feel like today, there's no room for error is not going to be really on the agenda, because yesterday there was plenty of opportunities. Today I reckon that they'll be minimised, and I think these surfers are going to have to really focus in on not making mistakes if they want to get through to that next round, which is the quarterfinals. And that's when these points start to really take effect. As you can see, Takuya Butler moving around the lineup. I did say that was Jagger, but it was actually Cooper Davies. And yeah, it's a beautiful day. Look at it, just so pristine. The walls look so amazing, but it's definitely dropped, and that's going to make it tricky. I can see Axel Carota there up and out. So a little bit glary out there this morning, but yeah, tide draining away, and I think that will actually help the waves. I feel like the higher tide's going to be a little bit tricky out here with this dropping in swell, but we're supposed to get sort of these really bumpy, windy waves, but it's going to take place more tomorrow than today, as we see the Kiwi, who was just a standout yesterday. Look at the way this guy just drives, engages his rail, and the amount of water this guy sort of disperses on every wave is incredible. His timing is just on point.
He's linking this one all the way through that inside section, gets the bonus connection. So great opener there for Takuya Butler in the red, our Kiwi competitor. I feel like that'll be the best wave of this heat so far. This is, of course, the men's round of 16, heat number 1. 4 heats in this round as we watch the Destination New South Wales replay, Dimmy.
Wow, what about that line he took straight off the bottom? He just really focused in on that first chip shot into that wave, and just execution superb. So great way to start for the surfer in red. As I said, these surfers are really focused, because this is a massive event when you consider the the scenarios that's going to play out with the rating system. He is going really well. He wants a shot at the challenger, but he knows it's all about right now. These QSs are such an important part of, making sure you establish your ratings, and 3,000 points if you win this event is a huge chunk.
It is. There's a lot on the line for this event. 3,000 points for the win. That's a make or break difference at the end of the day when it comes to qualifying for that Challenger Series. A couple of surfers splitting the peak, but we're going to stick with Cooper Davies, the Sunshine Coast surfer, linking this one through, carves into the pocket. Nice wrap, but not much else on offer there. So he's already locked in a 4.17. He's going to back that up and have 2 numbers on the board now. So quick start there for the surfer in white. just over 25 minutes on the clock. And it's interesting when you look at the QS rankings at the moment for this Australia Oceanic region. All 4 surfers are within the top 20. So Takehu Butler sitting 9th, Jagger Bartholomew sitting 12th, Cooper Davies 17th, and Axel Kuroda in 19th position. So this is a really crucial heat for all 4 surfers.
Yeah, this is everyone is still in line for that qualification as we see Cooper just nice extension. I love the way he faded back on that first manoeuvre, really connected with the wall of these rights. And I will correct myself from yesterday. The boys from Noosa actually texted me last night and said, hey, he's from Noosa. He's actually not from North Shore. You know how these club kind of rivalries.
Well, you being North State, I feel like you 100%
anyone
know
to say
rivalry.
Someone was from QVC. If it was me, as we see, server up and riding again. He's just found himself some nice rhythm in this heat already, and Cooper just launching over the top of that wave. So already he has a 5.67 and a 4.17. Surfing red, that 8.17, just starting his campaign off in this round of 16, exactly where he left off yesterday. We see Axel Kuroda with a 3.17 and 2.5, and Jacob Bartholomew, who put on an absolute clinic yesterday. He is still yet to get off to a start. You can see the Kiwi up and riding again. Just the timing and the amount of water this guy disperses through every turn. It is so visually attractive.
It is. It's nice to watch. It's, you know, it comes down to being visually pleasing, right? The judges, they're observing everything that surfers are putting in, and they want to see something that they enjoy watching. And Takehu Butler, he is just making it look so effortless, but just throwing so much water, as you mentioned earlier, Dimmy, just the amount of water that he displaces, but then also just keeps the board moving. He looks really crisp, really energized. And I feel like the difference in equipment that he's choosing between the other surfers in this event is actually showing in the water.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he was on a fleet model, wasn't he? Was that what was he riding yesterday? But yeah, his boards look so good. But he's surfing, I think this year particularly, he's taken that next leap in his surfing. Everyone's always known that he possesses that power, but I just feel like everything has come together for the Kiwi this year, and he's looked really good from day one. So again, it's a hard heat, but he's locked in at 8.17 and a 7.17. Right now he has a 15.34 2-8 combination. There's still 23 minutes to go, and it is still no wave written for Jacob Bartholomew, who is patiently waiting for that opportunity. Cooper Davies just building on his repertoire out there, and Axel Kuroda with the 3.17 2.5. He's got plenty of game as well, so he's going to have to sort of try to build house out there.
Interesting too with Takehu's waves. I feel like they weren't the bigger waves of the set, but they were the waves that actually hit the bank and continued to run. They allowed that pocket for him to work with.
Yeah, I think, really good timing, and execution played a massive part. And like we were talking about, I always analyse and say, the visual is a big part of it. And you've got to realise that the judges, they're looking at so many waves in the course of a day, and there's a key word that I always go to, point of difference, and it's the technical way he goes about his surfing and the amount of power. And the one thing I love about his surfing, he loses no speed through the transition. So very switched on, and as I said yesterday, ultra impressive. We had a great post-heat interview with him, and he just, he loves the sport, but he understands it's not all about, it's not the end all when it comes to being a human, and I love the way he's approached 2023.
It was one of the most mellow post-heat interviews that I've watched him in, and I feel like there was a bit of a poker face happening, and
we were worried
because you just don't know of the event.
You don't know if you're getting your cheer, bro, or what. You don't know what you're going to cop.
He looked really composed, really focused. He knows that there's a job to be done.
Yep. And we spoke just a little bit earlier about the fact that, the conditions have changed from yesterday, but what is really evident right now is the fact that there's basically no wind. And that's what we looked at yesterday afternoon on the swell forecast. I was like, wow, it's going to drop off by a foot or 2 foot, but the cleanness of the waves and sort of that, that nice smooth wall is going to allow these guys to really attack.
And contest directors, that they've capitalised on the forecast and looking at the conditions, and You know, yesterday they had the men's and women's round of 16 on standby, and they decided to go ahead with finishing the day with the women's round of 16. And, you know, like you mentioned yesterday, if you're a contest director and there's waves, you don't want to walk away from that opportunity while it's still there, because you can never know what happens overnight.
That is seriously one thing as a contest director, never walk away from waves. And it proved to be a really good decision, because the last heat of the day was an absolute smoker, and the surfer who got fourth in that heat had a combined total of 13.77. It was such an amazing heat. The waves will pump in. So the decision to make the adjustment on the schedule and put an extra 4 heats in yesterday afternoon, you know, it was a game changer. It was a winner, definitely for the women, who really was allowed to open up, and they would have appreciated that, because now we have changing conditions and we have a drop in the swell. But yeah, you never leave the beach if there's good waves. I learned that the hard way when I was a young contest director. Yeah, oh, just go home, you know, I'll be pumping tomorrow. I'll never forget, there was a Coke Classic, and this is what switched me onto it back in the day. I was like, I think 1999, and there was pretty good waves, and they decided at Queenscliff to call the Coke Classic off one afternoon, and woke up next morning. I remember walking down here, Danny Wills was in the semi-final, I think against Sonny or someone, and we walked around the corner at North Stain with Danny, looked down and went, oh my God, it was dead set, a quarter of a foot, and basically unsurfable, and Shane Beshan basically was standing there laughing his head off, because he knew that it was going to be his day. So you never leave the beach. Never.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the conditions do throughout today. This is, of course, a round of 16 of the men's. Heat number 1 in the water. There are 4 heats in this round. We're then moving into the women's quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals. So another big day of action ahead here at Avoca Beach for the Vissla and Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023.
Have you done any, intel into who is leading the series? I'm pretty sure that Nixie Ryan is leading the women's, and Mikey would have probably been leading the men's prior to this event, but he has fallen out of the draw, not early, but early enough. So here we go. It looks like Surfer up and right in. Nice. Climbing over that section, but that wave runs away. But yeah, so thought process, it's going to be pretty interesting in the men's. Maybe Taku Butler might be the man to stop out there, but yeah, I feel like Nixie Ryan has definitely got the jump in the women's, and that was another wave for Axel Carota, a young guy from my beach who's starting to really show some signs of maturity for a young guy, and he's starting to get together some solid results. And talking about guys who have been impressive, this young guy, he's got such a strong game. And look at that power move. A little bit disconnected on the start of that wave, Britt, but waited a long time with priority to get that wave. And he's probably feeling, I've just got to get the nerves out and get the anxiety going and sort of formulate something. Because the one thing you hear surfers say is they don't want to sit for too long a period, because one, you get cold. I don't know if that's possible out there today, but it does change your, the way your body reacts.
Well, we'll watch the Destination New South Wales replay, but on takeoff here, you can just see he kind of buckles right there.
But that was that wedge you were talking about.
He corrected himself and got a huge turn on the end section, but that might have been something, although there was that wobble in the wave, it also might have been something to the fact that he was sitting for almost 15 minutes waiting for that wave.
Yeah. I felt like the execution on that closeout turn was just on point, but yeah, just at that start you could see as that wedge sort of, he probably free fell just that couple of inches through the lip, but he definitely, got himself back in the groove and execution on point. So a 4.33 right now was 16 minutes ago. We are at the Central Coast Pro, the Vissla Central Coast Pro, and a 3,000 event. We have one more stop on the Australian circuit. This is a co-sanctioned event, so any points picked up by the Japanese and Asian crew, they are going to go towards their qualification. And like I said, a lot riding on these results, because I felt like prior to this event, it's been more about keeping yourself on point with, fitness and fatigue and stuff like that. But now this is where it starts to play a big part because so much is on the line. If you can get yourself a shot at the Challenger Series, we spoke about it with Callum Robson, you get a shot at that, and then, you know, you might get yourself on the championship circuit. And there's no surfer who are coming through this series not wanting that dream. They all want it, and they're all capable too.
They are, and you know, I just feel like last year was a prime example of building that momentum through this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. But then the fact that some of those events are QS 1000s, if you do well in those, surfers can actually miss out. So it's really these QS 3000s and 5000s that are going to be the biggest factor that are going to link those surfers into the Challenger Series. Because Nixie Ryan was a prime example last year. She won so many QS events, and I'm pretty sure she won the series, but didn't qualify for the Challenger Series at the time. So she had really good momentum, but just unfortunate that in the bigger QS rated events, she was unable to get the points that she needed. This year, I feel like she's learnt from it because she won that QS 3000 at the Great Lakes, and she's looking like she's in fine form to move on to that Challenger Series at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like the 1000s are more, if you can win a 1000, it's a great backup to the bulk of your scoring potential on those 5000s and the 3000s. And like you said, Nixie, like if you sort of weren't really keeping a sharp eye on the ratings, you would have thought, oh, she's in the Challenger, but no, she wasn't. She actually didn't have enough points. And in those big moments, I felt like those really experienced campaigners sort of come to the fore. And like you said, in this heat right now, you got so many surfers who are still in the mix of qualifying for the Challenger. And I remember last year's before Surfest, no one wanted to think about those guys on the bubble. No one wanted to think about snapper. I would ask them, oh, what about it? You might get to surf snapper, and they're like, no, dare to dream. They've just got to focus on the event. And right now, as we said, you get through this heat, you're in the quarterfinals, the man-on-man, and this is where these points start to really apply. Because a lot of these guys are dropping, like you said, those like 400s or 500 points, as we see the surfer up and riding.
Just a quick one there for Cooper Davies. He had a 5th place at the Tweed Coast Pro, so a good result there. He's looking to improve on his ranking at the moment. He's sitting 17th on the WSL Regional QS here in Australia. You're looking for at least a quarterfinal here. He's got a 5.67 and a 5, sitting in 2nd place at the moment. If
you think of Takiwi Butler, he's dropping 350 points. And he's in a strong position too. He sits at the moment in 9th. So he needs a result because it's only the top 7 from this region and 1 wildcard go through. So a big result here is going to elevate him. And again, just nice, smooth, looking down the line and identifying the fact that wave wasn't going to offer a lot. So we spoke about the fact that I feel like you have to be very switched on in your in using your priority to your own advantage. Right now, I feel like he's been the person at the start of heat who sort of came out all fired up. And this is a replay of his best rides, but just have a look at the amount of power and the line he takes into this first manoeuvre. Patient off the bottom again, just driving through that inside rail, get into work, and then the timing of that 3rd manoeuvre, just execution perfect. So a great way to start for the Kiwi. But as I said, this is a big event. He knows it. And it's these waves that you said a little bit earlier, Brett, that tuck and that sort of cup on the bank, they're the ones that are offering more scoring potential.
And they are, and at the moment, well, Takiwi Butler, he is picking the eyes out of this bank. Wave selection has been on point. He's locked in a 717 and an 817. As we watch those replays, the first one was a bit bigger, and he linked it all the way through. That second one was smaller, but it hit the bank perfectly and allowed him the opportunity, and just his placement was such a good read on that wave for Takiwi Butler that he locked in a 717.
Yeah, definitely. He's put himself in a really strong position because there's a lot of separation between himself and Cooper Davies, and then you have Jagger and Axel really trying to make sure their next priority decision is a correct one. You can see the surfer in black there, Axel Carrota, he needs a 7.5. But when you break that down, he could go out and get himself a 6 and then work on a strategy of backing that up. So it's very tight really between third, fourth, and second. It's only the surfer in red that has identified 2 scores in the excellent range.
And this is exactly where the 30-minute heats really make a difference for surfers. You know, there's still 10 minutes left. Normally the heat would have finished by around about right now. So, you know, the surfers in third and fourth, they've still got time to lock in 2 numbers, not just 1. They've still got plenty of time to lock in 2. And Jagger Bartholomew, he was a standout yesterday. 2 massive power turns. He locked in an 8.5, so he's certainly more than capable once he gets the right wave.
So I'm pretty sure that was Axel coming undone on that aerial manoeuvre. He's going to get back in the lineup. And right now, it is over to Cooper Davies, who has first priority. Ski Butler with second priority. They are first and second. And like we said, all these surfers are boxed in when it comes to where they actually position themselves on the rankings at the moment. And that's why a round of 16 result, they don't want it. They want quarter semi-finals. And I feel like to make the Challenger, Britt, you have to be, the key word to make in that series is consistency. Without consistency, I don't feel like, you know, you could get one really big result, but you need more than that. You need to be consistent right through it.
Watch a replay there in the glare. We also had Axel catch away, but not able to stick the landing. So that was the same wave. They were just on different parts of the bank. One
well, that was a good
take
wave
off deeper.
From deep.
We have the current heat leader up and riding. Great first turn from Takihu Butler. And again, he really is picking the ones that hug the bank properly.
That's impressive, yeah. That is the key point of his performance so far, is just how switched on he is where it comes to getting these waves that are cupping on the bank and offering that more top to bottom wedgy kind of section for him to attack on. And here it is. And it's just the placement, the timing. The one thing I love about his surfing, it's not rushed. It's like they talk about, you know, NRL players who, like the Joey Johns and the Brad Fiddlers, who just seem to have always had time with the ball in their hand. This is the way this guy surfs. It's like he's got time. He's not over-rushing things. There's no... it just looks effortless, but in transition it looks amazing as well. So, yeah, I love the way he's surfing, and he's definitely found those really nice little corners to work with in this heat.
Just under 7.5 minutes remaining in heat number 1 of the men's round of 16. It is still currently Takihu Butler out in a healthy lead at the moment, an 8.17 and a 7.17. Cooper Davies in second place in the white, chasing a near perfect 10. He's looking for a 9.67 for first. Jagger Bartholomew in the blue, well, he's searching for a 6.34 to advance through to the quarterfinals, and Axel Carota chasing a 7.5. But as you mentioned earlier, Dimmy, they do still have the opportunity to break that into 2 scores as we have live action in the water.
Wow, so was that an error? I think that the boys sold Cooper on that one then. So for Axel, that is, and for Jagger, it's definitely improved their situation because they now are higher up in the rotation. Here it is, important wave, so he needs to get to work. He looks so good in the way he's surfing. He just needs to find that really nice link, because look at the way he's just pushing that board through with such effortless aggression, but really good power. For a big guy, he's got such great flow to his surfing.
He does, and we witnessed that yesterday. You know, conditions
100%.
were bigger, and he kept the board in the water and stuck to the foundations of surfing. He just threw so much water, so much power, managed to lock in an 8.5 and move on through into the next round. But smaller wave here for Jagger. He's definitely going to get another number on the board that's going to push him up closer to second place. I don't think it's going to be the score that he's searching, but I feel like the requirement's going to be a lot less.
What I love about his surfing is how low he gets. For a big guy, he's got such a great coil and he's so spring-loaded, you know what I mean? So puts him in the right spot. And right now, I can feel out the back, this is Axel Carota. Nice bottom end turn. Slaps that turn into the face of the wave. Really nice transition. And this is a better wave for the young guy from North Stain. He's got a very solid rail game. He's also very good in the tube as well. You can see at the end he probably wanted a little bit more meat on the bone. But yeah, nice timing, nice read of that wave. And we'll see what the judges think, because that could be one of those scores in that mid-range that will offer him opportunity to get himself something at the end of the heat that might change the game for him. Nice second turn.
Yeah, this is definitely Axel's best wave. Fair few open face cars. I just felt like maybe he stalled a little too much then and got hung up on the foam, which then stopped him from getting that little bonus section that he was looking for. But I feel like there's a lot of work done out the back as we watch live action of Jagger Bartholomew flying down the line. What's he got for us, Dimmy?
Wow, big first hook. And what about the body extension through that second manoeuvre? That was clutch. And I felt like just the speed line he took into that wave really allowed him to execute those two turns. It'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that, because that was a nice looking ride for Jagger Bartholomew. Very solid connection with those two turns. The waves are again looking like they are pumping. Look at this thing for Takiu. Wow. Body extension. And again, this guy's just absolutely smoking this little right peak. Great finish.
He's looking in fine form, and well, he's looking confident too. I'm so impressed with Kihu as well. Like, he's been able to keep the board rail to rail and keep that momentum going through that flat section on the inside. He's managed to get the link up a fair few times now and get the bonus connection as we watch Cooper Davies up and riding from Noosa. Drifts a tail on that third turn, wraps into the pocket. Can he get a steeper section? Sitting in second place, he wants to extend and make things harder for third and fourth.
Okay, so Axel Corona locked in a 4.6. That did shorten the gap, but there's two waves for both blue and white that are interesting, because Cooper Davies really threw some flair into that smaller wave. This wave, speed, and watch how he sort of comes off the bottom into that first turn, and this wrapping turn where he opens up the wingspan, and then you had Cooper Davies going to town. This is Axel on the inside, kicking out, but this is going to be a great exchange. And then you had the flair and the precise surfing of Takiu Butler. What an exchange that was. That was great. Just those little different kind of scenarios that played out, and more about the way that the actual wave broke on the bank. But yeah, this is interesting. Cooper, little double up. Nice first turn. I love how he kept that speed line, and this is the one where he releases a little bit of flair. But the one thing I liked about that wave, Britt, was he lost no fluency as he went down the line. So that was a great combination of turns for the surfer in white. This is really starting to heat up.
It is, and well, so is the weather. It is going to be an absolute scorcher here at Avoca. Beautiful part of the world, beautiful part of New South Wales. We are, of course, on the Central Coast. It's meant to be like mid-30s today.
Yeah, we're going to do it tough. Tough in the box today, let me tell you. 32 degrees. It was hot last night. Talking about hot, look at that last wave for the surfer in red. Locked in a 9. Incredible. And here we go.
This was a wave that happened throughout those other replays that we're watching. This is Axel Kuroda. A little hung up, but he managed to get over the section. I'm not sure it's going to be the score that he's looking for.
Oh, I love that final turn. But yeah, I mean, he can break it down a bit, but it's going to be more about what happened in that last exchange from both Jagger and Cooper Davies. Locked in 6.43, consolidating his second position. So right now it is up to the surfer in blue with first priority. He needs a 7.17. Surfer in black needs a 7.50. And that last wave of the surfer in red, a 9-point ride. This guy goes from strength to strength in this heat. He's definitely put on an absolute clinic. 17.17 two-wave combination. So he's put everyone in the combo lane, so it's basically a fight for survival in that second position, Brett.
It does not get much better than this for the surfer in red. Well, he's doing a bit of victory lap here. He's just having an absolute ball out here this morning, Dimmy. With 30 seconds on the clock, that is your current heat leader, Takihu Butler. He's going to be hard to beat.
And he wants this heat to go another 30 minutes. He's loving it.
Well, he'll be coming up again later today because those men's quarterfinals will be served.
Okay, the judges have locked in a 6.13 for the last of Blue. So I think that was that two-turner. He now needs a 5.98, and Axel Kreider needs a 7.5. Time is the enemy, and I think that is going to be all she wrote at this stage. And that is a stellar performance from the surfer in red. Moseying on through to the quarterfinals. Cooper Davies in second. We'll be back very shortly. What a way to start. Moving day down here at Avoca Beach.
This is the motivation.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Good morning and welcome back to Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Madmex. This is a WSL QS 3000 event and our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and what an absolute cracker of a heat we had for heat number 1 of the morning.
Yeah, Brett, that was an absolute smoker, a doozy as they say, and yeah, it was the Kiwi who came out strong out of the gates, and Cooper Davies would be also pretty stoked to get himself through that heat. Right now we have Lennox Smith out there in the red, Johnny Tacong from the Philippines in the blue, Kalani Ball in the white, and Sean Gunnin from Spain in the black. So another intriguing battle. We saw the man from the Philippines light it up yesterday. He got one of the best barrels we've seen at the event so far. Locked in a couple of big scores. And you could see just how comfortable he was in the tube. But now the swell's dropped. It's going to be all about rail. And it's going to be about progression and innovation. And what I've been told by a little birdie who's seen a lot of him, he's got a very good air game as well. So it's going to be a great heat to watch.
It will be, and well, he was the Philippines national champ in 2018. He also has a surf school in the Philippines, does a bit of surf coaching, and he's also a Vissla team rider. So I feel like a lot of the Vissla crew are going to be tuning on in for this event.
I'm sure that Johnny and all the crew up there would be online cheering their man on, and it's great to have Vissla involved. What a company, what a brand. They deck us out in the best gear, and it's very environmentally friendly. But yeah, Vissla has been such an important part of the growth of the sport within our boundaries in Australia. They have really got on board and helped elevate this series to what it is. And I know, speaking to the athletes, that they're so, they appreciate it so much that a company would come on, a core company with such great values, and be a part of this Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. It's been such a great partnership as we see the surfer up and riding. And that is Kalani Ball going to the air, looking very in tune already. So we spoke about it. What will today bring? We've seen some really sharp, attractive surfing in that last seat on the rail, but I feel like it's going to be rail in the airs today. I feel like there's going to be opportunities for guys to really explore that aerial kind of technical side of the sport.
I will, and we watched a bit of that yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see what competitors pull out of their, toolbox throughout the day. I feel like a few surfers continued to move on through with big numbers yesterday by keeping their board in the water, sticking to those, staples of surfing, really throwing a lot of power into their turns and keeping critical with their board in the water. But then on the other flip of the coin, you also had crew taking to the air. So I feel like there's going to be a perfect mix here today at Avoca for all surfers, including the women. Nixie Ryan, she did an air yesterday.
100%. And in her interview, she hasn't tried an air in years.
Well,
she did it seriously.
In a heat.
Unbelievable, just great aerial move as we see a surfer up and right in. And again, you can see that just a bit of innovation there, that flare and just that point of difference. I'm pretty sure that was Lennox. So Lennox Smith from down the south coast, part of a couple of board riders clubs down there. Does compete a bit for Sandon, I think it is, and Southbridge. But yeah, really nice start for him. And I do believe we have the winner of the last heat in the area, mate. What a performance. Talk us through, how'd you feel this morning and the changing conditions? How was it out there?
Yeah, no, it was awesome to be out there this morning. Such a lovely morning, and a little rip bowl, it's always fun if there's a little rip bowl. And I was stoked to get a couple and kind of just stuck out a game plan out there this morning, and stoked to see it all unfold nicely.
Well, it unfolded perfectly, Keehu. Can you talk us through a bit of that game plan? Obviously, conditions were a bit bigger yesterday. Conditions have dropped this morning, but still plenty of opportunity. What did you change with the game plan with that dropping swell?
Just understanding the bank and the lineup and which ones to go. And then, when I stand up on my feet, I'm riding the quad. So be faster, look faster and stronger than everyone else, pretty much.
I feel like today is going to be, it's really important to find those waves that sort of, hug the bank to find that little wedgy part of the section. I felt like you did that perfectly today and you identified it, on point. So you must have felt really good when you locked in those two early scores, and then to lock in that 9 at the end is pretty incredible.
Yeah, no, just, just surf the way I surf, show a bit of power, show a bit of speed, and then, after I got those scores in the first 7 minutes, then the mindset changes to switch and play the game against everyone else.
Now, we know that you've been riding that quad for a fair while now. Can you talk us through maybe what prompted you in that decision? What led to you choosing to surf a quad over the last few events?
Well, I was riding the Inferno at Cabo and I got second. And then Lecky just made one of these ones and was like, have a go on this, and I just can't get off it. Went back to my other boards and they felt way slower. So, Sharp Eye pumping out the goods at the moment. They're killing it.
Yeah, Brendan Lecky, what a good man. Yeah, mate, don't get off that board. That thing is an absolute magic board. But yeah, congratulations. I'm so, impressed by your performance and loving what you're doing out there. We wish you all the best moving forward in what is a really important event.
Cheers. Thanks heaps, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Butler, a machine. I wouldn't get off that quad.
And we talked about it watching his heat. It was so obvious how much speed he was carrying compared to the other surfers. And, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. It's certainly working for Keehu, and I feel like he's going to be the one to beat in this event. So we watch live action of Lennox Smith in the red, getting that one all the way through. He's already locked in a 5.67, but at the moment, off to a quick start. Kalani Ball, a 7 and a 4.33. Great way to open heat number 2. These are, of course, 30-minute heats, so plenty of time for surfers to find their rhythm with the ocean here this morning.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that wave from a wide angle of Lennox Smith, that 5.67, where he did a nice turn and he threw a bit of innovation at the end of it. So judges rewarding that, but that first wave of Kalani was at 7. And here we go, Leonard up and right in. This guy is so connected with his board. For a young guy, he's ultra impressive. He's got a great mindset in the way he goes about his work. And I've always thought of, you know, when you sort of look at, you know, a group of young guys coming through the system in New South Wales, I look at Lennox and I look at someone like Sammy Lowe and those guys from down there. They've got a staple of a really good young crew that are pushing each other, and this guy's, I feel, is the leader of the pack at this stage.
Oh, for sure, Dimmy. And I think a lot of what's contributed to guys like Lennox Smith, I know that he's done a lot of work with the Illawarra Sports High School. I know Jeff Latimer down there over the years. I think Lennox has finished school now, but there's been a specific program for their training, for their surfing, and I think, you know, it's the same with the Short Sisters. A few of that crew down there have really been able to, I think, make the most of their opportunity with their schooling as well as their surfing.
Yeah, I think tapping into that kind of environment too really helps a young athlete develop their skill set, as we see Surfer up and riding. Nice vertical whip to start this wave off. And that is the Surfer in blue. And yeah, like you said, like being able to tap into those programs is it's such a great insight into the development of a surfer, and you can see it pays dividends. But look at the way this guy reads a wave. See how deep he got off the bottom into another turn, and oh my God.
Oh, wow. Lennox Smith, he's just going from strength to strength. I just love how much variety is in his surfing, and there's absolutely no predictability there, Dimmy.
There's no way when you looked at that section, there was no way I felt he was going to do that turn. But what I love about it is the fluency of his surfing as well. Yeah, there's so much innovation to it. But what about how he sort of watches? He sort of see that read on that bottom hand turn. That is such clutch, and that put him in a position to do that and give him the speed line to go through the air and basically just right out of that like normal people would do a carve. It's incredible to watch.
That is Kalani Ball on screen, the Surfer in white from Stanwell Park. Linking this one all the way through. He's already locked in a 7, so it's going to improve on his situation. Well, I feel like he just maybe saw what Lennox did and thought, you know what, we can all do this. Let's get in this together.
They're all going, get out of it, you young gun.
And this is exactly what we want to see. It's entertaining to watch. It's entertaining for the competitors. And, you know, these are Australia's best surfers in the water as well as our Asian contingent. This is, of course, a co-sanctioned event. So we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay here of Kalani.
100%. And they've got to be on their game, the Aussies here, because both the Philippine surfer and Sean Gunning yesterday was ultra impressive. In fact, Johnny Tukong really put on an absolute clinic yesterday, and he's already locked in a 4.73, so he's actually right in that ballpark. We'll see if these last couple of scores change anything, but yeah. So right now, Sean Gunning from Spain needs a 6.37. The surfer in blue, he's had one wave and he's got a 4.73, and I said, watch. And I've been, tipped into this guy's rail work, but they said, mate, he's got some massive airs. He's got the best head of hair for any pro surfer I've ever seen. But yeah, he's got the air game, the rail game, and he rides the barrel to perfection as well, as we saw yesterday. So he doesn't need a hell of a lot to go up. But that last wave of Lennox Smith was an 8.27. Wow, puts him straight in the first, waiting for that last wave of Kalani. Will that improve? I feel like it's probably going to improve it.
It was well deserved, that 8.27. Lennox Smith just showing us that innovation. And I just love the placement of where he did that. Like you said, it's probably a section that most surfers would just go for a carve down or an off the top. But Lennox, he spotted the opportunity. He backed his ability as well. Like he took the risk mid-wave. A lot of surfers wait until there's an end section to do an air like that, and he did it mid-wave.
Yeah, there's, when you think about percentages in surfing, that's a higher risk manoeuvre, but he does it with such speed and such precise nature, like it's his go-to. But what I loved about that ride more than anything was the depth he got off the bottom on that first manoeuvre. You saw him make that subtle adjustment, that little fade right into the pocket. And when you talk to young, frothing grommets, and I still think of Lennox as a frothing grommet, it's very hard to get them to identify the fact of the importance of how strong coming off the bottom is when it comes to your transition and your turns. And that was a pure execution of, precise surfing mixed up with that new age sort of finesse.
For sure, Dimmy, and like a bottom turn, it is one of the most crucial components of surfing. Like your bottom turn sets you up for absolutely everything. And Lennox Smith, well, he's been working hard at that one. He performed that flawlessly. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, it looks like that might be the man in the white. Kalani Ball opting to go left here this morning at Avoca.
Unfortunately, coming right out of that final turn, but looking very strong on his feet. And Kalani Ball, he is a machine when it comes to surfing heats. But right now, it's going to be this next ride, and this is the man we're talking about. He goes to the air. Only to Kong, can't ride out. And the natural foot, as I said yesterday, pulled off one of the best barrel rides of the event, if not the best barrel ride. He just found an absolute funnel out there where no one else was getting tubed. He just found himself in a tube and he was dragging his hand. It looked like the Philippines just on a perfect point break or something, but he's ultra impressive. He's part of the Vissla team and I'm sure they're all up there supporting him, but right now he's up against it, but he only needs a 6.95 to get on through. Sean Gunning, he has had a 4.83 and a 3.5. The goofy footer, he needs to get himself a 6.85. And Kalani, you can see the mindset of the surfer in white. He's trying to sort of just build on that 4.67. He wants to get himself another score into the good, the excellent range. And what that do, Britt, that will put the ultimate pressure on the other two surfers in third and fourth.
You're right, Demi. I feel like with 14 minutes on the clock, it's a smart play there from Kalani Ball. I feel like he will be looking to increase that requirement for third and fourth. And it's way too early for him to kind of be in the mindset of paddling over and trying to block people.
Nah.
If he can just chip away at that requirement, things are going to be much harder for Sean Gunning and John Takong. But I feel like, those guys are more than capable of locking in excellent numbers if they can get themselves in the right position on the right wave. This is going to be an exciting heat.
I feel like it's really important to stay centred in the knowledge of where you want to be positioned on the peak as well and not let anyone sort of change your mindset. As we see, that is Kalani. Another one, he's identified these lefts now. So he's gone to the right, got himself a 7, and here we go. Johnny Takong trying to launch into an air, but you can see it was sort of, he was sort of half thinking an air, then he was thinking, no, I'll just finish this wave off. But I love the rhythm and the flow of both blue and white in that scenario. And as you said, very tradesman-like performance so far from Kalani Ball. He's identified now, without priority, I'm sort of going to go sit on my own and see if these lefts sort of open up and give me opportunity, and he doesn't waste anything.
And what I loved about that performance then from Kalani Ball was the fact that he set his intention on the left, and I feel like with going to the air on the left, he's on his backhand. It is a point of difference. Most surfers are doing their airs on their forehand at the moment, and he's opted to do one on his backhand. It was a good air at that too, just the amount of rotation, and he whipped it around so quick and came out of the air with speed as he landed. He's looking for a 6.95 to move to first, but anything that's better than a 4.67 is going to increase his scoreline on that leaderboard with just over 12 minutes remaining. So from the Philippines in the blue, up and riding on a smaller wave, and just unfortunately looking a little out of sorts here this morning at Avoca, Dimmy.
A little bit out of sorts, but he's got such a strong base to his competitive strategy that I feel like it's not going to take much for him to get himself back in the game. I've seen him around the traps for many a year, so I know that he's got sort of, that foundation, and he's got the strength in his ability, as we see. A really nice air, but just can't land for Sean Gunning. But yeah, I feel like he's going to keep himself busy, the surfer from the Philippines, and if opportunity arises, he's got that sort of, that natural flair and that natural kind of point of difference in his surfing. So it's not going to take much for him to sort of get himself back in the game.
Just over 11 minutes remaining. This is, of course, the men's round of 16, heat number 2. We have 4 heats in this round. We'll then be moving into the women's quarterfinals and finishing off today with the men's quarterfinals. So an exciting day of action here at Avoca for the Vissla and Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro. This is, of course, a WSL QS 3000 event presented by Mad Mex. A lot on the line here for all competitors. Should you win this event, you walk away with 3,000 points, which at the end of the day is a pretty big make or break towards your campaign for the Challenger Series.
Oh, big time, man. Talking about the Challenger Series last year, Kalani Ball had a really strong finish. I believe he got a 5th over in Brazil and then wrapped it up with a solid result in Hawaii as well. So just on the strength of those performances, he comes into this series looking very switched on and, you know, finding that rhythm once you hit the Challenger, I feel like, you know, is such an important thing. Some of the guys went on, it's sort of new, it's sort of a different scenario, and I felt like from our region, our performances started to really get better and better as the year got along. We saw someone like Joel Vaughan, he pulled out a really solid result in the US. So, you know, they all sort of have found that sort of foundation there now. They know what it's about. They know the wave, and the quality of the waves on the Challenger is next level. So it's all about sort of dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure you put yourself in a position to be on that, which, let's be honest, it's a mini CT. It's amazing waves.
It is world-class waves for that Challenger Series. It's, you know, it's a great setup too. They've got that in between now, the QS and the World Tour, and I just think it's a perfect opportunity for surfers to prep themselves for the World Tour. I feel like with the QS previously traveling internationally and then qualifying through what used to be the old QS onto the World Tour, you often found surfers that had qualified, but I feel like some of them weren't necessarily prepared for the waves that they were then surfing on tour.
100%.
It was a massive jump. So now that the Challenger Series is in the middle with such high quality waves and world-class waves, I feel like once they qualify through that Challenger Series onto the World Tour, they're way better prepped because they're surfing waves like Snapper Rocks and North Narrabeen.
And then you got, you know, you're surfing Haleiwa and you're surfing all these amazing spots. But you're right, I just feel like back in the day, they used to call it the QE grind, you know, and the ability of some guys to just be able to, as we see, a really nice punt, able to like perform in really tricky conditions, necessarily did not transfer once they got into the Dream Tour, because then it became more about performance in high quality waves, and sometimes it took people, you know, a number of years to get that sort of experience in competing against the best surfers in the best waves in the world. But yeah, I feel like the Challenger has brought that sort of back to the pack a bit, because the quality of wave on the Challenger Series these days, wow, second to none. As we see, talking about second to none, this sort of heat started to really spice up. We saw Sean Gunning go absolutely ham on the left, and then we had Kalani's just fluent attack, and right now you can see Lennox Smith also getting to work there. But yeah, I feel like the spacing has definitely come in a little bit when it comes to the quality of the different tours. Here we go, the surfer from the Philippines up and right in. Nice looking angle into this first turn, wrapping it round, carving into the power source. Now I feel like he wants to go to the air, but didn't see any value in that, Britt.
Not going to be the score that he's chasing, because while having that chat, Kalani Ball, he managed to lock in a 6.07 and increase the requirement for third and fourth. He's still got another number to lock in, but at the moment, the surfer in blue from the Philippines is chasing an 8.27, and the surfer in black, Sean Gunning, an 8.24. So the job has got a lot harder for those surfers in third and fourth, because Kalani Ball had the perfect read on increasing the requirements. As we watch the replay here of Sean Gunning race down the line, got the section, great inversion in that air there, as we watch also Kalani Ball answering straight back, knowing that he's going to need to just keep building on his scoreline to move on through to the next round, because you can't leave any door open at this stage of the draw.
How good was that air from Sean Gunning? Just how inverted he was, and what about that turn? Wow. But yeah, I love it. For a smaller wave, just how much spice he put on that air, pretty impressive.
And this guy here, well, he's been impressive. He's the current heat leader of this heat. That is Lennox Smith on screen in the red, the man from down the south coast. And that on screen now is the surfer in blue from the Philippines, John Takong. He has put on a great performance, but just not able to find rhythm here this morning at Avoca Beach. But you certainly can't rule him out. we've been talking about the fact that he has that ability to pull those airs off. So I feel like an 8.27 will something big. He might get the number within the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's still definitely in with a chip in a chair, as they say. But yeah, he's one of these unique characters that I feel like has got such a great game all around. As we see him go to the air, and look at that, just effortless. If he can get himself on a wave where he can do a couple of turns and then a massive punt, he's right back in this. We've seen 9-point rides already this morning, and you can see he's disappointed. You can see the body language. He's kicking his feet there, so he'd be pretty fuming he didn't ride out of that. But yeah, he's definitely got... He's a different character, I reckon. He'd be a really cool dude to hang out with. But yeah, he's got so much game in his surfing, and he's still, you know, even though he needs to score in the excellent range, Britt, I feel like he's still there. But I like the way that Kalani Ball has put this sort of 30-minute heat together. He's identified the fact that Lennox Smith has really got some strong waves really early in this heat, and for him, he's just built in-house, and what it does, every time he advances that second score, it puts a little bit more of a space in between himself, third and fourth. And what that does is put more pressure on the other two surfers in the lineup. Here we go. The man from Spain again, he's got such a strong air game but can't ride out. And now time becomes an enemy when it comes to trying to get those big scores.
It does, and so does the priority rotation, because at the moment, Kalani Ball in the white, sitting in second place, he's holding first priority. So I feel like he's going to do his best to keep Sean Gunning and John Takong off waves in the lineup right now. And, you know, a 7.7 for Sean Gunning. If he gets the opportunity and sticks one of those huge heads, he's going to get the number. He's already locked in a 5.37, so his requirement did reduce. A 7.7 is what he needs to advance, but I just think that Kalani Ball is going to make it extremely difficult for Sean Gunning to get the wave that he's searching for.
I also think that he'd have to go back to the rights. Even though the lefts look good, they're a lot smaller, and the aerial manoeuvre he landed was at 5.37, so it was pretty amazing trick, but I felt like the size of that wave sort of hindered the scoring potential. If I was him, I'd be back on the rights and try to use the rail, because he's got such a strong game. As we see a serve happen, look, this is Lennox Smith up and riding, and he is trying to offload a 7.33. And such is the grommet in Leno, he just wants to go everything.
He does. He's in going everything, though. He's slowly chipped away at increasing his lead, because he did manage to lock in that 7.33 and, yeah, extend the first place position, a total of 15.6. You'd have to be happy with that one moving on through into the quarterfinals.
100%, and welcome in if you've just joined us today online. I know a lot of people are supporting this series, and yeah, it's great to have everyone watching what is a really important day in the outcome of this event, because there is 3,000 points up for grabs, and we've spoken about it at length about who is up towards the top of the ratings. We've got Paige Harrop leading the way in the women's. We've got Jarvis Earl leading the way in the men's, but there's so much riding. There's only 4 positions available for the women and 7 for the men, plus a wild card in both men's and women's. So a lot riding on this result. The one thing you don't want to do, Britt, is you don't want to leave it to chance. So what I mean by that is there's only one more event, Surfest. If you can put yourself in a strong position, it sort of takes a little bit of pressure off you going into the final event of the season. And then it's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with that golden, you know, the golden egg, they say. You get a bite at the cherry when it comes to the Challenger Series. So the golden ticket is there for all these surfers. It's just about applying your best game strategy and making sure that you have consistency in your performances. Good looking wave coming through, but the boys are a little bit deep on the peak there, but still fun waves. We did say it's dropped off a bit, but I feel like the actual quality of the banks are on point.
Yeah, I feel like with the direction of the swell this morning, it just seems a lot more defined on where the peak is as we watch Sean Gunning racing down the line. Like you mentioned, smaller waves on the left and just not able to get the completion on that one. With just over 1 minute on the clock.
Even by the way he surfs and he's coming off, you know that he's very, very comfortable in the air. if opportunity arises, you know, Kalani is going to have to really keep an eye on him because he needs a 7.70, and we've seen some big scores laid down for one move. If you can get a turn into a massive punt, and the way this guy does his rotations, ultra impressive and visually beautiful to watch as we see Lennox up and right in. But right now, time is the enemy. Something special is going to have to happen for him to get through. And it looks like at this stage, with 30 seconds to go, Lennox Smith has called it a day.
Yeah, it looks like the young 18-year-old in the red will move on through into the quarterfinals, along with the defending champ of this event, Kalani Ball, in the white, unless Sean Gunning and John Takong get another wave in the last 10 seconds.
Here we go, opportunity, and it is the surfer we spoke about from Spain, Sean Gunning. Goes to the air. That is a better aerial manoeuvre, and he looks up, but Britt is at a 7.70, and you've only got to go back to Kalani's 7-point ride. And I'm not a judge, but I'm feeling that it's not on the mark. I love that, you know, the amount of speed, the spiciness, but I don't think so. But I'm not a judge. We'll throw after a break. Be back very shortly on a beautiful Friday morning at Avoca Beach. Don't go any.
This is the motivation.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Max. This is, of course, a WSL QS 3000 event. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robbo. Robbo, we've got someone down there waiting for a chat. Lennox Smith, previous heat winner. Lennox, how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, pretty good.
You sound puffed, mate. What's going on?
Yeah, I know. I caught so many waves at the end. Puffed as.
You did, but you kept increasing that lead. Can you talk us about your strategy here this morning, paddling out at Avoca? Were you watching what Takehu Butler was doing when he seemed to identify exactly where the peak was?
Yeah, for sure. He was getting sick ones, so I was just trying to eye off the waves that he was getting the heat before. But yeah, there's a super fun ride, so yeah, it was good.
Lennox, it's obviously smaller today, but the quality looks really good. I mean, these are small, high-performance waves. Is that how you're attacking it?
Yeah, for sure. The ride's so sick, so rippable. So yeah, if you can link a few turns together, it's good.
And it seems like a lot of the surfers are taking it to the air as well, so it's allowing everything to come out to play today.
Yeah, for sure. I was trying a couple little airs that heat.
Little airs? I feel like they were a bit bigger than little, but there was one wave in particular where you took off and you faded on the bottom turn. Is that something that you've been working on over time? I know you're still quite young, but working on that fade back just to get a deeper bottom turn. Is there someone that you're working with?
Yeah, I guess so. Just that well, I'm finished school now, but I was doing heaps of stuff with our school teacher, Jeff Latz. And yeah, I guess just timing and stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely paying off. I did give Jeff a little bit of a shout out during your heat. Hey, moving through to the next round, you're into the quarterfinals. Is there anything that you're going to change leading into this afternoon?
Nah, I don't think so. Just try to keep it going, I guess.
Well, you're doing well at keeping it going. I feel like you're in good momentum, you're in good form. We want to see you move on through into the main final here, Lennox. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks heaps.
And isn't it fantastic to hear that he's getting all this training out of school from his school teacher?
Yeah, he's, Jeff Latimer. I know that Lennox was part of the Illawarra Sports High School, and it was a specific program that they do have for their surfers and athletes. And I think, like when there's schools and communities like that really back their athletes, it's, one thing to focus on their academic achievements, but when you've got talent as an athlete, it's so special to be able to feel supported through the schooling system as well.
I know, and surfing is through secondary schools right around the country. It's unbelievable. And here's a nice wave. These are rippable small waves. It's so clean, and at this size, it's breaking on this bank perfect. And the surfers seem to be reveling in these conditions. It might look small, but there's plenty of high-performance surfing going on. And yeah, I've been out on the beach watching it, and it's fantastic to watch. Out of the sun.
Out of the sun. It is an absolute scorcher on the east coast here of New South Wales. It's going to be in the mid-30s today, so it is so hot on land and in the water. We've had plenty of action as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of the surfer in blue. Great first turn in the pocket and excellent finish there. But answering back, the surfer in red. Couple of open face wraps, but couldn't quite get the steeper section to work with. And blue also up, floats over the first section, comes hard off the bottom, carves into the pocket, manages to get another bonus connection. So great surfing there from the surfer in blue. I feel like that might have been Hirota Arai from Japan.
And he would be reveling in these conditions because they get a lot of this sort of surf in Japan on their beach breaks, and yeah, he would be loving this.
A quick exchange for the surfers in the water. This is, of course, the men's round of 16, heat number 3. Ryan Slattery in the red. He is the local surfer from the Central Coast. We also have Alistair Reginato, George Pitter and Hirota Arai. While watching that replay, we had some action from the surfer in red. Lays into that second turn, just throwing buckets out into the ocean. Local knowledge paying off on this bank here at Avoca Beach. Just over 23 and a half minutes remaining. These are 30-minute heats today, so surfers having the extra time in the water to really find their momentum and find that rhythm. We had 30-minute heats yesterday as well, but we had a lot more energy in the ocean. The swell was a lot bigger. Conditions have dropped here this morning.
And it's a wave feast out here. I mean, they're small waves, but they're performance waves, and the surfers are grabbing everything that comes through because just about every wave is peeling off along this bank, and there's a lot of scoring potential there. Hirota Arai from Japan, he's off to a flying start. A 6.67 and a 6.0, so he's loving it.
Just a quick one there for the surfer in the black. That's Alistair Reginato from Alexandra Headland on the Sunshine Coast. Hello to the North Shore Board Riders Club. I'm sure they're tuning on in. Live action in the water. This is the local surfer, Ryan Slattery. So much power in his surfing.
And just because the waves are smaller, it doesn't mean that there's a lack of power out there, because the strong, fit surfers know how to put energy into the wave and extract really powerful turns. And that's what the judges will be looking for, because the waves are actually shaped up in a way that allow full bottom turns, full top turns, and it's quite an energetic task to get the scores in waves like this.
It is. It's got that little bowl that's kind of bending back on itself. So I feel like the conditions today, the direction of the swell, I feel like the bank's very distinct
It is.
as to where it is and what it's doing. And surfers have been able to identify that this morning. You know, Kihu Butler, he comboed his heat. And that was off the basis of knowing which waves to pick. And he found those ones that had that little pocket that bent back on itself, but allowed himself the opportunity. And look at this thing here for the surfer in blue, Robbo.
Yep, and he's split away from the pack and found his own little bank. So he is having a lot of fun out there, Hiroto Arai. And he's going to be very hard to beat in conditions like this because he's small in stature but has a lot of energy, and as I alluded to before, waves like this in Japan are very, very common, and he would know what's going on out there for sure.
Yeah, he would be. Well, he looks like he is at home at the moment. Hiroto Arai in first place in the blue. He's from Yokohama in Japan, but this is, of course, a co-sanctioned event, so all the points for this man here are going to count towards his ranking on the Asian leg of the QS. At the moment, he's sitting in 13th place. Crucial event here for all surfers looking to qualify for that Challenger Series as we watch the replay of Ryan Slattery in the red. Live action in the water. That is Alistair Reginato in the black. So many waves being caught already, Robbo, and we've still got another 20 minutes remaining in this heat. So I feel like while we've got our job cut out for us here, talking about it all, the judges in the judging booth are just going to be going back to back with these scores.
As a beautiful bottom turn carve into the pocket. This is good surfing. And another one, and links it through. You can see all of those turns were extended, beautiful bottom turns and powerful in the pocket surfing. So it's great to watch this sort of surfing. And if you're a young surfer watching this, take note, because small waves that hug the sandbanks offer high performance surfing.
And they do. Highly contestable conditions here this morning at Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is a QS 3000. As I just mentioned, it is a co-sanctioned event with the Asian region. So their points will count towards their ranking as well. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of the current heat leader, Hiroto. I feel like this might extend his lead here, Robbo.
Well, there's some fantastic turns there. You talk about extending and linking turns together and utilising, you know, what is often regarded as the setup turn, the bottom turn. There was a classic example of that at the start of that wave. So, yep, there's going to be some good scores dropped, I'm sure.
On screen, just finishing off that one. That was the surfer in white, George Pitter. Well, he's live action in the water. This is not a replay. He's up and riding again, staying nice and busy. We've still got his last number to be locked in. He was searching for a 3.68. But I feel like he's going to be looking for something better than that towards the end of this heat. And there you go. So George Pitter goes from third into second. He just locked in 2 waves. But the better of that exchange is 6.33. He's now in second place, chasing a 6.35 for first. But Ryan Slattery now in third place in the red, searching for a 5.84. And Alistair Reginato, he might have to get moving and break 2 waves down. He's looking for a 9.1. Should he get 2 waves more than a 10.84 total, he'll go straight up into second place.
Yep, and that's what Reginato will be thinking about now. Not necessarily the 9.1, but yeah, I need 2 good waves.
I feel like Hiroto Arai, had he have stuck that turn, he would have been looking to improve on his situation. He wants to drop a 6 from his scoreline as his small score if he wants to take more of a stranglehold on this heat, because at the moment he's still in striking distance from George Pitter. He's only looking for a 6.35 to take first. And this man here, Ryan Slattery, the local, using his local knowledge to get tubed on this bank here at Avoca Beach.
Yep, that's how good the bank is. It's allowing every single manoeuvre to be executed, even getting small barrel rides.
He wasn't sure whether he was going to compete this year, made a last-minute decision. He couldn't get a late entry into the Tweed event, but he managed to get his entry in for this event here at home. He's taken the week off work just to get pitted here at Avoca.
I know, he's having fun. But the interesting thing about this heat, I mean, we're seeing some great surfing and they're catching heaps of waves, but their actual scores compared to the first two heats, they wouldn't be getting through.
No, they're relatively low in comparison.
So it's quite interesting.
We haven't really had anyone opt for the aerials here in this heat, whereas we have witnessed that in the last two heats here this morning. On screen, that's George Pitter looking to replace a 4.5 to extend second place or take first. 16 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, the round of 16, heat number 3 of the men's. Heat number 4 will be up next, and then we'll be moving into the women's quarterfinals, heats 1 to 4, and finishing off today with the men's quarterfinals, heats 1 to 4. So plenty of action here for the Vissla and Sister Central Coast Pro QS 3000. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. There is a lot riding on this event for competitors. Should they take the win, they'll walk away with 3,000 points. A bit of extra cash in their pocket to fund the rest of their campaign for this year. Huge couple of turns there for Ryan Slattery in the red, opting to go left. We've watched a couple of competitors in previous heats elect for the left, and they seem to be smaller waves, but I feel like that was one of the bigger lefts that we'd seen here this morning and allowed a lot more opportunity for the surfer in red as we watch the wave replay. Robbo, talk us through this one.
Nice opening top turn, moves through the pocket, finishes well with a vertical backhand re-entry. And one thing about Ryan Slattery, he keeps very busy in the water. He's catching waves, and I noticed that yesterday. He's non-stop catching waves. So I think he's got the strategy of, well, a lot of these waves, you're not exactly sure how they'll turn out, so I'll grab everything and anything. Well, not everything and anything, but if I think it's got some potential, I'm into it. And it could pay dividends on that wave. I feel like he'll definitely get rid of his 4.67. Haven't been too many lefts ridden, so it gives the judges even more to think about.
I'm no judge, but my personal opinion, I feel like he gets the 5.84.
Yeah, so do I. Yep.
We'll wait and see where that number drops on in. With just
I'm no judge either. I've handed back my ticket multiple times yesterday.
Yeah, we've
and
certainly been wrong before.
Yeah, I pulled the ticket back occasionally. But no, I'd agree with you. I think he gets the 5.84. A 6 sounds good, but I don't know.
Pretty solid couple of turns.
They were.
He got critical on the first turn. Maybe a little softer second turn, bit of a check turn, but I feel like the last turn
was really solid.
Was the power turn for Ryan Slattery in the red, but we'll wait and see where that number drops in. Beautiful day here at Avoca. Conditions really just cleaning up here this morning. We thought there'd be a little bit more wind on the face, but we've woken up and nice and clean conditions to play with for all competitors. The swell's dropped a little overnight, but I just feel like with the direction, it does seem to be hugging that bank a lot better.
And let's hope it stays that way, because the tides will change and that'll affect how the waves break. But at the moment, and all morning up to date, it's been excellent small waves. So, and Hiroto Arai is locked in a 7.07, so that's the best wave of the heat.
And George Pitter increased on his position. So that means that Ryan Slattery on that last wave is going to need at least a 6.6.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to go up into that zone.
12 and a half minutes on the clock. Plenty of action ahead for today. But in the water, this is George Pitter sitting in second place. Gets beyond vert on the first turn and finishes off again with another critical turn on that last section. George Pitter in the white from North Stain, looking to replace a 5.27 to increase his scoreline and move on through into the quarterfinals. A lot riding on this event as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Beautiful first turn link straight into a second. He almost came straight out of the first into the bottom turn for the second turn.
And that's what the judges like to see, linking those turns together. There's a lot of power in it. Shorter wave. The lefts don't seem to be running off as like the rights are, but they do offer some critical sections. So, yeah, there's just multiple opportunities for these surfers to get their scores. 30-minute heats as well. Reginardo struggling at this stage. In fourth position with a 4.03 and a 1.73. Needs a 7.7 to advance, or still has time to wipe out those two scores with two new scores of 11.73 or better to advance. So there'll be plenty going through their head out there.
Interesting that George Pitter's scores locked in at a 5.4, and red, Ryan Slattery, still being decided by the judges.
Yeah, well, they've got video replays and discussion, and they can break it down and make sure they get the score right.
So he's now searching for a 6.73. Wait and see whether or not he gets the number. Just over 10 minutes remaining. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And there it is, a 6.43, so he falls ever so short. He's now chasing a 5.3. We watch the surfer in black, Alistair Reginardo, just flying high. He just got so much height out of that air there, Robbo.
It was a small wave, and he's elevated double the height of the wave, so that could be a good score for Reginardo. He executed it perfectly, and we know that the judges reward really well executed and finished off aerial manoeuvres. So Reginardo, I mentioned how he was struggling. Well, he may be right back in the game now.
And it's been a smart play from the surfer in white, George Pitter. He managed to increase the requirement for Ryan Slattery. Had he have not done that, Ryan would have moved into second place. We watched the replay. Just look at the height.
He doubled the wave height, which isn't that hard to do, but it's impressive to be able to do that. That's the surfer in black, Alistair Reginardo, known for his power on face manoeuvres, but he's also got an aerial game there as well. Not surprising, seeing he comes from the Sunshine Coast. Again, he would get plenty of similar conditions to this up on the Sunshine Coast.
We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Ryan Slattery. Nice first turn. Straight into a second. That was the check turn I was talking about. And then he got a big, solid, powerful vertical turn to finish with. That was a 6.43. He needed a 6.73 once George Pitter increased the requirement.
At the time, he got the score. He got the score he needed, but as you mentioned, Pitter increased his score shortly after that. Ryan still remaining in third position, but it's close now. He only needs a 5.3, and Reginardo is moved to the Northern Peak. He has a score to drop, and it's going to be a very interesting score. We await that score to drop, but it's going to be a super close heat.
It will certainly get the surfer in black, Alistair Reginardo, back into the game. We'll wait and see where that number drops in. But yeah, interesting that the surfer in black has opted to sit north up the bank while the other three surfers sit on the main bank. And well, there it is. An excellent score, an 8 for the surfer in black from the Sunshine Coast. He jumps from fourth straight into second. And well, George Pitter and Ryan Slattery now left chasing mid-range fives. But the positive for both of those surfers, they are sitting in first and second priority with just under 7.5 minutes remaining.
What a fantastic heat, and what a fantastic move by Alistair Reginardo, who in the past 2 months has impressed all of us. He's been the absolute form surfer of the entire series, in my opinion, and Yep, he's a powerful surfer, but he's also got this aerial game as well, and he's right back in the game.
And he is up and riding again. So this is going to pay off for the surfer in black, opting to sit away from the other competitors. He's looking to drop a 4.03 as his small score.
I'm confident he's already done that. And he's going to finish off nicely. Alistair Reginato, a couple of minutes ago, he was languishing in last place.
Just the one turn there from the surfer in the red, Ryan Slattery. Well, I feel like he's going to need another number higher than the 561 because Alistair Reginato did get another wave. He's looking to drop that 403. He could. He's chasing a 574. Extremely tight heat, Robbo. Look at the scoreline.
It'd be good to get a replay of Reginato's when we get a break in the action because he could easily go to first.
This is one of the busiest heats that we have watched all morning. This is, of course, only the third heat that we've had here this morning, but it is just getting more entertaining as the morning continues. And what a massive day we've got here at Avoca Beach, and what a beautiful day we have here on the beach. It is going to be boiling hot. The heat and humidity is going to knock it out of a fair few of us, I think, but in the water, the waves are still pumping.
They are. And let's hope that it handles the tide. Okay, talk us through this one. Beautiful first turn.
Vertical on that first turn. Wrapped around into the pocket. And again, he did well just to get over this little bubble because he managed to get the inside connection, Robbo.
I know, and yep, he could well and truly go to first position, Reginato.
We have live action in the water. Great bottom turn there from Hiroto and finishes off strong, gets the completion. Bit of a hair flick. It was almost a no claim. He's looking confident. Just under 5 minutes on the clock. Blue in first, black in second, white in third, red in fourth. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Current heat leader.
Wow. That was a beautiful opening turn and a second one and finishes off nicely. So the Japanese surfer, I would imagine, will extend his lead.
He did, and well, Alistair Reginato's also extended his scoreline in second place. So Hiroto Arai in first in the blue with a 7.07 and a 6.67. Alistair Reginato in the black, an 8 and a 5.5. He's now searching for a 5.74 to move to first, but I feel like he's going to be just trying to hunt the lineup to look at where competitors in third and fourth are sitting, because George Pitter in third, he's now chasing a 7.18 to advance, and Ryan Slattery in the red, a 7.08 will move him through to the quarterfinals. But time could be the enemy, just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. Great to have Vissla on board again this year, partnering with Surfing New South Wales as they have done on the QS events for the past 4 years. We also have Sister on board for this event for the women's side of the draw. Sister, the sister brand of Vissla, they only launched a few years ago, but they have been involved with Surfing New South Wales in each year since their inception.
The judges rewarded Hiroto with a 7.77. I'm not surprised. There were some beautiful turns on that wave, especially the opening turn. So the Japanese is putting on an impressive performance, as a number of them have across both the men's and women's divisions. The Japanese surfers are excelling.
Unfortunate there for George Pitter, just went for the blowtail but couldn't get the completion. Had he have completed it, I don't think it would have been the number that he's searching for anyway. With 2.5 minutes remaining, he's going to have to reset with his game plan, and it may be a little tricky for him to catch a wave with the other competitors in the lineup with the way that the priority rotation is right now. I feel like the person in striking distance of second place, Ryan Slattery, is holding first priority.
Yep. That's to his advantage for sure. There's good waves out there.
This is Alistair Reginato in the black, looking to drop a 5.5 and increase the requirement for third and fourth with just under 2 minutes. Can't quite get the completion.
So Reginato, that was a small wave on a small wave day. That was smaller than the set wave, so I'm not sure it was a smart decision to use second priority to take that wave. But don't think he'll improve his scoreline. Ryan Slattery, as you mentioned, has a minute and a half, holds priority and is chasing a 7.08. George Pittar now has second priority and is chasing a 7.18. So both achievable scores, only a minute remaining, and you can see the surfers calling for a time call. They know that it's right down to the pointy end of the heat. And the two surfers, red and white, chasing a score.
We are into the Mad Mex minute, thanks to Mad Mex. Fresh fuel for life. Supplying all the goods as they partner with Surfing New South Wales again across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. The Mad Mex Fresh Fuel for Life sponsorship program is comprised of a team of junior athletes across skating, surfing and motocross, all working together to help achieve their goals. So great to have Mad Mex on board for the entire series, and they are the presenting rights partner of this event as the surfer in blue looks to call it a day.
Victory lap.
Great performance here at Avoca from that surfer there from Japan. Hiroto Arai, a 7.77 and a 7.07. George Pittar, last opportunity. He's chasing a 7.18. Can he get the number? Great surfing, but I don't think it's going to be the score.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's Arai and Reginato progressing. George Pittar, a little bit unlucky, only needed a 7.18. And that's the end of that heat. We come back for heat number 4 of the round of 16. Don't go anywhere because it's going to be a fantastic heat. We'll be back very shortly.
Craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to one of Australia's most beautiful beaches, Avoca Beach on the Central Coast. We've got a magnificent day. The action has been amazing. The first 3 heats of the round of 16 of men has been incredible. High scores, small waves, but it's super high performance surfing, and it's just been A-class entertainment up to date. Adam Hennessy.
Yeah, mate, it's been absolutely amazing this morning. The performance of levels have definitely raised that a little bit, Robbo, and you can just see these guys building their performances as they go through the draw. And now it's in that sort of situation where they all know they've got to bring their A game because, you know, the heat scores are rising and the performance levels are basically world class.
And you look at it there and you think small waves, not that exciting, but that's not the case anymore. Small wave surfing is super high performance. Aerials have added to it, but when you get small waves like this that have been hugging this sandbank and offering heaps of potential for powerful bottom turns through to snaps in the pocket, through to aerials, through to backhand verticals. It's all there on display, and yeah, it's great.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like these kind of waves, clean 1 to 2 feet, 3 foot sets sometimes, it just offers up so much potential. And you see, you know, the different scenarios when it comes to the athletes, where they go to. They go to their rail, but they also throw in that innovation. And I feel like the big scores so far this morning have come from that sort of, you know, that mix of variety of repertoire, which the judges always talk about.
Yeah, well, it has. Everything's been put on display. Alistair Reginato in that last heat, he was languishing in last position. He looked gone for all money, and then out of the blue he pulled off a magnificent aerial manoeuvre on a wave that was 1 to 2 foot. And
he's a dangerous guy.
He's a powerful. He's taken it to a new level this year. It's been spoken of before. It will be spoken of again. You know, we like to see a lot of surfers qualify. I would like to see Reginato qualify for the Challenger. I think he'd do some serious damage.
I think he's ready for it. And like you said, we saw him earlier in the series where he looked so strong. But, you know, he's also got a really good air game as well. Hiroto Arai is in the area, mate. Good morning and welcome to beautiful Avoca Beach. And you must be stoked to get through that heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm very stoked to make the heat. So happy.
And Hiroto, we mentioned during your heat, you look to be having a lot of fun out there. Do you surf a lot of waves like this in Japan? Is this very familiar to you, surfing waves like this?
Yeah, like this wave in Japan is a really good wave. Like, more like smaller and maybe onshore, 1, 2 foot. Yeah, every day in Japan. So this is like pumping. I'm so happy to surf like this wave, yeah.
Now, you've come to Australia quite a few times, mate. This is an important event because of the ratings. Where are you sitting in the ratings right now in the Asian region?
I'm like 13 or 14. I need to make top 5 in Asian. So I need a little bit more point, but just I try to have fun in Australia and then try to catch many waves in heat. Yeah.
And how long are you in Australia for? The next month?
Yeah,
how long
next
you
month.
Stay in Australia?
I'm going to Newcastle, and after that, I'm going to Gold Coast for a couple of weeks, then back to Japan. Yeah.
Mate,
And if you qualify, Hiroto, you'll be going to Snapper Rocks and hopefully North Narrabeen. So that'll be on your radar as well. But a bit of work to be done, Hiroto. You're into the quarterfinals, so let's not get too excited now. Focus on that quarterfinal. We'll let you go now and prepare because you've got a big quarterfinal matchup coming later today.
Yeah.
well done, buddy. Ripping.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to say hello to anyone at home?
応援ありがとうございました。とりあえずマンオマンまでつなぐことができたんで、ここからもね、オーストラリア楽しんで、いいサーフィン見せて、上目指していきたいと思うんで、また応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Arigato. Have a good day.
ありがとう。
Arigato. Isn't it fantastic to have the Asian surfers come to the event, dual sanctioned? We share the region across a number of events, and it's just a fantastic region, the Oceania Asia region.
I feel like the Japanese surfers always have that really, you know, share the stoke kind of mentality. They're always smiling. They've come down here for many, many years, the juniors, and now they're doing the QS and it's co-sanctioned, and like Hiroto said, this is basically pumping.
He's loving it. And yet the Japanese surfers are going to be very hard to beat. We saw some great surfing from the women yesterday.
Wow.
That was the standout, that final heat yesterday.
Masuda.
Yes.
She was absolutely on
Fantastic
point.
surfing.
Wow, her backhand attack was just next level. And she actually sits at number 3 on the current ranking. So this is a big, important event for her. But I've never seen her surf before. And the first thing I thought was she looks tailor-made for that next level.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, yeah, well, a little bit of a slow heat, this one, which is surprising because it's been non-stop action for those first 3 heats. Absolutely non-stop. We've got a replay here.
Young Hockey up and riding. Nice lay back to start this ride. And the Ocean has gone a little bit quiet. And that's a nice rotation. And I do believe Saxon Reba had one. Here we go. The young guy from North Stain up and into it. 2-turn clipper there. And this is a stacked up heat when you think Joel Vaughan, Solly Bailey, former World Tour surfer,
Yeah, wow.
Saxon Reba and Jay Occhilupo, 2 of the rising stars of the sport. Here we go. Looks like red. Saxon digging in that first turn. Comes around, nice extension through the body, and again clips a 3rd turn. So he's probably identified it's been a bit slow, so he wants to get busy early.
And he is. And he posted a 5.17 for his first ride, which is a decent score. You would I mean, the scores have been high for the first 3 heats, so you'd expect those scores to be eliminated before the end of the heat. This is a nice left-hander, peels off, gets the run, plenty of moves, goes vertical, finishes off smoothly.
Love how he kept that flow going after that first manoeuvre, just really dug in on that rail, and that will be a nice backup, if not his best wave. And it leaves it up to Joel, Vorney and Solly, and there's a 5.27 last of red. So slowly but surely building house. I think you're going to get these situations today, Robbo, where you're going to get some heats that really pulse and then other heats are a little bit slower, and you have to make those subtle adjustments if you're going to get on through.
For sure, and because it's a small swell, the tide will have an impact on what's going on out there. It could go slow. And the surfers need to adapt. They need to be really adaptable today with conditions like this. Some heats will be amazing, some heats will slow down depending on the tide, and we'll see what happens. But this heat, a little bit slow to start with. Joel Vaughan, Solly Bailey, they're out there sharing priority. The surfer on the inside will have the advantage out of those 2, but they're sharing priority because Occhi and Rebar, I guess you call it neutral, but they do have a priority over Occhilupo and Rebar.
I feel like the waves are going to get a little bit better once we have that change of tide. I felt like that's what happened yesterday, but you're right. I think there's going to be situations today. We've got 12 heats to run, I do believe, and I feel like there's going to be situations where they're going to be boxed in because of the lack of waves coming through. Then you have heats like we saw earlier today in that last heat, where it sort of was relentless in the amount of waves and opportunities you have.
Yeah, I don't want to be a spoiler, but I think those first 3 heats, the waves were as good as it can be at that size.
Oh, that Takei Butler heat.
I know, the waves were amazing.
Oh my God. But
tiny waves with super shape, so if you can maintain that, I'll be surprised, but we'll see.
Here we go, surfing red, Saxon Reba up and right in on his backhand, very fluent. And you can see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to build. But I don't know if a wave of that side's going to allow him to build on that 5.17. But the one thing about Saxon, he will keep ultra busy, keep himself going. And we spoke to Britt, even though it's pretty hot out there, sometimes the body can get a bit cold in the water if you stay stationary for too long. You can see his backhand, he's got a sharp attack. He's had a really good run on the junior series in the last year or so. Had his first victory. I do believe he had like 8 finals last year. Very consistent, but he broke through this year with a win. And I feel like, Robbo, that will definitely improve his mindset when he comes to this level of competition.
Yeah, well, he always seems to be there at the business end of each event, which is impressive given the talent pool that you're going up against. Rarely has a bad heat, and that's probably because he keeps so busy and is really adaptable.
So are the boys out of position here, Rob? I can see Vorney and Solly, like they're making those adjustments now to get back on the bank. And I feel like those bigger scores today have come on to the bank where it's cupped. Here we go. Solly just leans into that first manoeuvre. Really love his rail work. And now you can see him trying to identify the inside corner. He's probably going to eye off an aerial manoeuvre, goes to the front side, doesn't ride out. He just didn't have enough speed there, mate.
No, just like the power of the wave wouldn't allow him to get the momentum to come down with that. And just a 2.33 for Solly. So opening ride, plenty of time left, and we know the quality of Solly Bailey. So At least he's got his feet on the board and is off and running, and he'll make the adjustments he needs to. But yeah, there wasn't enough speed or power out of that.
Yeah, that's definitely going to get the juices flowing, but I feel maybe the boys have drifted a little bit too far down towards the southern side of the peak. But these 30-minute heats, what it does do, Robbo, is allow everyone to sort of take that extra bit of, breathing space, think about what's going on, because that frantic nature of those 20-minute heats do change a lot of things. You've got to be really ultra busy and you can't leave it to chance. I feel like 30 minutes, we've seen, like you said, last heat, Alistair Reginado basically had an 8-minute heat where he had nothing, and then he just turned it on its head. So it can happen quite easily, and it's not a shock to see a surfer grab 2 6s or 2 7s within a couple of minutes. So these guys are so well tuned in what they want out of each and every ride. Vorney will be eyeing it off. He's surfed here a lot in his life. Solly Bailey, former World Tour surfer. And then you got the two young guns, Jay and Saxon. So it's an intriguing battle of wits out there trying to hold your nerve and also identify whatever wave you want.
Joel Vaughan sitting there with priority. We know what he's capable of, and he's going to want to use that priority very smartly as we approach the halfway mark of the heat. So,
yeah, big shout out to Vissla, the naming rights sponsors. We see someone further down the peak, and that is, I think that was Jay. So big shout out to Vissla and all our event partners. Sisstrevolution, of course, doing the women's side of the draw. Mad Mex, the presenting partner. Great food, fresh. Everyone loves the burritos. You get the 2-for-1 deals, along with the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, and just on cue there is scan the code and get a 2-for-1. Destination New South Wales, the World Surf League, and Surfing New South Wales. So great to have all these partnerships. Of course, Vissla, one of the most environmentally friendly brands in the world, been a big and long supporter of this series. In its 4 years, they've been the supporter of this, and this event in itself has traditionally always produced waves.
Does. Avoca Beach, one of the most beautiful beaches you'll find on the entire Australian coastline. The backdrop's amazing, like it has a village atmosphere.
It's like an hour and a half away from Sydney, and you feel like you're, in the tropics. It's just such a beautiful kind of, like you said, a village atmosphere. The locals love this event, as we see surfer up and right in. Jay Akalupo goes to the air, right out.
Well, we saw him pull his aerial moves yesterday, and that worked to his advantage in a big way, and he's going to call them up for this heat. Jay Akalupo.
Here's the Destination New South Wales replay, goes to the air, nice rotation. And yesterday we saw him lock in that really high score, but he left himself very vulnerable towards the back end of the heat. So I know he's probably, trying to analyse exactly what he wants out there today. And that's definitely going to better that 1 point ride and put a little bit more pressure. And surprisingly, it's more about opportunities that have not come their way. But Joel Vaughan, Solly Bailey, both really needing to get busy. But there's still 14 minutes to go, and that is a long time in surfing.
It is. The one thing I'd be worried about is that the ocean has gone a little bit quiet. So these 4 surfers would have paddled out going, how good's this? There's pumping waves, it's just non-stop action. And then all of a sudden it's semi-switched off.
Well, it is a 1 metre swell with an 8-second or 7-second period. So that's pretty low, and that actually is a visual of what's happening, that there is big lulls. And in some of the heats I've found that there's been really a lot of waves, and then in other heats it's been scrappy, and you've got to be able to scrap it out, and then you've got to manipulate whatever opportunities you have to make sure you identify the good waves, because you might only have 2 or 3 opportunities in a 30-minute heat.
Right now it's a 13-minute heat for Joel Vaughan. He's not on the board. Akalupo, a 4.8 and a 4.6. So given what's playing out, that's a reasonable start. And Saxton Reba's decision early in the heat, looking really smart.
Okay, you can see the 3 surfers towards the southern side, but one of the surfers have moved over, and it's either Jay or Solly. I think it might be Jay. So he's moved a little bit further down the bank, and you can see him having a look at this wave right now on screen. and incomplete. Maybe that was Solly. Yeah, so Solly Bailey moved away from the peak, and he's probably thought, look, there's not much happening down there. There's not much motion in the ocean. He's going to give himself some separation and then try to free himself up a bit. And that can actually help an athlete too when the waves get a little bit funky and tricky.
Yep, and it is tricky out there. Surfers will be thinking about, right, what have I got to do here? How do I manipulate my way through this heat? Because Bailey and Vaughan are capable of big scores in any conditions. Meanwhile, Okalupo and Reba have been busy and they've built scores that have put the challenge down to their two more experienced competitors.
Yep, definitely. And Vissla has partnered with Surfing New South Wales on the QS for the last 4 years. The Sisstrevolution brand only launched a few years ago and has been involved in Surfing New South Wales events since its inception. And both brands, you know, have a really steep history in supporting grassroots surfing as well. It's great to have them involved. And like I said, this is sort of their big event of the series. And it's a wonderful way to, you know, wrap up. There are 4 events on the Vissla New South Wales Surf Pro Series, and it's a wonderful way to wrap it up.
It is fantastic brand, good people, and amazing products.
100%. Get on to vissla.com, sisstrevolution.com, or you can find their apparel at independent surf shops around Australia. And yeah, great to have them involved, and we're always decked out in their gear. And thanks to John and all the staff up there, you can see a little bit of motion in the ocean now. I feel like this is Vaughnie having a look at this wave. One turn. Only one turn, but it was a nice, critical turn.
It was. It's going to give the judges something to think about. We've got to... he's basically taken off on a closeout. He's used priority. He's got one strong turn in. How are they going to score it? Here we go. Solly on the left. Oh, he's having a tough heat at the moment, Solly. But 10 minutes is a long time in surfing in waves this height, so he'll come back. And here we go, Joel Bourne. He's going to get busy now. And he doesn't fall off much.
No, not just Solly. So that's an indication the boys are having to really, you know, mentally think about what's going on. But this is a danger of both Solly and Vaughnie. If Vaughnie gets himself on waves of, you know, that offer up something, he can, like Alistair Originato, he can get a big score out of nothing. And look at that, that was such a nice turn. And very unusual to see Solly Bailey sort of come unstuck with the rail work.
Yeah.
And then you had Vaughnie again just picking off a little inside runner. Had he landed this, was that's going to be a good score.
His success rate with aerials is sensational, so I fully expected him to land that. Now, Joel Bourne, a 3.87 for that first ride. Here we go. We know what he's thinking. Smooth as you like.
That's right, man. You can see both Jay and especially Saxon. Saxon spends a lot of time with the Vaughan family. He'd know exactly how dangerous Joel is when it comes to aerial manoeuvres, and he's got to, you know, keep one eye on the ocean and one eye on his competitor. You don't want to allow Joel Vaughan any space when it comes to non-priority situations. You want to make sure you're right in his grill. But yeah, that was a lovely move, and that's how dangerous this guy is. That's why he's world class.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'm going to give it a 7.
I'm thinking more around the 6, but you know, I can meet you halfway. But yeah, he's dangerous, and here we go.
Solly.
Look at this looking wave. Solly,
beautiful turn.
Amazing surfing.
Backs it up with a second one, and he's going to finish beautifully as well. So the two wily, experienced competitive surfers are in the game. Okay, yep, you called it a 6 and he got a 5.93, Joel Vaughan. So, yep, I'll give you that one, Dimmy.
And I'm thinking that
this one, I'm going bigger.
Best wave. Yeah, best wave of the heat, and I feel like this is going to really put a little bit of pressure on Saxon and Jay to make sure that their next movement is the correct one.
Back to live. Rides out of it.
Yeah, rides out of it, and this is where you got to start to thinking about where you are in the heat scenario, because I feel like both Jay and Saxon have been pretty much stationary for a 10-minute period, and that's allowed
these guys back in.
Solly and Joel back in the game.
I'm giving Solly a 7-5.
Yeah, I think it's clearly the best way. That first turn was just so dynamic, and I think Solly Bailey's going to put himself, if not in second, very close to it. But yeah, best wave of the heat in my eyes. 6.07.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
best wave of the
best
heat.
wave of the heat.
And look at him, he's going again. So keeping himself nice and busy. And is it a mistake to give him room and to give him his own opportunities on these lefts?
He can't hold a good man down.
Yeah. The problem is that you can see both Jay and Joel and Saxon have all identified the rights basically as what they want to actually attack. And Solly's like, all right, I'll go on the lefts.
I'll go and, have my own bank on the left, and I'm going to go to first place after that wave, I say.
And right now, he only needs 3.73 to go to second. I feel like he's definitely going to go to second. In fact, I'm leaning towards what you said. I feel like he's going to go up into the lead. And look at that, Vorney has just locked in a 5.63.
Yep.
He goes to first, but a wave coming in for Solly Bailey. And we said it, the dangerous scenarios with these two extraordinarily talented surfers. And I feel like the younger guys maybe have left the door ajar a little bit for these guys. But Saxon's holding his nerve. He knows he needs to better that 5.17. He's not going to take off on anything that's going to worsen that scenario. And right now, there it is, a 4.57. It is situation change.
Yep. So the surfers that were languishing in third and fourth position are now in first and second position. They decided to get busy. They waited long enough, and there you go. In the blink of an eye, Joel Vaughan, a 5.93, a 5.63 leads the heat. Solly Bailey in second position with a 6.07 and a 4.57. Plenty of time left. Priority with Saxon Rebar, second priority with Jay Okolupo. They know that they've got to get busy now. Saxon only requiring a 5.38 and Jay requiring just a 5.85. Well and truly capable of getting those scores, but yeah, what an incredible turnaround.
Yep, and it all happened within a 3 or 4 minute period. And here we go, Vorney. Now he's found his groove, and look at this, really nice rail work into another turn. Joel Vaughan, electric surfing, and is that wave going to offer up something at the end? But yeah, we identified how dangerous both those guys were if opportunity arose, and it certainly did. And unfortunately for both Saxon and Jay, the ocean's basically gone dead flat where they're sitting on the peak. So it's not like they've made an error, it's just about opportunity. But yeah, it's a tough one because Solly decided to go away up towards the north and has left the other two young guys. You can see them down towards the south, and nothing is broken there.
No.
Saxon Reaper does have first priority. You can see the surfer in red. He held the lead for the majority of this heat, and he's not going to be sold in on anything. You see Jay made that subtle movement towards that wave, and Saxon's holding ground. He needs a 5.38, so he's still in the game with 4 to go.
Yep, plenty of time. Holds priority. Okolupo second priority. They do not need big scores at all. So, interesting times.
And here we go. It looks like Solly Bailey.
How good has this left been to Solly? It's paid dividends big time.
Wow.
I'm not going to give him a score. It just makes a fool of me.
And here we go, Vorney on a nice left as well. These guys have just dialed into the best waves in the last 20 minutes, let me tell you. And I feel like both those scores are going to improve their situation and make it a little bit tougher. So, opportunity has, come on those lefts, and both these guys have got all their numbers without priority, basically.
Yep.
I still don't think it was a tactical error from the part of the two young guys,
No,
Saxon Reaper and Jay
absolutely
Okolupo.
not.
I just feel like they have stayed strong to their beliefs about what wave they wanted and what they wanted out of the waves, and it just hasn't eventuated. But there's still 3 minutes to go, and both these guys, it's a very tight heat. They don't need huge numbers to get on through, but it'll be interesting to note what happens with those two lefts, because I felt like there was some really dynamic surfing taking place.
Yeah, yep. They should increase their tallies and increase their space between Saxon and Jay. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Look at that, Solly Bailey, a 6.4. He goes to first. And I think Vorney locked in a 5.77, so now it's a little bit more tricky. Saxon Reba needs a 6.43, and Jay Okalupo, someone goes there, that is a massive pun, and Jay Okalupo needs a 6.90. So they have slowly but surely turned the screws in this heat, these two experienced campaigners, Solly Bailey, a former World Tour surfer, and Joel Vaughan, with the experience of the Challenger Series last year. They've basically turned this heat on its head. And here we go. This is his wave replay. Who is this? Solly.
Solly.
Again, we're down to 1.5 minutes remaining, so I feel like there's only going to be one more opportunity for both blue and red. Blue needs a 6.9 and red needs a 6.43. And as I said, for that first, say, 18 minutes of this heat, they were in first and second position. And then it was the experience of Solly Bailey who made that first initial movement towards the north. And then Joel Vaughan was able to follow him over and get his two best rides as well.
You can visualise, or you can think through their strategy. They went out there thinking, yep, I'll wait, I'll get a good first wave. And then when the good wave didn't come, they said, well, time's up. I've got to get busy regardless. And they've gotten busy, and they've gone from third and fourth, and they're up to first and second now. So,
and unfortunately for Jay and Saxon, I feel like they've held strong to their beliefs about what they had identified maybe with their coaches prior to the heat. But, you know, you have to think on the run sometimes, and maybe moving from their scenario and their situation would have been the correct, you know, approach. But realistically, they haven't really done a lot wrong because they haven't had an opportunity, and that has been the whole scenario in this four-man heat. Scan that code.
2 for
Mad
1.
Max, 2 for 1. We're down the last 15 seconds. Will opportunity come their way? Here we go. Jay up and riding.
okay, this is inside the heat time. He's going to need something special on the end. He's got it in him. Let's see what he does. Makes it to the air.
Wow. But he needs a pretty substantial score.
Yeah.
And what you got to do, you got to go back to the two best waves of the heat.
And
do the judges identify that as good as Joel's waves and as good as Solly's waves? Only time will tell.
They'll bring it up on screens. They'll be analysing it. They'll break it down, and they'll give him a score. We'll see if it is the score that he needs. When we come back, we'll give you the result.
And we'll be into the Sisstrevolution quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals coming up, two-person heats. Don't go anywhere.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
The plastic pollution issue is a complex problem but it can be solved.
And take 3 for the C.
Welcome back to beautiful Avoca Beach on this Friday morning. We are into the quarterfinals of the Sisstrevolution Pro QS3000 event, part of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And welcoming Steve Robbo. What a day we've got. We've got smaller conditions but clean. We've seen some epic performances by the men finals, and this is where the pressure starts to build.
2-person heats. It's going to be they're chasing points. They'll get prize money, but they really focused on points because it's a lot of this is about qualifying for the Challenger Series, which is an international series, and it's the gateway to the big dance floor, Adam.
It is the gateway for sure, and both these surfers are in different scenarios. One is the Japanese surfer, and we've got Soli Bailey down in the post-seat interview area. Good morning, Soli, and that was an interesting heat because it was a lot slower than the one before you guys, but I felt like you made the right move towards the north.
Yeah, the heats prior to that one, they were firing. It was awesome, right? So some big airs going down, and yeah, I kind of thought it was going to be a pretty good little showdown for that heat, but the tables turned pretty quickly. It was super slow, and I'm pretty sure I didn't really get my heat started until the last 10 minutes. I just found that little rhythm with that left, and yeah, and when it's like that, you just kind of got to enjoy the slow heats and make the most of what you get.
And Soli, yeah, it was about the halfway mark before you really got going. And like your strategy would have been go out there, get a good first wave. When that first wave doesn't come, what goes through your head? It's time to get busy, or you know, what was your thinking?
Yeah, definitely. I guess, you know, each time it changes because you sit there and you wonder whether that slow heat is just kind of a lull, and then there's going to be an absolute bomb come just around the corner, and then you're going to get, like, if you take a crappy little one and try and get a score that's relative to the heat, you could end up with you're back against the wall with a couple of 8s with the other kids getting them. So it's a really tricky one to decide to do, but my whole thing at the moment is just surf what's in front of me and catch up if I have to.
I felt like Vorney sort of identified you on those lefts and went, you know what, I think I might mix it up with Soli down there. But yeah, very slow. But I love the fact that, you know, you made, you know, those subtle adjustments and had a plan B. Now, moving forward, you're going to surf again today, mate. What will be your strategy? It's pretty hot down there. You're going to get out of the sun and just relax before you hit the water this afternoon?
Yeah, definitely. I got in my car yesterday afternoon at like 3 or 4 o'clock to come down for a surf, and it was still 36 degrees on my car. Probably a little lower than that, but that's crazy. You don't see those numbers very often. So yeah, I'm out of here. I'm going to go and hide out and watch some, I don't know, some YouTube or something. Just chill out at home.
Well, mate, stellar performance. I felt like experience really played a part in that heat with both you and Joel. Congratulations. Moving on through the quarterfinals. A big event for you, and we wish you all the best this afternoon.
Thanks. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I felt like, you know, the experience of both Vorney and Soli really came into the fore there. And right now, we have, in that break, we saw a couple of waves, one from the Japanese surfer, Akita, and Philippa Anderson as well. So this young Japanese surfer, she is in a position to qualify for the Challenger, but she needs a big result. Look at her surfing. Look at this. Wow.
Yep, and as Hiroto Arai alluded to earlier, these waves for the Japanese surfers,
it's
a pumping day, yeah, in Japan, and they are reveling in these conditions. They're going to be very, very hard to beat. And Akita is off to a good start with a 6.5. Philippa Anderson a 4.17.
Akita comes in 11th at the moment. She's had a couple of good results. She had a second place in a Japanese event, which was a 3,000, so she's in good form leading into this, but she's going to need a massive result to jump up. Of course, the top 3 qualify, and we spoke about the backhand attack of Masuda yesterday. She was unbelievable. And I feel like the advancement in the development program in Japan for the females as well has just been outstanding. They are seriously bringing game now.
Yeah, there will be a Japanese or multiple Japanese women qualify for the CT very, very soon.
And probably a world champion at some stage, for sure.
Joining Kanoa Igarashi on the tour. It's, it's another hotbed of talent that's coming through the system.
So right now these are 30-minute quarterfinals. Philippa Anderson with a second priority. You can see both surfers, and this again, you know, changes up the thinking process for the athletes, Robbo. We are now into this two-surfer format for the females, and when you've only got one other competitor, it seems a little bit easier. You just got to beat that surfer, but you've got to also make the right strategy moves in the processes to getting the job done.
Exactly. And at this stage, the strategy's working for Akita. She's got the 6.5. She has priority as well. Philippa Anderson, a 4.17. Second priority, plenty of time on the clock. Two surfers in the water. Ocean slowed down a bit, but to compensate for that, there's only two of them out there. So plenty of choice in the lineup.
Solly did actually mention yesterday afternoon at it was 36 degrees. It was actually 32 degrees last night at 8 o'clock. It's incredibly sort of hot for this time of year, unusually hot. But what it has done is provided us the most cleanest conditions. The 2-for-1 burrito. Scan that code, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself a 2-for-1. But yeah, I feel like, you know, the waves have been on point all week. They've been lucky, and the powers that be have picked the right channels and really identified exactly what they want and offered up plenty of potential for these athletes.
Yep, no, it's a fantastic event, and it's a fantastic beach, coastline, well looked after.
Great restaurants.
Yes, it's got the lot.
So down to 21.5 minutes to go. This is quarterfinal number 1. As we said, Philippa Anderson comes into this event ranked 5th.
Wow.
She's just outside the bubble right now. So this is a big heat for Philippa, and you saw the surfer in red, Makita there, just come in unstuck.
There's some power moves at the start, and unfortunately coming unstuck there. There's a race for priority now.
I think there's a couple of waves. Here we go. Yeah, Philippa, nice extension through the body. That was a one turn, but a really nice turn. That's going to improve her situation. And there was a fall from the Japanese surfer, but still, we have definitely, you know, identified that 6.5 on the back end. And I've been ultra impressed with the Japanese surfers, the women, how their transition on their backhand, so impressive.
It is, and I'm looking forward to, I think it's quarterfinal number 4.
So when you think about the ratings right now with Philippa Anderson, as we said, it's an important heat for both these surfers. She comes in ranked in the top 5, but only the top 4 women
And only
qualify.
the top 4 qualify. Yeah.
And one wild card. And at the moment, for the most part, everyone behind her is out. So no one's going to jump her from behind, really, unless they have a win. But still in the draw is Nixie Ryan, Ellie Harrison, and Paige Harrop. So they're 3 of the top 4. So it's like she's not gaining anything unless she really has a solid performance and maybe takes a win.
We keep asking them about the ratings. They don't really want to talk about it.
Hey,
but in the back of their head, their ratings are...
No matter how much you want to shut that out, Robbo,
it's there.
It's there. Yeah. They know it's about what is in front of them right now, so they take it heat to heat. They can't control anything outside of that, but in the back of their minds, guaranteed going into Newcastle especially, they're going to be watching their backs.
They'll try and do the sums as well, and nothing will make that much sense because anything can happen with 5,000 points on offer at Newcastle, and that's where the qualifiers for the Challenger Series will be ultimately decided. At these events are critical to build those points and put yourself in a position to qualify. You've got to take off.
Philippa, deep on the peak, comes around. That wave not offering a lot, but yeah, the 5,000s. And we keep speaking about this key word, consistency. And I feel like it's the surfers who have that consistency. When you look at Paige Harrod, very consistent this year. You know, Kobe Enright's been really good this year. Nixie Ryan, winner of the series last year, and looks like she might win again. And then you got Philippa, who's had a consistent run as well. So they've got a lot of separation between them and the rest of the athletes.
And Ellie Harrison, did you mention
Ellie
that?
Harrison, yeah.
Well, the problem is that's more than 4 surfers. They're
That's
all
right,
consistent,
yeah.
and someone's going to miss out.
Talk us through Ellie Harrison. She's from Vico.
I believe she's from Barwon Heads, which is very close to 13th Beach, which is probably the highest quality beach break in that region.
In Torquay Board Warriors?
I would think she'd be in 13th Beach Board Riders, at a guess.
Okay.
Very strong club.
Yep.
And yeah, she's has an elite junior record across amateur and pro junior surfing, and she's moving through the ranks and super impressive. Got through her heat yesterday with seconds remaining. She had a shocker. She was having a shocker, and she pulled out a manoeuvre in the dying seconds to scrape through.
I felt like last year and the year before in the junior series, herself and Marlon Harrison basically felt like they were unstoppable. And I think that confidence breeds confidence as she moves through the QS ranks and ultimately into where she believes she has a future, and that is at the top of the top of the tree. And here we go. Looks like we've got a bit of a pad line out here. Philippa Anderson.
Holding priority and using priority is
the Japanese surfer.
Our Japanese surfer. And as you mentioned, they are really impressive on their backhand, in the pocket.
And we spoke to Hiroto a little bit earlier, and he said, when you asked him about these conditions, are they a bit testy? He went, no, this is pumping if it was in Japan. Because you know why? Because of the wind. There's no wind.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just not a drop of breeze. And look at the way she attacks on the backhand. Unfortunately, she's left a bit of meat on the bone here because she fell off on this final turn, but there was a nice series of executor moves there for sure.
Feel if she had pulled off the last wave, it would have almost added a point to it. She's going to get more than a 2.4. She'll go to the lead. I'm certain of that. I've given up on giving the scores.
No, I'm with you. She's definitely, I reckon it's just going to come in under the last one. There it is, a 5.33.
Yep.
And now she puts Philippa in a situation where she needs to basically offload both those scores or get a score up into the excellent range. Look at that, a beautiful look at the contest site, the Shark Tower. So they've moved a lot further down from where they were yesterday. And these banks look very, very, switched on and offering a lot of scoring potential. But like we spoke about, with this dropping in the swell and the lower periods between waves, it's going to become a bit of a chess game. It's going to be a little bit tricky at times.
Yep, you'll need to adapt to the conditions. Now, I was thinking about Avoca, and we spoke about all the surfers the other day that have come from this surf-rich area. Where does Wade Carmichael come from?
Well, he surfs for Avoca.
Oh, really? So he's an Avoca boy.
Yeah, he surfs for Avoca. He was a part of their ABB side that won, and that side was absolutely next level. It was Wilco, Ace, Wade.
All in the Avoca board riders.
When they won that title, they were all there. And there's a great man who helps run that club, John O'Shea, who I've had a lot to do with over the years. And he knows they've got such a good club, and they're junior based too, with Lennox Chell and some of the other surfers, just amazing. So yeah, they're so strong. But yeah, Wado surfs for Avoca, along with, even though...
And lives locally?
No, I think he's up here.
Yeah, but he did grow up locally. Yeah,
Wilco's from Copacabana, right? So he grew up
it's
at
just
Copa,
around the corner.
Around the corner, but all part of their board riding club, and they've got a really strong rivalry with North Shelley, who are, the ultimate club when it comes to just strength in numbers and their ability to perform.
That's Ethan Smith's club, is it? Is that Ethan's club?
Oh, yes, it is too. But Jess Grumwood's actually a big part of that club. But they've got the Vaughns, they've got Shane Holmes. they've got so many good surfers, and they've got probably the two of the best women in the world,
Yes,
Molly
exactly.
Picklin and Macy Callahan.
Yep. But I alluded to Wade Carmichael. I miss him.
Oh, 100%. People
I
ask
miss
me,
him
where
on
is
the tour.
Wado?
The power.
I think he's on a sort of free surfing mission these days.
Yeah, well, I wish he had a...
Who knows, mate? He might
come back.
Yeah, you know...
You talk about power on the face moves.
Okay, I'll tell you what I like about the current situation with the QS is that you can have time out. In the old days, it would take you a long time to rebuild that seat in.
Right.
So you'd have to start from the early rounds. But now I feel like he could come back next year.
He could come back. I'd love to see him back.
Crack on the regional series, get through the Challenger and back into the CT, all in the space of 1 year, where I felt 10 years ago that was not... It wasn't possible.
No, it was a hard
You'd
grind.
have to surf 10 or 12 heats each event. Yeah,
Yep, Wade had a distinguished career and...
you just had that one really bad year on tour, and that's what happens.
He acquitted himself so well on the CT.
Yep.
And some huge performances and took the power surfing game to a whole new level.
I mean, if you look at Matt Wilco, he basically went from second to the world. Within 2 years, he was off tour too. It happens. I mean, that's the whole thing about it. It's such a strong tour that you have to be on at all times. It's so cutthroat.
Where's Wilco these days?
Wilco's in Byron.
Byron Bay, running restaurants.
Yep, and singing songs like a cowboy, apparently. He's such a legend. He's a freak. But yeah, back to the heat right now. 12 to go. It is the Japanese surfer with a 5.33 and a 6.5.
Action
She's now on the left, on the backhand, flying down the line into the lip, and that wave just sort of fizzles out, so it's not going to better her situation. That throws it over to Philippa Anderson, who needs a 7.1, but she has time to actually sort of get rid of both of those rides, Robbo.
Yeah, well, I feel like the tide may be running out because the waves aren't running like they were early in the day. Preparing for the next heat.
She wants to laugh, but she's got a zero head on. She's like, come on, give me some space here.
Yes. Good to see they've got their beach umbrellas on the beach for sun protection.
Today it's all about protection and hydrating. I think especially the male athletes, they're going to have to be really aware of just how much energy you can sort of pull out of your body if you're not hydrated. And Solly made a good point. He's just going to go lie down and basically keep out of the sun.
Get out of the heat.
And then come back down later on, refocus, because they're going to surf probably just after lunch. So they're going to surf in the peak period when it comes to the heat and the UV rays.
So Philippa Anderson has priority, 10.5 minutes remaining, chasing a 7.1, or she's chasing 2 new scores.
Yep, so it is a battle of the wits at the moment when it comes to trying to make sure that Philippa is aware of what she needs. So this is the intriguing sort of scenarios that play out with the 2 surfer formats and priority. You've got to make sure, you know, that you really capitalise on any opportunities that come with priority. And again, we've spoken about the fact that without priority, you can move around the lineup. And we've seen so many surfers on the championship tour, the likes of Gabriel Medina. He's the king of getting big scores out of priority. So the Japanese surfer, even though she doesn't have that initial priority, she has the ability to move around and identify anything that's going to improve that 5.33 that will eventually put more pressure on Philippa.
Yeah, well, Philippa's got to get to work shortly. I'm not sure whether it's the tide coming in or going out at the moment, but it's definitely affected the consistency and the quality of the small wave runners.
Yeah, it has dropped off overnight, so maybe the
swell could be dropping further.
Could be dropping as well. But I feel like we've had so many good waves at this event so far. The Vissla Central Coast Pro along with the Sister Evolution Central Coast Pro, and it's now, you know, trying to identify the good ones. I'd rather it be 2 foot and a little bit inconsistent with offshores than 2 foot onshore and just the faces of the waves a bit more rubbish. Because when they come,
yeah, they're good.
they're good.
They are.
Oh look, nothing like a freebie to get your day going. None of these grommets are at school today, Robbo. How good. Day at the beach.
Good.
Long weekend for those kids.
You'll be getting burritos served up to you throughout the day.
Oh, it's like gold for them.
Relaxing. Does it get any better?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. The Australian landscape, and there's a lot of people in that local area who love this event. They get inspired by what they see in the water. The younger grommets, they want to be the next Ace Buchan. They want to be the next Matt Wilkinson, and they definitely want to be the next Wade Carmichael. And that's the whole thing about our development program at the grassroots level. They have something to look at and go, yeah, it's achievable.
Yep. So patiently waiting. Philippa Anderson, the clock's not waiting with her. The clock is ticking down and she will be getting a little bit anxious, going, well, where is my opportunity? When's it going to come to me? Is it going to peel off for me? And what do I need to do? 2 waves or 1? Everything will be running through Philippa's head. She's an experienced competitor. She knows the game inside out.
Oh, she's got an intelligent IQ when it comes to formulating a plan in a heat, let me tell you.
And she's about to pull the trigger.
I think she has to. This is a nice looking left if it's going to line up for a nice first turn, but she was a little bit overextended there and she absolutely grabbed that inside rail, so a bit of a mistake there, but I felt like that wave as it took off.
She had to go.
She had to go, and it ran off the bank, so she's now going to have to maybe free herself up a bit. And here's a recap from Mad Max. Fresh fuel for life, here we go. The serve from Japan, lovely technical backhand surfing, Robbo, I love it.
Impressive surfing.
Philippa Anderson into a nice forehand whip at only 1 turn. So very slow heat. She's surfing good. She just needs the opportunity, Robbo.
And here on the backhand again, beautiful backhand surfing and picking off the right wave that's giving the potential for multiple turns. Comes unstuck on that last one, so probably left a point in the water there, but still the Japanese surfer has the 2 top scoring rides of the heat. Both lefts, both waves that peeled off and allowed multiple manoeuvres. 6.5 and a 5.33. Philippa chasing the 7.1. And Philippa basically chasing a wave that's going to give her more opportunity than 1 manoeuvre.
Yeah, now you can see the way that priority will play out. The surf from Japan has made sure that Philippa knows she's right next to her. She's in a grill, she's putting the pressure on just by the presence of where she's sitting.
Yeah, because if a good wave
priority.
comes, you better know that I'm taking it, not you.
And you can see Philippa trying to give herself some space, and the Japanese surfer, Makita, not gonna let that happen. And this is when, a lot will play out where the surfer from Japan has priority and she has to make the right decisions. She's let Philippa go on this wave.
And
massive floater.
That comes unstuck.
She was ice cool then, the Japanese surfer, because
I know,
she could have turned and gone.
Yeah, she could have blocked her, but no need. Great decision. And, the equation's getting just that little more difficult for Philippa. In the next minute or so, the option of getting 2 scoring waves will disappear, and it'll be all based on 1 scoring ride. And without priority, it just makes it harder and harder as every second ticks down.
And you can see right now, Robert, they've moved into that rip bowl section of the peak, and you can see water moving and pulling back towards the horizon, and that in itself can sometimes play a part in making you sit a little bit further off the bank, so it's harder to get in position.
Yeah, yep.
So right now I think that both surfers are sort of playing that cat and mouse game of the surfer in red, trying to keep a close eye on Philippa Anderson. She knows Philippa is good enough and has the skill set to get that 7.10 in a sleep. So what she wants to do is use that priority as a mechanism, not to block, but to just to play her game. She may want to block, but she also may want to take the next set, and that's the
Here we go,
thing.
Philippa. Will this wave run off for her? Will she get multiple turns? Okay, this is a better wave for Philippa.
Wow.
Two strong turns. She wants to finish off well here. And she will, and finishes off.
I actually think that's her best wave.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's a 7.1. I think it's her best wave, and there's still 3 minutes on the clock, so it's only going to take her 30 seconds to be back out in the lineup and put her in the game. So the Japanese surfer was following her, but wasn't sticking close enough. This is a good wave for Philippa.
I love that second turn, and I love the way this thing wrapped onto the bank, and maybe that's a little bit of an inexperienced move from the Japanese surfer when it comes to surfing Avoca, because that rip bowl, it sort of just kept giving. I don't know if it's a 7, but it's definitely going to improve. There it is, a 5.83. Robbo, she's back in the game.
That's what I was going to give her.
Good work, mate.
Thank you.
Exactly, a 5.83, you're back in. I like it, but yeah, I feel like
she needs a 6.01. She's right in the game, and the Japanese surfer should have been right on her case and blocked her on that one. She didn't. Philippa's back in the game. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining. There's still distance between them, and Philippa's having a look at this one.
I think Philippa will try to sell her into one now and then hope something will come. She wants a set with 2 waves in it.
Yep.
And she only needs that 6.01. Now some good surfing. I felt like she had to really be patient in the way she approached that wave, because there was quite a bit of bump on it because it was a little rip bowl. But when she got open face, she really attacked well.
She finally got a wave that peeled off and gave her more than one turn option.
It's given the Japanese surfer, a kid, something to actually really think about, because she doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. It's like these wily veterans, you just don't leave the door open for anyone. We saw it with Paige Harrop yesterday with Coco Cairns.
Yeah, that was a classic example.
And you don't want to see this happen again. There's so many people pulling for Philippa Anderson to do well in this event, and she's got such a strong base on the forehand and backhand. It's just about opportunity.
The only thing she doesn't have is time. She's only got 75 seconds to find that 6.01. Under priority as well. She doesn't have priority either.
I actually feel like there might be a set starting to appear. Will this, as we head towards the mad next minute? So on the horizon, you can see a little bump, but will it come? And will it be enough? And will it be a 2-wave set? Is there 2 waves in this? Oh.
As I sell her into it. Oh, what's going to happen there with priority? Okay, switched. She sold it. She sold it. She's got 40 seconds. She's got priority. Is it going to be a wave? This is very small what she's taking off on to try and get a 6.01, but let's see what happens. Philippa smacks it in the pocket there. It's a small wave. Finishes it off.
Wow.
Wow. And it keeps giving. Keeps giving. With 10 seconds.
I don't know if that's better than the last one. I don't think it is.
No, I don't
I'm not a judge, but...
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get the 6.01.
I love the way Philippa went about that, but I feel like the opportunity wasn't there. But we'll see what the judges think. A 6.01, we've been wrong before, and we'll be wrong again, let me tell you. But that was a great heat, and we'll see what that last score comes in at. Quarterfinal number 1, run and 1, and we'll throw up to a break, pay some bills, be back very shortly at beautiful Avoca Beach. Look at that, Robbo. Burrito time.
I'm off now. I'm off for a burrito, buddy.
Welcome back to Boca Beach on quarterfinal day for the women and the men's. You can see the Japanese server Akira looking very stoked. That was a very tight battle towards the end, and some real strategy from the experience of Philippa Anderson nearly overturned that heat. Right now we're in a quarterfinal number 2. Ellie Harrison taking on Zali Kelly, two of the most mature young athletes in Australia coming through the ranks. And let me tell you, Britt Nicol, exciting times. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, Timmy. And well, yeah, exciting times. We are into the quarterfinals. We have heat number 2 in the water. We're remaining with the 30-minute heat structure, but we've now only got 2 people in the water. So at the moment, Ellie Harrison in the red, Zali Kelly in the black. There are 4 heats in this round of the women, and then we'll be moving back into the men's division, finishing today with the men's quarterfinals as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Ellie Harrison.
Love the way she's so patient, and the fluency of her rail work is ultra impressive. Look at that. Even on a very small wave, she's able to generate a lot of speed and flow. And in that last heat, we saw Philippa Anderson on that last wave. She needed a 6-point ride. She got a 4.73. Myself and Robbo didn't think it was enough, but she played a really smart game towards the end when she had the back to the wall, and she nearly got the job done. But it was the Japanese surfer, as we see Ellie Harrison just tagging away on the backhand. So a stellar performance from the Japanese surfer Akita, who is currently looking for a big result in her own region, and this is a co-sanctioned event. So even though we're sort of identifying the Australian surfers, but there's a lot riding on it for the Japanese and Asian crew as well, because they need results.
They do, you know, 3,000 points. It is a lot towards that Challenger Series campaign. And, well, with the co-sanctioned event, it's providing plenty of opportunity for those competitors, say from Japan, Indonesia, Philippines. They've all been here competing this week at Avoca. And what performances they've been putting on, Dimmy. With 27 minutes left
they've been
in this
ripping.
heat.
I love their back-end attack. That's just impressed me. The one thing, you know, that I've visually seen, I feel like they've just been on point.
They have been. They've been picking the eyes out of this bank as well. I feel like for some of these competitors, it might be similar to conditions that they get at home. We've had a drop in the swell overnight, but still plenty of opportunity for surfers to lock in those good scores. We've seen some massive numbers throughout the morning so far. And I just feel like the conditions today, although it was pumping yesterday, I just feel like the direction, it's just hitting that bank a bit better.
Yeah, and we saw a posted interview with Hiroto Arai before, and he said, oh, it is pumping. Because at home, they get the same kind of conditions where it comes, he felt comfortable in the waves, but 1 to 2 foot, but mostly you'll get that onshore or breeze, so it's normally a bit choppy. So he felt really comfortable out there, and I felt like in that last heat too, the young Japanese surfer just looked really ultra sort of switched on. She did nearly make a couple of errors late, but I feel like the Japanese contingent are really coming on in large numbers, and the quality of their performances is right up there.
And we talked about the contingency over here for this event from Asia. We were talking about it earlier yesterday. It could play a few spoilers for the Australian Oceanic region competitors, such as Philippa Anderson, who was in that previous heat. She was sitting 5th leading into this event.
She's going to improve, but the problem she has is Nixie, Ellie and Paige Harrop are all in front of her, and they're all still in the event. So it's a tough scenario to be in for Philippa, because, yeah, she's going to improve her scenario, but at the end of the day, she's not going to go anywhere when it comes to taking down those 3 surfers. The only person out of the draw is Kobe Enright. Here we go. Zali Kelly, been really good during the Australian leg, and what about the way she just extends? And that low centre of gravity, very impressive. I love the way she drops that back leg and just really, you know, gets nice and low and coiled. So a good exchange. Ellie Harrison with that 6.83 for that really solid 2-turn combination on the back end on what was one of the bigger waves we've seen in the last hour or so.
It was great selection there from Ellie Harrison, the Victorian, currently in this heat. In first place, a 3.83 and a 6.83, so off to an early lead. Zali Kelly, well, you can't rule her out. She's no stranger to that competitive Rashi, and normally got a pretty strong game when it comes to mental strategy and mixing that with her talent on the board. Zali Kelly, she's currently sitting 14th on the QS, so this is going to be an important heat here for the surfer in the black. She's had 5 fifth place results. So if she can get through this round and into the semi-final, that'll be a minimum of a third. It would improve the situation for the surfer in black, but Ellie Harrison has been in fine form. She's been putting together some great performances. Zali Kelly, she's going to have to work pretty hard to get around Ellie as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay.
Yeah, nice carving, set-up turn, but this is where the bulk of the score is going to come from. That turn into another turn. Nice and solid, just keeping that board nice and tight to the power source. Of course, the top 4 women will go on to the Challenger this year. And for Zali Kelly, she's had, as you said, a 5th place in as we see Zali up and right. And again, that was such a dramatic final turn, just really punching it into the power source. She's had a 5th at the Tweed Coast Pro and also a quarter-final at the Great Lakes Pro. So she hasn't sort of jumped out of that quarter-final scenario. Another quarter, it's going to be a really nice sort of combination. It's going to better her situation by at least 900 points. She's currently sitting in 14th position, and Ellie Harrison, a big result here, is going to consolidate what has been such a consistent year. If you look at her results, she's had a 2nd place at the Great Lakes Pro. She's had a 5th at the Taiwan Pro. She's had a 9th at the Oakberry. She's been ultra consistent, and then a couple of 9th at the 5,000. So over in Indonesia, she's been ultra consistent, but I'm sure she's looking to jump out of the barrel.
Well, jumping out of this one, Ellie Harrison, she got some work done, but Zali Kelly locked in an 8 as well. So this is an important wave here for Ellie Harrison. Massive last turn, but not able to stick the landing. Here we go, Zali Kelly. Huge first turn, linked straight into a second. She managed to get the completion, Dimmy.
Yeah, I said about the spiciness of that final manoeuvre, and the judges deemed it the best way of the heat. And to be honest, that was one of the biggest sets we've seen. I know you've been out of the booth doing all your sort of work and getting ready for these quarterfinals, your analytical expertise, but yeah, 8-point ride, that's sort of the biggest wave we've seen in a while. So it's game on. And like I said, I think this is a really important heat for Zali, just for that level of confidence, knowing that she can break through those quarterfinals, because it's when you get into the semis and the finals of these bigger rankings, it takes a little bit of pressure off, and for Zali, who's sitting in 14th, she needs to basically win this event and come up with a big result next week. Here we go. Ellie Harrison up and riding. Not.
Certainly not.
Definitely not. So let's talk about, 30-minute, 2 surfer formats, the different kind of strategies that come into play. Do you think this works in everyone's favour, or is it such an expert kind of, it's a kind of mature approach to the surfers who have been doing it for a long period of time have an advantage, or it's just about identifying exactly what's going on in that moment?
I think, yeah, it comes down to identifying exactly what's going on in the moment, Dimmy. But, like half an hour, 2 people in the water, there's so much time. And I think those more experienced competitors are just really going to sit and wait for those good ones that they know that they need to move on through. We're in the quarterfinals. You don't want 5s and 6s in your scoreline, and they know that. It's been happening over the last 2 days. There's been some excellent heats go down, like you talked about the last one yesterday. Elise Cooper, a total of 13 point something, and she was in 4th place. So competitors are aware of that, and I just think they're going to have to sit and wait patiently, knowing that at some point good waves will come through, and they're both going to have the opportunity to be in that priority rotation.
Yeah, and I think it's about making the right decisions late in the heat too. And I felt like in that last hit, a little bit of not immaturity, but I felt like Philippa used her experience to her advantage, and somehow she got herself back in the game. Here we go, Zali Kelly up and riding. Nice patient way to start this ride into the power source again. And she's trying to better that 4.83, but yeah, definitely I felt like Philippa was able to bounce back in that first quarter just by her experience levels. She didn't have the best waves in the heat, but she put enough pressure on the Japanese surfer to make sure that she knew late in the heat, she was still in the game, and unfortunately she didn't get the job done, but I love her approach. It was a real strategy sort of based approach to her surfing, but right now it is about this heat, and these two surfers have just been lighting this joint up this week.
They have been, and while Zali Kelly got a little hung up on that last section, I just liked how she didn't force her way through the turn. She really held her composure through that bottom turn, didn't rush it. Like I said, got hung up, but just like the style and the technique of Zali leading into that last section.
Yeah, definitely aggressive, but also the ability to have that flow element to her surfing was important. And in small waves, the key point is you have to ride out of your rotations cleanly. You want the judges to identify the fact that you have your rails just set, inside rail, outside rail, good looking wave here. Here we go, the surfing red, nice, power move. Into another turn, and that was spicy indeed. So that board, ultra fast, ultra responsive for Ellie Harrison.
Great two-turn combo there from the Victorian in the red, young Ellie Harrison, putting together another good wave on her backhand. I feel like had she got the completion on the wave previous to that one, that would have exceeded Zali Kelly's 8. She just couldn't quite ride out of that last turn, but she got the completion on the wave just ridden. Where will it sit on the scoreline? She's chasing a 6.01 for first.
I think she gets it easy. In fact, well, I'm not a judge, but for me, looking at that wave and just how aggressive that final turn was, it might be up there with the best wave of the heat. But it's definitely going to improve, and I feel like it's going to change the tides with 17 to go. Zali Kelly, but she won't be faced. She's got an 8-point right. Here we go, the Destination New South Wales replay. Look how quick she was on that first turn, but watch this. Bang, into the power source. And what I loved was how vertical she got and rode out of that wave without any sort of hiccups.
She was late to the section too, Dimmy, so just to be able to put herself in that position and be able to ride out of it. She got rewarded with a 6.83, so enough to move her into first place. Not the excellent score, but still a good score to put her up into the lead of quarterfinal heat number 2 of the women.
Yeah, I think Zali's wave was, there was more risk in that on that final manoeuvre where she belted it for the 8, but I love how quick and how responsive her reactions were, Ellie Harrison, in that scenario. She didn't have a lot of room to move when it came to putting that board in the right spacing on that wave, but execution was really impressive indeed.
Was, and well, with just under 16 minutes on the clock, look how beautiful a day it is here at Avoca Beach. Sun is shining. It is absolutely stifling down the beach. Mid-30s today, but look at the ocean. Look how clean it is, glassy, the wind's backed off, waves are still pumping. I don't think there's much more we could be asking for right now.
Nah, it's like a summer's, a dreamy summer's day. And yeah, little birdie told me about there is a little bit of sea lice out there at the moment, and they've been, negotiating that as we see Ellie up and right in. Nice extension on that first turn, a little bit caught up on that second turn. She's on this little inside rip bowl, and she's going to get to work. But yeah, what a beautiful day. And to be honest, let's think about what we've had in the last 4 days here. It's been just exceptional surfing on some of the best conditions we've had through the course of this series. And when you got the surfers of the calibre of Ellie Harrison, Zali Kelly in the quarterfinals, you know that the cream of the crop is going to come to the fore. So I stepped out of the booth a little bit earlier, and it was stifling. So they're going to have to make sure that they rehydrate and do the right things physically to make sure they're mentally switched on.
For sure, Damien. I think, that the bonus for the women today is the fact that they only have to surf the quarterfinals, whereas the men have had to surf their round of 16 this morning and then reset, re-prep, re-energise for their quarters this afternoon.
Yeah, we spoke to Solly Bow, and he was one who said, look, I'm going to go lay down and watch some telly and just basically switch totally off, because he said he came down for a free surf yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock. It was 36 degrees. They played the NRL game last night in 32 degrees at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock at night and it's still that hot and humid.
That is horrendous.
What happened? I thought summer was over.
I know.
It certainly doesn't feel like it.
But it's like the season has come a little bit late. I feel like we've had some extensively hot days late, in the late part of February and March. Traditionally, December's always a ride-off. Here we go, Zali up and riding. Nice she's got such a solid technique and a foundation on the back end, but that wave not offering a lot. It'll be interesting to see what happens. What about that?
Huge
We came in on
rebound.
late. Oh,
Interested to see what happened out the back there, Dimmy.
What about that? That looks sick when it came into our screen then. She just was absolutely speeding into that turn. And here we go, destinations replay. Nice backhand whip, and that gave her that line into that manoeuvre. So will that better the situation for Red? Here at the Sisstrevolution Pro for 2023. So I feel like there's been a little bit of a separation on where these athletes are sitting on the bank. You can see Zali there just going, come on, give me some more. She's really juiced up, ready to roll. She's serving so good, and look at this wave. Oh, belts that first turn, comes around, just really patient on the bottom hand turn, and this is a good looking ride. We only saw the end of this, and she wanted more out of this wave, and you could see her stand up and go, yep, I'm feeling it. She doesn't give a lot away, Zali, at times, but I felt like that little, little hand jive.
I feel like when we originally caught the end of it, it almost looked like negative body language, like she wasn't happy with it. But
I'll be
now that
honest.
we've watched the whole thing, we're like, no, that was definitely a claim.
Yeah, I was going, oh, she's not happy with that. We didn't see the first three turns. So here we go. Ellie up and riding, pulling through the back of that. So I reckon there's going to be a situation change for sure. I think that Zali's just backed that 8 up with another solid score. And on the base of that first and second turn, yeah, we came in late and we were like, oh, she must not be happy with that. But really, that's the complete opposite. I feel like she was pretty stoked with that ride.
Well, why wouldn't you be? A left-hander like that, 2 people in the water. And it's interesting too, the conditions have changed throughout today, but I feel like this morning it was more a predominant right, and it's now switched back to the left again as
Here
we
we
watch
go.
the replay.
Talk us through this, Brett.
Great first turn, straight into a second, really extending through that back leg and pushing with the back foot, throwing a fan of spray. But she just linked this one all the way through, milked it for everything it had, and looks back at the beach, maybe at the judges. Give me the score I want.
I love the stability in her arms, the way she sets up, and I think that, you know, it switches that core on and that stability level. And there it is, a 6.27 situation change. Now, Ellie Harrison needs a 7.45, and we spoke a little bit earlier about Zali Kelly's, you know, consistency this year, but I'd love to see her just break through that quarterfinals, get herself into a final, and I feel like then she's going to make some real, you know, movements in the ratings and put herself in a position maybe going into Newcastle to qualify. Remembering only the top 4 women qualify. They also offer up one opportunity for a wild card from this region, and Ellie Harrison sits pretty sweet indeed I think in 3rd position on the ratings. So big heat for Ellie, but also for Zali Kelly just to break that drought of semi-finals. She wants to get in the semis and the final, and she's definitely got the game. She's got an 8 and a 6.27.
For sure, Jimmy, I think, you know, getting that quarterfinal monkey off Zali's back, you know, she's had so many 5th place finishes. If she can break through this heat, that'll give her some confidence leading into the QS 5000 and leading into the semis if she can get through this heat.
I think, you know, they always say in all kinds of sport, confidence breeds confidence, and you have that momentum shift when you have that consistent run. And I feel like, you know, there are some athletes who identify with that more than others, where once they have that consistent role, it's really hard to pull them back from that because there's no negative energy in their body. They're just so in tune with what's going on, and they can carry that through multiple events.
For sure, and I think when they're in that situation too, they want to try so hard at not then breaking that tune and that good run that they actually end up looking for little extra pieces that they can improve on their performance. So not only do they build confidence throughout that, but they also find potentially little X factors just to continue that momentum.
Yep, definitely. And it carries over all sports. And it's just a mindset, you know, and they become that steely competitor that is so hard to stop. And what it also does, it brings in that scenario where under pressure, they don't feel it either. They just can really focus in and they can pull, you know, rabbits out of their hats if they need to, because of what's happened prior. So, yeah, I feel both these surfers have been on point, and we're going to have a recap, the Mad Max recap, and we're going to look through these waves. Here we go, Ellie up and right in. Love the backhand approach of this young Victorian. And here we go, Zali Kelly. And this is the turn of the heat so far, just jamming away, and the judges love that. That was the 8. And Britt, take us through these waves.
Quick first turn there for Ellie, and straight up and over that last section. She was a bit late to the section, but she made the most of the opportunity she had. But this wave here, 6.27 for Zali Kelly. This is what put her back into first place. Just a series of backhand turns and linking that one all the way through. She got the number that she needed. She moved into first place. She's looking really confident here, Dimmy, and, well, she's going to be hard to beat, but if there's anyone that's going to do it, I feel like it could be Ellie Harrison. She's been in fine form throughout this year and throughout her career. I just think, you know, she's a competitor that's so consistent and so tuned in. I feel like it's only a matter of time before we see even bigger performances from Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, I said it to Robbo a little bit earlier about Ellie, where I felt like she was so strong on the Pro Juniors. A lot like Marlon Harrison, right? And they've been able to transform that same mindset to the next level. I don't feel like it's been a jump that's really overawed either of them surfers. For Marlon and Ellie, I feel like they've been able to take that maturity level into the RQS campaign. Because sometimes, you know, surfers will come in and they get a little bit lost at sea when they have to take on those, you know, the broader names in the sport. But I feel like someone like Ellie Harrison has that ability to just know she can match it with anyone. As does Zali, and that's the thing, to see Zali in 14th at the moment on the rankings. For me, that's a little bit off, because I feel like she's one of our strong competitors, but it's just about identifying and taking those moments when the opportunity arises. And right now, this is a really, really big heat for her. You can see both surfers right there in each other's face, and they know they're there, and it's going to be intriguing to see what happens.
They're both surfers that would have competed against each other a lot across the juniors as well. And, you know, this is a normal scenario for these two. I think seeing them both in a quarterfinals together, it's not surprising. And they're normally two names that you'd see in a main final, but they've managed to match up in the quarters. So at the moment, Zali Kelly, she's got the upper hand with an 8 and a 6.27, but Ellie Harrison sitting in second place. She's holding first priority, and she's chasing a 7.45, which realistically, based off Zali's 8, can be done in 2 backhand turns.
100%. And I'd love to know the stats on how many times they've had to match up against each other in the 2 surfer format. And sometimes, as you know, an elite competitor yourself, you would have known there would have been people in your crew that you just go, oh no,
not again,
not again. You know what I mean? Like, some people, like, you know, at the top of the tree, you'll go, yeah, I'm comfortable. But there are definitely some competitors that throw a couple of like curveballs when it comes to the mental state of an athlete, where you match up and you just can't seem to get on top of it. I'd love to know the stats. I'm intrigued by stats on each of the. There you go, 3. So it's 1-0 to Ellie Harrison in the matchups when it comes to the QS, but they've matched up a couple of times. But yeah, there are different scenarios with athletes that can mentally sort of get in your mindset as well. But as I said, these two athletes have really impressed over the last, say, 4 or 5 years coming through the junior ranks. You always knew they were going to bring something to the game at the QS level. And right now, with 5 to go, Zali knows Ellie has priority. She knows that she wants to make sure that she puts enough pressure on Ellie to make, hopefully, an error in her mindset. But Ellie's just ice cool.
And that's the thing, you know, you speak of that ice cool with Ellie, and that's something that I've noticed with Ellie Harrison over maybe even the last 12 months. You talk about how she's been able to transition and replicate what she does on the Pro Juniors now into the QS, and I think that's, you know, over the last 12 months, she has become a lot more mature in her approach. She's obviously got the talent, she's a great surfer, but just to be able to sit and wait patiently and make the right decisions, I feel like maybe a little while back she might have rushed things, she made a few mistakes, but as I've watched Ellie compete over this last 6 to 12 months, I just feel like there's a lot more maturity in the way that she's approaching heats.
100%. I do like she's still got that little bit of grommet in her too. We saw it in a post-heat interview a couple of events ago. And even today, like, she gets the giggles.
She gets the giggles so easy too.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to switch those giggles on. And I like that. The fact that, yeah, she's a fierce competitor, but she's not overly engaged until it's time to switch on in a heat. But yeah, we've seen her, like, she does get the giggles, and but that, I feel like that's a kind of thing that she can use as a relaxing tool as well. So it's about identifying the moments as a competitor. You can't be on all the time. It's just not possible to mentally be on all the time. You have to be able to switch off. But those surfers who can actually turn that switch and go bang are the ones that normally succeed in our sport.
It takes a lot to, I guess, identify those processes and how you go about things with switching off, because it's an individual sport, but then that's an individual thing in itself. One thing can work for someone, but it can't work for the other. So I think it does take a fair bit of time as a person and as an athlete just to find ways of tuning out of that contest zone and knowing at what point do I switch back on and how do I do it.
Yeah, I think it's an individual thing too. Some people have to be in that moment from the moment they wake up before the heats. And then other surfers, like even on the championship tour over the years, I've really taken note of being around the guys and working out what works best for them. I felt like Taj Burrow was one of the sort of surfers that I got to travel a little bit with, and he'd work with John Gannon, and he was very, very cool and calm until it came time to switch on. And once that sort of moment before that heat switched on, Taj was as good as anyone in the world. We know how good he was. So everyone has their different kind of way they play out their mental game. But yeah, I love Ellie's approach to her surfing, and the fact that she has a little bit of fun with it too. As a developing athlete, I think that's important as well. But right now, Britt, she's up against it. She needs a score.
She needs a 7.48 to advance on through into the semi-finals. But the good thing here for Ellie Harrison, she does hold first priority. However, the bad thing is she only has a minute and a half to catch the wave she needs.
Time's the enemy.
Time certainly is the enemy here for Ellie Harrison in quarterfinal heat number 2. I feel like this is going to be the longest minute for Zali Kelly and the quickest minute for Ellie Harrison. Who will get the better of this heat? We'll know shortly. Coming up in heat number 3 of the women's quarterfinals. What an exciting matchup we have on our hands. Two in fine form performers in Paige Harrop and Nixie Ryan. First on the rankings up against fourth on the rankings. So that's going to be a massive matchup between those two competitors.
100%. A lot riding on that heat for someone like Nixie Ryan. You did identify it earlier about the fact that last year we felt like she was absolutely dominating, but the point was she didn't get big results in the bigger events and she didn't get a crack at the Challenger. This year, she's trying to formulate a plan that will not allow that to happen again. She wants a crack at the Challenger, and she brings so much game. The Mad Max minute, there it is. That burrito just makes me hungry every time I look at it.
Grabbed life by the burrito thanks to Mad Max, partnering Surfing New South Wales across the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for Mexican food, healthy Mexican food at that. And throughout the Pro Surf Series, they are offering 2-for-1 burritos for all attendees of the event. But if you're tuning into the broadcast, simply download the Mad Max app and enter the code SURFING, capital S, and redeem your 2-for-1 burritos. As we conclude quarterfinal heat number 2, it will be Zali Kelly moving on through into the semi-finals, and unfortunately bowing out the surfer in red, Ellie Harrison. They will make their way in. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here for all the live action of quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women.
met someone new, it would change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, but most of all, to feel new again.
Well, welcome back to a beautiful day here at Avoca Beach for the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000, presented by Mad Mex. This is our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Steve Robertson. And Robbo, what a matchup we have on our hands for quarterfinal Heat 3 of the women.
It is. There's a lot of experience in one corner and an emerging talent in the other. Paige Harrop has all the experience. She's a veteran. She's not an elder. I mean, she's only 32, but she's been around a long time. She was an elite young surfer from New Zealand who came over for pro junior events at, she was only around 16 years of age, and she was on to the championship tour at a very young age as well. And she's a very experienced, talented surfer from New Zealand. And Nixie Ryan, tell us a little bit about Nixie, Brett.
Nixie Ryan, well, she's from Lennox Head. She's with Lee Bar Board Riders. I'm sure they're all tuning in, so hello to the crew back at Lennox. Yeah, Nixie, she's had a great performance so far this year, but she had a run last year on this exact series. Didn't quite qualify for the Challenger series in the end of that run, but I feel like she's learnt from that experience, and, well, she's sitting in 4th place on the rankings at the moment. She got a win at the Great Lakes Pro. It was a QS 3000 this year, so I feel like that's a massive difference for Nixie's campaign in comparison to last year's campaign that she had.
I looked at the rankings and it's cutthroat. Someone's going to miss out, or a few people are going to miss out, and they're going to be very disappointed because there's not many positions up for grab. I think 4 positions, and there's like 8 women well in contention to qualify for the Challenger Series. So it is really cutthroat. And that last quarterfinal, I think both Zali and Ali are right in the mix. And, you know, the win comes with a double bonus. You win and you advance, and you also knock out your fellow competitor from getting points. So, yeah, as we speak of the winner, Zali Kelly in the last heat. Zali, that was a high-pressure heat. Both yourself and Ali are well in contention to get onto the Challenger Series. So there was a lot riding on that heat. Did you feel the pressure?
I definitely did, yeah. Me and Ellie seemed to always match up in the quarters. We did it World Juniors, we did a boomerang, and we both had one apiece. So I was happy to get the lead on that one. And, yeah, that kind of felt like my final. I was, like, going out there for the win.
And I mentioned how it's sort of like a double win. You win the heat and you advance and get more points, but you also defeat a competitor who's right in the mix for these points at the end. Do you feel that as well? Like it's a double win for you?
Yeah, sort of. I'm like pretty far behind on the rankings, and I know I need to get really good results to jump up there because I missed all those ones that happened last year. So yeah, just the further I go, the better it is for me.
Now, speaking of that, Zali, I know you're sitting 14th on the rankings at the moment. You've had 5 fifth-place finishes. You've just broken that monkey off the back. How do you feel moving into the semi-finals now? What's that going to do for your confidence?
Oh, it's going to be huge. I think that was like honestly my 7th quarter in a row, and I've had 7 quarter knockouts in a row, so I was like, I just wanted to get through that one so bad, so I'm just so happy that I made it through that one.
We're happy for you. We're stoked to see you into the semi-finals. We're hoping that you can go one better and make that main final, but rest up, re-energise, and we'll see you back for finals day tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
There it is. She's
broken
the quarterfinal curse.
And even though she says she's down the ratings a bit, she can elevate really quickly over these next two events. And already she's into the semi-finals. And then she's got the big 5,000 QS coming up in Newcastle. So the stakes are high and the points are super valuable.
I feel like that's where an athlete can get a little dangerous as well, Robbo, knowing that they've broken through a barrier. The thing that does for their mental strategy and projecting them forward is massive moving into the semi-finals.
Yep, they can run with the confidence and get on that roll. And we saw Paige Harab on that left-hander there on her forehand. She milked it for a few good manoeuvres. I'll be interested to see what the score comes in at. Tricky conditions. It was pumping at the start of the day. It's got a little more tricky now, but there's still good waves in amongst it, as we saw in that last heat.
I feel like it might have slowed up a bit with the incoming tide. I feel like there was a lot more consistency to the conditions this morning, and now that the tide is changing, it has slowed down a bit. But watching that previous heat, quarterfinal heat number 2 between Zali and Ellie Harrison, they had a fair few opportunities to catch waves.
They did, yeah.
With 30-minute heats.
2 surfers in the water. It makes it, you know you're going to get your opportunities somehow.
Just making the right decisions when you've got that opportunity. I feel like, 2 people in the heat, there's less room for error in a way, because at the end of the day, there's only one of you moving through. There's no second chance of moving through in second place. It's a 50-50 progression no matter what. So only one surfer will move on through to the semi-finals. Who will it be? Paige Harab or Nixie Ryan? Well, we'll know in 22 minutes' time. At the moment, it is Paige Harab, the Kiwi competitor, off to an early lead with a 4.23, backup of a 0.5. Closely followed by Nixie Ryan in the black from Lennox Head. She's locked in a 3.33 and also a backup of a 0.5. I feel like all 4 scores on the scoreboard right now are going to be throwaways by the end of this quarterfinal. Paige Harab looks like she is a little on the hunt. She's moving around the lineup, which can work to your advantage sometimes.
It can, especially in conditions like this. You don't know what's going to pop up. This is a tiny wave for Paige, but it's a peeler. So she's into it. But that's a small wave on a very small wave day. So I can't see it being anything significant. And here we have Nixie up and riding.
This is a better looking wave here for the surfer in black, so she used her priority smartly there. See if Paige Harab beats her out the back to get that priority. The quarterfinal heat number 3 is, of course, Paige Harab, the former World Tour surfer, up against young gun Nixie Ryan from Lennox. This is the replay. Great first turn, linked it straight up into a second, gets vertical and gets the completion. So I feel like that potentially the best wave of the heat so far.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay of Paige Harab. I just feel like the one thing that's going to let her down is not necessarily her surfing, just the size of that wave. It was tiny.
Yep.
Not much on offer there. And you just look on screen now, the bigger ones that are coming through, they're certainly still there. It's just both surfers now out of position because they've chosen the smaller waves before the set came through.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the positive in that scenario is the fact that both surfers were out of position. And Nixie Ryan, well, she's improved in her situation, a 5.67 for that last wave. So smart play there from the surfer in the black. She goes into first place. The surfer in red, Paige Harab, now in second place, chasing a 4.78. So Nixie Ryan, she's going to be looking to drop that 3.33 from her scoreline and make things a little harder for the surfer in red, Paige Harab from New Zealand, the 32-year-old, looking to make a comeback, make that world tour. But on screen, Robbo, we have Nixie Ryan.
Picking up another nice left-hander. Good, strong first turn, but only allowing one manoeuvre on that wave. 3.33, maybe she gets better, I'm not sure, but whatever she gets, she'll want to improve on that second scoring ride for sure. But under priority, so nothing lost to take off on it.
Pretty solid section and a big turn there that Nixie went for on a backhand. She did catch that wave under priority, as you mentioned. Snuck it under Paige Harrop. We watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Here's Nixie Ryan, comes hard off the bottom, cracks a lip.
Yeah, it's a critical turn and was done smoothly with power, rode out of it nicely. And we await the judge's verdict.
Paige Harrop currently in second place, chasing a 4.78, the Kiwi competitor. She was the first woman from New Zealand to qualify for the World Tour, and she stayed on tour for 7 years. But within that 7 years, she did fall off and then also re-qualify. So she knows what it takes to get back on that World Tour.
Yep, and she's going to give it all to try and re-qualify a second time. I'm trying to think of other surfers that have re-qualified twice, and I can't think of them off the top of my head. I'm sure there's one or two there, but not many.
I feel like Sage Eriksson was one of those.
You might be
like
right.
She was on again, off again.
On
a fair
again,
few
off
times.
again. Yeah.
Was on tour for so long.
Yeah.
I managed to continue staying on through the QS. 17 and a half minutes remaining. Nixie Ryan improves her lead. So there you go, a 6.33. Last of black for Nixie Ryan. She caught the wave under Paige Harrop's priority, locked in the highest single wave of the heat so far, and well, the requirement is harder now for Paige Harrop. She's chasing a 7.77.
Well, that was smart surfing from Nixie. She knows what the judges will reward, and yeah, it was a critical wave, and it allowed for that one really strong bottom turn into top turn. Rode out of it perfectly and got really well rewarded with a 6.33. So smart surfing, and Paige Harrop, it's unusual to see her under pressure from the younger surfer, but at this stage, Nixie Ryan has put Harrop to the sword. And Paige has a bit of work to do to get back into this heat. Plenty of time, though.
Is an interesting scenario, too, for the rankings, because we had Philippa Anderson in quarterfinal heat number 1.
Yep.
She's been eliminated from the draw. She was sitting 5th on the rankings, so right on the bubble. Ellie Harrison, heat number 2, sitting 3rd place on the rankings, just been eliminated as well. Then you've got this heat, Paige Harrop. She's sitting 1st on the rankings at the moment, but Nixie Ryan currently sitting in 4th. So I feel like Nixie Ryan, if she can get through this heat and get a decent result, she's going to put herself in a better position, because right now she's sitting 4th. She's right on that qualification bubble.
She can, jump a few placings, and her fellow competitors are not going with her, so it's a double win. But at the end of the day, it's still going to get down to that last event. 5,000 points up there. You could come from 10th, 11th, 12th position, win that event and qualify.
Well, I feel like, Robbo, we've watched it before. We've had surfers come from back in the 30s and win a QS 5000 and find themselves on
the Challenger.
So
and that happened to Callum Robson.
It's more than achievable.
Yeah. 2 years ago, Callum came from nowhere.
And not only came from nowhere to then get on the World Tour, but he's performed on the World Tour. He was incredible. In the top 5. He's done well again this year, locked in that perfect 10 just the other day.
Yeah. He's established on the World Tour in the blink of an eye. So, there's going to be an immense amount of interest going into Newcastle.
Fourteen and a half minutes remaining in the women's quarterfinal heat number 3 of the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000, presented by Mad Mex. This is, of course, our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. So great to have Vissla and Sister back on board this year, partnering with Surfing New South Wales as they have done for the past 4 years on the QS events. Sister, the sister brand to Vissla. They only launched a few years ago, but they've been involved with Surfing New South Wales ever since the inception of that new brand. And well, they're not only doing amazing things in the water, but they're doing amazing things out of the water as well. A lot of their products are environmentally friendly and leading the way for that sustainability, with around 80% of the product range made of environmentally better materials. And Vissla, well, they've pioneered the use of coconuts in the construction of their board shorts. They also use the husk of the coconut and turn it into a thread, which is then blended with cotton or recycled plastics and turned into boardies. Be sure to check out Vissla.com or Sisstrevolution.com. That sister brand, they've got plenty of clothing options, plenty of wetsuits, accessories. Got everything that you could ever dream of. They've been kitting us out and making us happy. Great to have Vissla and Sister on board for this event and the entire series. Would of course not be possible without them. I know all the athletes are really appreciative of the fact that a company like that has come on board and allowed them the opportunity to have so many events in their home region.
It's fantastic. It's been an absolute win-win partnership with Surfing New South Wales, and it's created an enormous series that gives opportunity to not just New South Wales surfers, but also all the Australian surfers, and as we see in this one, international surfers with a dual-rated event. And we've got a nice cool breeze coming in as well, which is helping.
Now you can see the texture changing
Yeah.
on the ocean. Well, we predicted based off the forecast that it was meant to be like that this morning when we first got here. We got lucky. It's been clean the entire day until now. It's just started to puff up, but there's still a little bit of swell, and the bank is pretty prominent here at Avoca at the moment. So I feel like even though we've got that dropping swell at the moment, we've still got the bank there, so there's still going to be waves.
Yep.
We watch live action in the water. This is Nixie Ryan. She's using priority. Puts it up there for one turn. Cannot ride out of it, so that's not going to make any difference. But the difference is Paige Harrop in the red will now have first priority and right of way to anything that comes through. She's chasing a 777, or if she can manage to get herself a pair of sixes, she will look to take first place. Quarterfinal heat number 3. We've also got another exciting matchup for the women. Quarterfinal 4, Holly Williams up against the Japanese competitor in Anon Matsuok.
I'm looking forward to that heat because yesterday afternoon, I think it was the final heat of the day, Anon's surfing really opened my eyes. I thought it was incredible on her backhand.
I think, you know, a lot of these competitors from that Asian region, for anyone tuning in and wondering why you're seeing so many of those competitors in the draw, it is because this is a co-sanctioned event. So this event will not only count towards ranking points for the Australian Oceanic competitors, but it'll also count towards the Asian region on their rankings points. So you've got surfers like Anon competing here, but I feel like a lot of them are just looking so comfortable in these conditions here at Avoca Beach.
Yep, the Japanese surfers are absolutely loving it. We spoke to one of the Japanese men earlier in the day who won his heat, and he said this is pumping Japan, pumping. He said we love it when it's like this.
Well, it makes sense to see so many of them progressing through the draw. I tell you what, it's been hard to watch as well from someone who's an Australian, because it has been a bit of a spoiler for some of our Aussie Oceanic competitors, because the likes of, say, Philippa Anderson
I know.
got knocked out in quarterfinal number 1 to one of those competitors from that Asian region.
Yep, but on the flip side, the Australians go over to Asia, and we've got a number of really good events over there that are dual rated as well. So it balances out. So it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street, and the Australians go over to some incredible locations in Asia, and we dual rate with them. Nias, Krui, Taiwan, all amazing events, and we get to spoil ourselves in those waves. So it balances out.
Great to have such a strong field here for this event. This is, of course, the final stop of this series. There's so much riding on the event. You know, this is a QS 3000. The winners take home 3,000 points towards their campaign for the Challenger Series. And following this event, There's then only one event left in Newcastle, QS 5000. That's going to play a major factor in those campaigns towards the Challenger Series. And I just feel like a lot of the competitors don't even want to think about Snapper right now because none of them are safe in actually making it through to the Challenger Series right now.
There's one surfer who's safe.
Jarvis Earl.
That's it. He's safe. He's probably qualified on multiple fronts, so he'll be right. But the rest of them, yep, it's all up for grabs.
And well, that's based off the fact that Jarvis managed to win the WSL World Men's Pro Junior. He's the world champ in that men's division.
And Jarvis is from Cronulla. Cronulla is in the news today. Big time. Blake Johnson created a world record, and I don't know anyone that wants to take that world record off him.
I tell you what, it's a huge feat, but if anyone's going to do something like that, I feel like it's going to be Blake Johnson.
Yep.
He's such a gem of a human, but he does so many things outside the box, and you know he goes for really, really lengthy runs barefoot, and he's just always, I guess, pushed what's possible and showing people that, no, you know what, we're going to do this. And it's all for a good cause as well.
It is. He was on the news this morning on the morning show, prime time, right around Australia, just pre the record, about an hour pre the record, and I watched it, and he planned to go all through today. So he's probably still adding to his world record as we speak. I don't know if he's called it quits. I don't know whether he's fainted, exhausted. I don't know, but the world record is unbelievable.
I know that there's been a fair few medical checks involved just to make sure that, you know, he's keeping himself in check. But when I tuned into that same thing this morning, I know that at 7:11 New South Wales time this morning, he would have broken the record. However, like you said, he's pushing it, and I know that his goal was to aim for 40 hours, the world's longest surf, but he wanted to well and truly break the world record. He was aiming for 40 hours.
And he had some of his teammates on the shore keeping a tally of his waves, and he was into 500 and something waves during this session.
At 7 o'clock this morning.
Blake Johnson, we salute you.
He is the ultimate grom. He's the biggest frother too. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him. But live action in the water, that's Nixie Ryan. Just a quick wave there. Nothing lost, nothing gained. She didn't have priority. It's not going to factor in. With just over 6 minutes on the clock, it is Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head in first place. The woman from Lebar Board Riders.
She surfed a really smart heat here, and as the seconds tick down, it's looking like an even smarter heat. She's got the two top scoring rides of the heat, a 6.33 and a 5.67. Paige Harrop is up against it. So Paige is going to have to call on all that experience and try and find a good wave to get out of this situation. A 7.77 in these conditions is a really hard score to get. So realistically, she might be looking at trying to get 2 scores, get rid of both the 4 and the 3 in her score line, or get the 7.77, which is a big ask. So Nixie Ryan, smart surfing, good surfing, and at the moment, she's got 1 foot in the door of the semis, and we'll have a recap of this heat. Let's have a look at it.
We're just going to stick with the live action for a little longer. We see this set approaching. Will there be a competitor taking off? And there you go, Paige Harrop using priority on this one, electing to go right. So she's up on her backhand. Not going to be the 7.77 that she's chasing. She's going to stick with it.
Interesting ride. So 4.23 is what she wants to better. She's, like you said, she's not going to get a 7.77, so she wants to improve on a 4.23.
I'm really not sure whether she's going to improve even on the 4.33 here, Robbo. It's a small wave, a few flat open face turns. She did as much as she could given the wave that was in front of her. But there just wasn't anything too critical for that wave. With 4 minutes on the clock, quarterfinal heat number 3 of the women. At the moment, it is still Nixie Ryan in the black in first place with a 6.33 and a 5.67. She is also now holding first priority. So this is where it's going to get even harder for Paige Harab as we head to our Mad Mex recap. Fresh Fuel for Life. We started with Paige Harab off on a quick start, laying into a couple of nice forehand turns. So she got a number on the board, but Nixie Ryan, she answered straight back. Couple of nice backhand whips there. And she also got a decent number on the board. So those two competitors, smaller waves, but it was really this one here for Nixie Ryan. One big, huge manoeuvre. She got up into the sixes, and that's where the separation was created, leaving Paige Harab searching for a 7.77. Thanks to Mad Mex, one of our presenting rights partners, and well, our series partner as well across the webcast, offering 2-for-1 burritos throughout the event. We watch live action in the water. Nixie Ryan, she's opted to use her priority here, Robbo, keeping Paige Harab off the wave.
Yeah, and she won't improve her scoreline, but she's blocked Paige Harab from having another opportunity at it. And yep, it's been a very well surfed, calculated heat from Nixie Ryan. That 6.33 especially, under priority. She took the wave, realised there was only one manoeuvre in it, but it was going to be a good one, and it's rewarded her well. Decisive moment of this heat for sure.
Yeah, this could be a big result here for Nixie Ryan as she looks to move on into the semi-final. She'll be looking for a win here on the Central Coast. She would want that 3,000 points. She had a win earlier in the series. The Great Lakes Pro was upped this year to a QS 3000. She took those 3,000 points, and well, sitting in 4th place at the moment on the rankings. She's right on the bubble and take the top 4 with one additional wild card.
She can win here, wow.
Paige Harab currently searching for that 7.77. She is the current rankings leader, the Kiwi competitor, former World Tour surfer. Will there be another opportunity for the surfer in red with just under a minute and a half remaining in this quarterfinal? Coming up next, we have heat 4 of the quarters for the women. Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast will take on the Japanese competitor in Anun Matsuok. That'll be an exciting matchup. They've both been in good form throughout this entire event here at Avoca. Paige Harab having a little look at that one. This will get interesting as we hit that Mad Mex minute. Was it a committed paddle or was it not?
Set coming through, and looks like it's not really going to offer much opportunity.
Nixie Ryan having a little look, opting not to take off. It was a dead closeout, so smart choice not to take it. I just feel like Nixie, she could potentially be paddling closer to Paige just to kind of get in her little area.
Yep, she may as well now. She's surfed a flawless tactical heat to date.
Well, Nixie doesn't have first priority. You know, I feel like there's opportunities to try and sell Paige on a lemon, but Paige is taking off anyway. On her backhand, this is her last opportunity. She's chasing a 7.77. I don't think that's going to be it, Robbo.
No, definitely not. The wave quality's not there any longer, so it's that much harder to get that 7.77. And, well, great surfing from Nixie Ryan. Both her surfing ability and her tactical ability was excellent. We're having a break now, but don't go anywhere because quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water straight away. We'll see you back here very shortly.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny day here at Avoca Beach for the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is of course a WSL QS 3000 event and our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. Robbo, we're into the women's quarterfinal heat number 4, final heat of this round, and what a matchup we have between Holly Williams and the Japanese competitor Anun Matsuok.
I know, it's an amazing final quarter-final. We've got 3 semi-finalists already determined, and we will determine the final semi-finalists. They'll be back tomorrow to chase the win. Shortly we move into men's quarter-finals as well, and it'll be a short day tomorrow. They'll try and capitalise on light winds in the morning and get through semi-finals, finals, and crown brand new champions. We've got a replay.
This is Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast. I feel like this should also be feeling like home for Holly, as well as this competitor here from Japan.
Okay, and conditions have suffered with the onshore wind that's come in. So it's getting a little more scrappier out there, and they're chasing down these waves. And I don't know, between those two waves, they were similarly surfed, so I don't know who's got the better of that. That's the judge's job, and we'll see what they come up with. But they were two very similar waves.
They were, and while we speak of deteriorating conditions, it's happening pretty quickly, but still plenty of opportunity out there in the lineup at the moment, and the fact that these are 30-minute heats, so surfers having the extra time to find the waves that they're chasing, maybe fight back if they need to, and sit themselves in the right position. But talking about being in the right position at the right time, Nixie Ryan moving on through to the semi-finals. How are you feeling, Nixie?
Yeah, I'm feeling super good. That was such a hard heat with Paige, but yeah, happy to get 2 alright scores and get through.
Now, moving into the semi-finals, you're sitting in a pretty good place on the rankings. There's been a couple of competitors ahead of you that have been eliminated from the competition. Is it something that you're thinking about, that you could capitalise on this situation?
I'm not really thinking about the results too much, just because I feel like I get in my head a bit too much and overthink everything. So just surfing my best and taking it heat by heat, and yeah, just having fun surfing, yeah.
Nixie, in that quarter-final, you scored your best wave under priority and one single manoeuvre. When you were paddling out and you looked at that wave, what was going through your head? Did you see the potential in it?
Yeah, I saw it was like a bit open, and there was a lot of closeouts out there, so it was hard to get one with even one turn. So I just thought I might as well just try and do like a kind of big turn, and hopefully it will score.
Yeah, well, it did, and the strategy was perfect. And coming up against a surfer like Paige Harrod with all that experience and know-how, you've surfed a great heat. You must be feeling really good about both your strategy and your performance on the waves.
Yeah, Paige is an amazing surfer. I love surfing like against all the girls that used to be on tour and who have like competed for ages. It's like, I don't know, just good experience, and yeah, super stoked to get through, and yeah, I'm feeling a bit confident and hopefully get a couple more waves tomorrow.
Well, you're looking confident. We want to see you back in a main final, not just the semi. But Nixie, talk us through the heat. We noticed that the onshore wind started to puff up midway through your heat. Were you feeling thankful that you'd locked in that decent 6 before the wind came to play?
Yeah, well, when we were paddling out, it was like kind of clean, and then I got a couple, and then I noticed the wind came, and I was sitting out there, like so thankful that I got 2 quick ones, because that was my strategy, to get a quick start, and yeah, it paid off luckily.
Well, your strategy's working. I don't think you need to change too much. Moving into the semi-finals, we're excited to see you there. Go rest up, re-energise, and we'll see you back here to do it all again tomorrow for finals day. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. See ya.
That was, of course, Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head. Moving on through into the semi-finals. So we've determined a couple of our semi-finalists now. We have Mirai Ikeda from Japan, Zali Kelly from Australia, Nixie Ryan from Australia, and, well, who will be the fourth semi-finalist? It'll all come down to this current heat in the water. At the moment, we have the Japanese competitor in first place with a 4.3 and a 3.5, and our Aussie in Holly Williams, a 4.67 and a 2.47. She had to allow this competitor to go then because the surfer in black up and riding did have priority.
And good surfing on that wave. It was a small wave, but she has milked that for all it's worth. There's some, again, impressive turns on this ride. On her backhand, she links the bottom turn into top turn combination. I think she's reeled off 3 strong turns. I think that's the best wave of the heat.
Well, we will wait and see what the judges think. Will they agree with you, Robbo? With 22.5 minutes remaining, we're going to watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Drives hard off the bottom, cracks a lip, vertical first turn, throws everything into the second. Wave really started to fade out towards the end there.
Well, I've made a fool of myself a number of times. I'll give it another crack. I give that I was about to give it a 6, but I'll alter it down to a 5.2 will do. And there it is, a 5.17, so it is the best ride of the heat. I got that part right. But a 5.17 and a 4.3 in Matsuoko's scoreline. Should be looking to get rid of that 4.3. But yeah, it was an impressive ride. Those turns on a very small wave were well linked together, and they were strong, powerful in the pocket surfing. I thought it could have gone a little bit higher than that, personally.
With the changing conditions as well, now that we do have this onshore wind and the dying swell right at this very moment, I feel like it's probably going to be a transition for the judges as well, adjusting their judging scale to what's happening live out in the water. Because what might have been a 4 this morning might be a 6 now.
Yeah, it's tricky conditions.
Both surfers will make the most of their time in the water here at Avoca Beach. Currently in the water, quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women's. We do have a Sisstrevolution team rider in the water. That is Holly Williams in the red from the Sunshine Coast. This is, of course, the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. Holly Williams, she is a great performer. Very consistent. She's currently sitting 10th on the QS rankings at the moment, and this is the woman we speak of. Great first turn under the lip, but just burying the rail on the way down.
Yep, and if she had completed that turn, there was some points to be added for sure. Because the bottom turn was good, she hit the lip well, but just buried that rail as she was coming out of that turn. So that will not be a score of consequence for Holly. Early days, she's only chasing a 4.81 to go to first. She has the second highest scoring ride of the heat, and it's only half a point short of Matsuoko's top scoring ride of the heat so far. So all in all, 20 minutes remaining, it's a very close heat with a lot on the line.
There is. These surfers are looking to qualify for that Challenger Series, which then could see them on the World Tour. But first, they have to work their way through the regional QS Series, both competitors from different regions right now. But this is, of course, a co-sanctioned event as we watch live action from the Japanese competitor. First turn straight up into the second, but just unfortunately a little late to that last section. It was detrimental to the completion there for Anun Matsuoka from Japan. I don't think much is going to change in the situation at the moment. Holly Williams in the red in second place will still be chasing a 4.81 to advance, but keeping in mind there's still just under 20 minutes on the clock. She can break it down into 2 waves. See the replay there for the surfer in black.
Yep, that will not improve her scoreline. She's looking to get rid of a 4.3, and she's taking off down the bank. So getting some separation. She has second priority, so she's decided to explore the bank further north and see if there's any potential up there. As we see Holly Williams on her backhand. Nice looking ride. Opens with a reasonable turn, looking for it. Better turn in the middle there and just kicking out on the end. Probably get rid of the 2.47.
I would agree with you on that one, Robbo.
But I don't think it'll be a 4.81.
She's going to need another score. She's already got a 4.67. So something a little better. We'll see Holly Williams into first place as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. It looked like it was going to be a good wave. Got the first turn in. Really liked the second turn. You could just see the extension and push through that back leg and her back foot to just throw that fan of spray. We'll wait and see where that sits on the scoreboard. What do judges think of it? Great surfing there from Holly Williams in the red. Coming up next, we have the men's quarterfinals. Heat 1 will see Takehiko Butler from New Zealand up against Kalani Ball from Stanwell Park. We have a massive afternoon of those men's quarterfinals following the women's. If you're tuning in now, be sure to stick around, because it is all happening here at Avoca Beach for the Sister and Vissla Central Coast Pro QS3000. And look how tight the scoreboard is right now, Robbo, now that those scores have been locked in.
0.2 of a point separate the two of them, and a 4.6 for Holly Williams and a 4.67. So two very close scores, and there's only 0.2 of a point separating the two of them. But at the moment, the Japanese surfer Anon Matsuoka is in the lead, but only just. And it's care of that 5.17.
I feel like in comparison to previous heats that we have watched today, this would have to be one of the lower scoring heats so far.
Yep, and it's indicative of the conditions. The potential that they can get out of these waves.
We got better conditions this morning, better than what we'd expected based on the forecast that we were looking at yesterday. It was expected to be a little windy this morning, but we had clean, glassy conditions all the way up until that last heat that we just watched, quarterfinal heat number 3. So it did hold out a fair while before turning onshore. We watch live action in the water. This is the current heat leader, up and riding on her backhand. A bit of a check turn to start with. Comes up hard into the lip. Gets the completion. So she's looking to replace a 4.3 to extend the requirement for Holly Williams in the red. What are your thoughts, Robbo? I can see you just looking at that, just really thinking about it.
I know. I think she will better her 4.3. I don't think it won't be better than her 5.17. So I think, 4.5.
Oh, we will wait and see.
It's fun to throw scores.
It is.
And you've got to accept the fact that you will get them wrong, because we don't have the tools that the judges have. They have the access to replay, split screens. They can go back over it. They can discuss it and break it down. But there you go, a 5.17, identical to her first ride, a 5.17. I don't know how that happens.
Well, you said it wasn't going to be higher than the 5.17,
so I got away with it.
Technically you still got it right. But yeah, there it is, an identical pair of numbers there for the Japanese competitor, a pair of 5.17s. And well, the way that works is because judges in the panel, there's a certain number of judges, they all throw in scores. Couple get dropped from the score, from the high and the low, and well, it averages out, and it just happened to average out to the exact score that she already had in her scoreline. So there you go, Anun Matsuoka in first place.
Significant because it's broadened the margin. Holly Williams now chasing a 5.67, and in normal conditions a 5.67 is a very easy score to get. It's a little more difficult now that the winds come up here, but it's certainly achievable. But yeah, a significant ride for this surfer in black. And here's Holly Williams. Nice looking first turn, nice looking second turn. So she's racked off 2 good turns on that ride. I had to go at the score of the last one. What about you? Give us a score on this one.
As I watch the replay, this is where I'm going to break it down. It looked like it was going to be a good left-hander. It was a bit of a setup turn there and then just kind of drifted up over the foam. So I feel like it's not going to be the score that she's chasing, which is a 5.67. I just feel like that Holly Williams, had she have got one last section to work with, it had a little bit steeper face and allowed her to get more critical, I feel like she would have got the number, but I don't think it's going to be up there with what she requires. But like you said, with we're not judges, we've been wrong before. And you talked about the tools that the judges have access to. Not only do they have tools that we don't have access to, they've also got the professional qualifications
Yes.
as being a WSL judge.
Yep.
With just over 13 minutes remaining. It's an early tactic here from the surfer from Japan. You can see on screen there, she's already making the shift across to go say hello to Holly Williams. I just think 13 minutes, it's a lot of time to go try and block someone.
That is a very aggressive move at the midway point of the heat as well. So, but it makes sense because if a good wave comes in that area, Matsuoko wants it, and she doesn't want Holly to have it. So she can be defensive and aggressive as well. So,
and I think in that situation too, it doesn't necessarily become about the blocking tactic. Like you said, it puts her on the same peak.
Yes.
And it allows Anun to have the exact opportunity that Holly has should a set roll through that area. Because if they're on separate banks,
yeah.
you may as well not have priority at play.
No. Yeah, no, it is. There's a lot of logic to that move.
Both of them sitting on the same bank. And, well, the last couple of waves have been left-handers, but the surfer in the black managed to get scores on the right as she waves her hands in the air. Well, that's not waving your hands in the air because you don't care. That's waving your hands in the air because you do care. She's wanting a situation from the beach announcers. And with this onshore wind, it might be a little trickier for the surfers in the water to actually hear because she's certainly waving her hands a fair few times. She obviously couldn't quite hear in the first place.
And maybe Terry McKenna's Japanese is not so good either.
That's another factor that does come in, the language barriers, you know, like it can be tricky if you don't speak English, and being an Australian event, it's the commentary's in Australian and English. Yep. And, well, it can be a hard one as a McKenna. I know Jess Grimwood's been floating around down there on the beach comms as well.
Yep.
Local from the Central Coast.
She's got good Japanese.
No idea. I can introduce myself. I actually studied Japanese in school, but that's about as far as it goes.
I know. I studied French for 4 years and I don't know anything. I couldn't hold any sort of conversation, so I don't know what that time was spent. It was not valuable.
I feel like if I just picked it back up, I'd soon pick it back up again pretty quickly. But yeah, I can introduce myself and get away with the simple things, but not anything in depth, that's for sure. As we watch live action in the water, that's Holly Williams flying down the line. Couple of nice turns, but she's looking for a critical section. And wow, she nearly cops the board to the face. Hopefully she's all right. She's not happy with that one. You can see that she wanted to get the completion. She's chasing a 5, 6, 7 as we watch the replay. Talk us through this one, Robbo.
I think it's a good wave choice because this one runs off the bank and allows her to have some good, sharp, critical little moves there. And if she had pulled off that final turn, it would have put her right in the picture. So I think the wave choice was really good. Very unfortunate that she didn't pull off the last move. So I don't think she's going to get the 5.67. Potentially she could increase her score on the 4.6 though. It's really, these are small waves and yeah, I find this quite hard to judge. But I'm sure if she had pulled off that final move, it really would have given the judges something to think about, because it was a good little runner.
It was. It continued to hit the bank. She had the opportunity there, and I'm going to pull that one to pieces, Robbo. I feel like that wave there for Holly Williams, I felt like there was a little bit of pressure showing in her approach to that wave. She seemed to be a little rushed through the first turn, and you could see that she was surfing it with everything she had, but I just felt like the urgency to get a score just was a little bit noticeable in her surfing. And well, she got the completion on that one, rides out confidently.
Yeah. So it's a comeback. And she's giving the judges plenty to think about here. Nice snappy turn to start with and nice critical finish to the wave.
Holly Williams in the red on screen. She's in second place. She is looking for a 5.67. She's waiting for a number to drop with 8.5 minutes remaining in the final quarterfinal of the women's here at Avoca Beach for the Sisstrevolution Central Coast Pro QS 3000. And we talk about this dropping swell, but it's pretty evident that when the sets roll through, there's still a little bit of swell behind the conditions.
Yep, there's enough swell there for sure, because a number of the set waves are closing out. So the swell's there.
I feel like just looking at the screen while we're in the booth, I feel like the wind might have backed off a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's still, the faces are clean, yeah.
It's still got that textured face, but I just feel like in comparison to, say, a heat or two ago, it seemed to have a lot of chop on the face.
Yeah, and there's a good score drop for Holly, a 5.0, so that's narrowing the gap in a big way, and Holly now only requires a 5.34 to win the quarterfinal.
And look at this game of cat and mouse. Like,
yeah.
Wow, there's 7.5 minutes remaining. I feel like this is a play that normally happens in, 4.5 minutes, not 7.5. But this will be interesting because should they continue paddling, the surfer in black's just going to paddle red straight off the bank and just push her way into the area where it's probably not breaking. So it's going to be interesting to see how Holly Williams handles this situation. But with 7 minutes on the clock, there's going to be, I reckon, at least 2 sets within that 7 minutes.
For sure. And you can be aggressive and you can follow the surfer, but you can't be too aggressive. They've implemented rules that if you overcook the aggression or get in the road of the surfer under priority, you can be judged an interference. So, yeah, it's interesting tactic.
Definitely a bit going on right now in the ocean between these two competitors. Quarterfinal heat number 4 of the women. Coming up next, we have the men's quarterfinals, and that will finish our run today. We have 4 heats of the men's, and then that'll leave us with finals day tomorrow as we head to a Mad Mex recap. Mad Mex, a fresh fuel for life. Partnering with Surfing New South Wales on this event. Started with Holly Williams on a smaller wave, but she managed to get a couple of nice forehand turns in before our Japanese competitor answered straight back, Robbo.
Yep, and a series of quick, fast and well-completed turns there for a 5.17. And the Japanese surfer again gets an identical 5.17 for that ride. Holly Williams coming back though and getting some well-positioned and well-finished off-wave there to put herself right back in the hunt. So we've got a very close quarter-final. There's tactics going on out the back. There's still plenty of time. And, Brett, there are surfers who, in Holly Williams situations now, would have strategies to draw an interference from the surfer with priority.
100%, Robbo, and well, she sold her on this one. Will this be a score? That was a huge one-turner there from the Japanese competitor. So although it was a closeout, she did put it up there. She got critical, and we have noticed that judges have been rewarding surfers for a one manoeuvre combo as we put this one together just beyond vert. I don't know if it's going to improve on her lead. She's looking to drop a 5.17 from her scoreline to make things harder for Holly Williams in the red. But this is an interesting scenario now because Holly Williams in the red, although she's sitting in second place, she's now holding first priority. So she has right of way to anything that comes through the lineup. And like you mentioned, Robbo, competitors train for these scenarios. A lot of them work with coaches back home or they might have them at events. And, I think it's one of those situations where outside of a contest zone, you're wanting to replicate what may happen, what may not happen.
Yep.
If you can deal with those scenarios at a higher standard, it's almost like you get in these scenarios and these positions and it becomes a lot easier because you know how to handle it. And, well, talk about knowing how to handle it. The Japanese competitor has improved on her situation.
I thought that would be the situation. I thought she would improve it by about half a point, a 5.57. Significant because now Holly's chasing a 5.74. So a good move from Matsuoko. And we're down to just under 4 minutes, but Holly now has priority. So Matsuoko's keeping her distance from her.
Yeah, so interesting to, look at the tactics. When the competitor in the black had first priority, she was all up in Holly's grill.
Yeah.
But now that the priority rotation has switched, she's separated herself completely. She's giving her the space, she's giving her the room that she needs. And I feel like in these situations, it's almost a case of still go get up in her grill. Just remind her that you're
here.
there, and maybe try and sell her into something that isn't necessarily a good wave. So I feel like at the moment, she's actually leaving that door a little open for Holly Williams.
Yep, I would agree. As we see the quarterfinalists for the Vissla Pro entering the lineup.
That will be our quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men's. Kihu Butler from New Zealand will take on Kalani Ball from Stanwell Park. Kalani, the defending champ of this event, the Vissla Central Coast Pro. It'll be the men's coming up next. But in the water at the moment, we still have the women's. 2.5 minutes remaining. I feel like the beach announcers would probably be telling Kihu to
get the hell out
of the area, because you've still got 2.5 minutes before your heat starts,
way
buddy.
too close to the lineup.
And it is normally a case of the fact that priority comes into play. So you've got a priority judge on the beach, and the colours can be a little hard to distinguish if you've got extra people in the lineup in the same colours.
Yep.
I feel like it might have even been a case of the fact that Kihu's not even on the bank. The girls are just electing to sit off where the peak is.
Maybe. But, yeah.
Either way.
They're on the move anyway, so you're probably right. And, Holly Williams with priority, 5.74 is very achievable score, so it's a nervous final 2 minutes.
Well, they're going the opposite direction of each other. I wonder if Red has noticed that Black had just separated and gone, you know what, I'm going to go the other way. I feel like we're going off the bank. Like she's got her arm in the air a little bit, but with just under 1.5 minutes remaining, will Holly Williams get the opportunity that she is chasing? She's looking for a 5.74. She's more than capable of getting the number. It'd have to be the highest single wave of this quarterfinal so far. So she's looking for a decent score, but it's still only a mid-range score. One big turn and Holly will get the number that she's chasing. But time is the enemy as we hit the Mad Max minute.
And watching the Japanese surfer, and she's away. This could be a good ride. Beautiful first turn. Linked it to a second turn, so that's not a bad ride for the surfer in black. Maybe improving her scoreline.
We are into the Mad Max minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Thanks to Mad Max, a presenting rights partner for this event. They are partnering with Surfing New South Wales again across the entire Pro Surf Series to share their passion for healthy Mexican food. Be sure to scan that QR code on screen. Grab your 2-for-1 burritos. You can eat 2 to yourself. You can share one with someone else, or eat one and put one in the fridge for later. Either way, the decision is yours.
Well, there's the score. Look at that.
App. And look at that, 717.
Yep, so she really shut the door on that one.
She does a little victory lap there. That is the Japanese competitor moving on through into the semi-finals. She'd be happy with that one. Unfortunately, being eliminated, the Sunshine Coast surfer in the red, Holly Williams. That concludes the women's quarterfinal heat number 4. Coming up next, we have our men's quarterfinal heat number 1. Kihu Butler will take on Kalani Ball. Another exciting matchup. On screen there, that is Holly Williams. She is not looking happy with this result.
Disappointed, but anyway, she made the quarterfinals. Not a bad result.
We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the men's quarterfinal heat number 1.
Welcome back to beautiful Avoca Beach. Look at that headland. It's one of the best beaches in the world, Adam Hennessy, not just in Australia, but some of our beaches are as good as it gets, and Avoca is a showcase for the Central Coast of New South Wales. That's where we're at for the Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Max. And look at this quarterfinal matchup. Tikahi Butler from New Zealand up against Kalani Ball from the south coast of New South Wales. This is going to be on.
Yeah, it's game on there, Robbo. Yeah, welcome in everyone. And it is quarter-final times at this WSL QS 3000. And you can see Takiu Butler, the man from Mount Maunganui, in the lineup in the red. Kalani Ball in the blue. And this is a fantastic way to kick off the quarterfinals. Two servers coming into this matchup in such stellar form. They've both been on point. The amount of big numbers they've been dropping in their previous rounds has just been incredible. And I will say that Kiwi, he just seems to be on every good wave at Avoca. It's been producing really good opportunities, but I feel like Takiu Butler has been the one who's been really taking those opportunities and running with them.
Yeah, and Kalani Ball, he's been posting big scores as well. So,
30-minute heat, mate. That's a little bit different. Man-on-man format. Big shout-out to everyone online. We're coming across the globe, of course, with 7+ KO Sports, WSL and MySurf TV. So I've been getting messages from all around saying, wow, how fun have the waves been. A little bit tricky today, Robbo, with the dropping of the swell. The periods of the swell has backed off. And I did hear when I was in my break, there was a little bit of chatter and a bit of wind starting to sort of make its way into that corner at a beautiful Avoca Beach. Look at the landscape. It is magnificent.
I tell you what, that real estate on that headland.
You would have loved to have bought that in the 70s.
Yes.
You kidding?
Yeah.
There we go. It looks like Kalani board. Just you can see both.
Now, you're allowed to paddle for them.
100% neutral priority.
Yeah, neutral priority. You're allowed to go for it and not lose priority or anything like that. So there's no damage having a serious paddle for these waves. Keo Butler's going to go for this wave.
We go up and right in on the forehand, driving down the line. Nice centre of gravity, just getting in the pocket source, and he's just been finding these walls to work with. And what about the way he just releases the tail? And that is a nice start, a confidence boost for Takiu Butler. As I said, I've just found the way he reads the way, and the way he reads every section he goes at, he just has that perfectly in time surfing, and he's able to release on that final turn.
Yep.
So it's all about, creating opportunities, but execution, that is the key, Robbo.
Yep, powerful surfing. That takes a lot of energy to get the board to go to the places where Butler sent it through that wave. The wave's not delivering the power, it's the body on the board that's delivering all the power into those moves, and Butler's off to a good start as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he spoke earlier about he's been riding that sharp eye quaddie, so he's changed it up from what he was riding at the Tweed Coast Pro where he had a good result. But yeah, you can just see the energy level of Takiu Butler. He's so keen to get himself off to a start. He's got a 5.83. Kalani Ball waiting in the lineup for opportunity. Here he goes, the Kiwi, driving in this section. And you can just see how much water he moves across the bank, Robbo. I love how effortless it is. And the timing of his turns is just great.
Yep. He's the emerging Kiwi.
There felt like there was a certain change up with Takiu this year as he came into the Tweed Coast Pro. I felt like there was a certain maturity to the way he went about his surfing, and not only surfing, but the way his overall act came in.
Yeah, I feel like he's been training, and I think he's always been a powerful surfer, but I think he's taken it to the next level, and that's what you've got to do. Power, speed is all important in this game, especially at the level he's surfing at. And the 5.83, the first ride, that's a decent score. 4.77 for his second ride. He'll want to get rid of that. Kalani Ball's a very complete surfer. He'll call on everything he's got.
I do believe we have a posted interview with the winner of the last quarterfinal, the women's. Good morning, our Japanese surfer on fire. How are you feeling down there?
Yeah, it was so excited. There are so fun waves out there, so I'm so stoked to go to next round. Yeah.
Now, talk about conditions. We spoke to Hiroto a little bit
Yeah.
earlier, and he said, like, if this was Japan, it would be pumping. But how is it with the clean
Yeah.
conditions? Have you enjoyed the banks out here at Avoca?
Yeah. Avoca's waves. So I love Avoca's waves, and then it's low tide right now, but I found the good wave. I think that so I could complete wave. So yeah, I did my best.
Anun, how important is this event and the one coming up in Newcastle for you? I mean, you must have your eyes on the Challenger Series. Are these really high-pressure events for you?
Yeah, important. Yeah, important event. So I'm so continue and then focus and then this event after the one more event. So I do my best too to event.
Yeah, we love the way you're surfing, Anun. I love your bottom turn
Thank
and
you.
backhand act. It's been
Thank
very
you so much.
impressive. Do you want to say hi to any of your family and friends back in Japan? Go for it.
OK。応援ありがとうございます。この QS3000 次セミファイナルまで行くことができたので、もう本当とことん楽しみながら自分のサーフィンを発揮できるように、皆さんに見せれるように頑張るので、次の多分、セミファイナルは明日だと思うので、明日も応援よろしくお願いします。OK, thank you.
Arigato, have a lovely day and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
What a legend, and she's been on absolute fire. We spoke about the dynamics of her surfing and how impressive her backhand attack is, the way she just flows through every turn and just puts that board into the power source, and she is going to be hard to stop. And like you identified, Robbo, the importance of this event when it comes to the Asian region is so in tune with these athletes. They've got to get a result here to get on through the Challenger. And talking about results, this guy is just on point. He's surfing, even in small waves, is just ultra impressive because he's a beast. He's a big boy.
He is a big, powerful boy, and he's got a 5.83. And that last ride, the left, where he racked off a series of backhand turns, a 5.43. So opened with 2 decent scores, and that's the key thing. Conditions have changed. The outstanding small waves that we had this morning aren't on offer now, so it's a different ball game now. So those 5.83, 5.43 rides could be really significant.
Yeah, I feel like the wind has definitely shifted a bit, and that swell, it's definitely dropping off. It's due to go down to 0.9 of a metre as we see Kalani Ball out wide on his first ride. He's coming off the bottom, nice jam in the pocket, into the power source one more, and showing that little bit of innovation, that flair, and that's what the judges love to see.
Yeah.
They talk about it all the time, Robbo. Point of difference.
Yeah, don't count Kalani Ball out of this at all, because he is a really complete surfer. Watch this. Whack. Power off the tail. Busted the fins out on that one. Oh,
Just that rotation, you know, through a little section. His ability to keep that board moving and just identify exactly where he wants to place that board in the face of the wave. That's the impressive thing about Kalani Ball. And we saw it earlier today, his ability to just chip away at the requirement and put himself in a strong position late, that's what makes him so dangerous.
how do you feel if I give him a 6.5, Adam?
I'll go just a bit under it, but I love it. And they might go that high just for the variety of repertoire and the amount of flair he showed. Here he goes.
7.17.
And here he goes again. Kalani Ball up and riding, digging in on that first turn, flying down the line. You can see him iron off that aerial manoeuvre and a great rotation. So
yeah, he's a complete surfer. He is very, very complete and has a lot of tools to call on. So Kalani Ball.
That's what makes him so dangerous.
It is.
3 minutes.
Yep.
He's got a 7:17, and that last wave is going to be enough to put him into the lead with 18 minutes on the clock. So it's back to Kiyu Butler. As I said, the New Zealand surfer, one of the most standout performers on our series. We've gone multiple events back to back, and I feel like he's just grown wings as he's gone along. And what I love about his mindset is his calmness. His post-interviews, they've been calculated, calm, and that's what we love. But right now he's up against it, Robbo, because money ball.
I know, 6.67 for his last ride. In the space of about 1 minute, he's posted the 2 top scoring rides of the heat. Butler was off to a flying start, racked up 3 waves, had a solid lead. Kalani Ball all of a sudden is in front. Butler now needs an 8.01 to go to first. So, yeah, while it was a good start, he's right now under pressure.
Yeah, that is the scope of the professional attitude that Kalani has. He would have identified exactly what waves he wanted to go, and in small waves, you've got to be precise, you've got to be accurate, and you've also got to be able to bring it to the game. So that's what's happened right now with the Aussie from Stanmore Park. He is definitely just a machine. He's had so much experience. You feel like Kalani's been around for forever. We've seen a lot of him as a junior, and both these guys, they're very mature in their approach, and that's why I think once they go to that next level, they can match it with the best surfers in the world.
They can. Kalani was on the Challenger Series.
Yep. He had a couple of good results, as I said, I felt like his growth and development through that series got stronger and stronger once he felt a lot more comfortable going against such high quality opposition. As
Here we go. Kalani Ball. Or he is getting busy, and we know what he's thinking here.
Wow.
Strong surfing.
That is good, small wave, precise, precision, accurate, and very strong, as you said. But right now, Kiyu Butler, the one thing I love about this guy, he is the Iceman. Let's see what he brings on this wave. Nice little corner to it. Starts off, wraps that board around, but that wave just filtered off, and that is the inconsistency we've seen today as the day's gone along, Robbo, and that's been the issue for some surfers.
Smart move, though. He got out of it quickly, so he'll get back out there and probably get first priority back. And here's this small wave of Kalani.
I thought he was going to go for an air here, to be honest.
But then he would have been thinking that, but then he's gone, no, it doesn't need to be an air. It needs to be 2 strong turns, and that's what he executed. So, yeah, he's a very calculating, clever surfer, Kalani Ball. May not improve on his 6.67, but it would be in the ballpark.
And a big shout out to all our event partners, of course, our team from Vissla, Johnny Mossop, and all the team up there supporting this series. This is the last event of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. And of course, we have Mad Mex as the presenting sponsor. We'll be tucking into some burritos.
Yep, lunch.
You can get a 2-for-1 as well with the burritos from Mad Mex. They are the presenting sponsor. The Central Coast Council, and just on cue, they've just thrown up the scan that code as we see the surfer in red up and riding. Nice patient start to this ride, gets nice and deep, slams that board into that wave. I do not know if that's going to better that 5.43, and again, without the support of the New South Wales government, events like this don't go ahead. So big shout out to Destination New South Wales for supporting the development and the growth of our sport that makes our next generation of world champions.
And it's great promotion for all the beautiful beaches of New South Wales. We've been to Boomerang Beach. We've sent that around the world. We've been to Maroubra. The whole world's been focused on that. I've got friends I've got friends in the Philippines who have been commenting on how great Avoca looks, and it's just a great setup.
It's great to have everyone online. Of course, the local community getting behind this event. It's such a beautiful landscape, and what a place. An hour and a half out of Sydney, and basically you're in paradise. And a big shout out to everyone online, to the King Zorba. I know you're listening in there out there. It's good to have you guys online watching, and enjoying what has been a brilliant week of surfing.
Significant score, Adam, for our Kiwi surfer, a 6.63.
So that has shortened the requirement for Takiu Butler.
Yep.
Needs a 7.21, and just the precise surfing and the way, I love the way he came off the bottom on that first turn. It just showed what an all-round game he has for a surfer. He's got such a strong power base, but he also has all the tricks in the trade that you need to actually succeed, because you've got to have the arsenal to adjust on the run, especially in small waves.
Yeah, so this is game on here. Butler is knew he needed to... the pressure was on him, and here we go. The Kiwi on his backhand. What's he got for us? It's not going to work.
That is a leg breaker, that one, as they call it. But this is the thing. I feel like sometimes with this two-surfer format, you can see that P in the corner with Claney Ball. He has first priority, but Takiu Butler has that freedom now, Robbo, to be able to advance along the different sections of the peak here and identify anything he wants. And sometimes, you know, having that freedom can really advance your position, because you don't have to really think about what you're doing. You can go any wave you really choose. So sometimes priority can play a big part in winning heats, but it also can be a bit of a hindrance at times.
So 11 and a half minutes remaining. Kalani Ball sitting out there with priority. And our Kiwi surfer Butler in the red, chasing down a 7.21.
He needs a result here, Robbo. He's in ninth position. Of course, in the Australian scenario, we have the top 7 who qualify for the Challenger. They'll have the opportunity to surf at both Narrabeen and Snapper in Australia, then head overseas to France and Bolito, the US Open. There's so many good events.
Portugal, yep, they are great events.
And they're world-class venues.
Yep.
Quarterfinal number 1, and we are down to 11 to go. So the scenario is their 30-minute heats. 2 surfer priority. Right now, the Aussie out in the lead, 7.17, 6.67. To put a little bit more pressure on Takiu Butler, the surfer in blue's main focus is in improving that second score. Because if he can get a 7 or a 7.5, that puts Takiu in a position where he's going to need something in the high excellent range.
Yep. That will be Kalani's focus. Get rid of that 6.67. Make the job that much more difficult for Butler. Plenty of time left, 10 minutes. And Kalani Ball having a good look at this one. Yeah. Deciding not to go.
And that's the thing about these banks, Robbo. They're tough to read at times with the change of tide. The tide will start to come in, so that's going to fill up on the bank. And they've had a lot to deal with in the last couple of days. I cannot believe how hot it's been on the east coast of Australia. It's just been unheard of for March. In fact, last night, the mighty Manly Seagulls had a win. I know you're an AFL guy, but I'm an NRL member.
Did you watch the AFL last night?
I watched 10 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
I watched my
heartbreaking.
But yeah, it was 32 degrees last night in Sydney at kickoff at Brookvale Oval. It's incredible. So these surfers, both the men and women, have had to deal with so many different things. They've got to make sure that they're refueled and they're energised and they're not getting dehydrated in the sun, as we see Takiu Butler might have a little runner here, up and riding.
No, it ran away from him, so he's out of there. Kalani Ball, the Iceman, sitting quietly. He is. He's very strategically smart. Yes, he knows when to use priority and he won't throw it away. A 6.67, he'll be thinking what sort of waves are going to deliver the better score.
I actually saw Kalani up at the Surfing Australia HBC Centre not that long ago, really training hard. Jack Robbo was in here, who's currently the World Championship Tour leader. And the way these guys have developed their training programs to identify precise exercises to improve their surfing, you can just see it from a broader base, both the men and women. They've really tuned into their training. It's important part of what they do these days, Robbo.
And that's going on all around the world now. Now that it's an Olympic sport, there's money getting pushed into high-performance training. Australia led the way for sure.
Yep.
The facility they have up there at Casuarina is incredible, but that's now starting to happen all over the world.
And you can see the results too. You can, we've spoke to certain surfers who are from Germany, and people go, there's waves in Germany, but they're all, their heritage comes from that region, so they're able to, try to qualify for the Olympics. I'm pretty sure there's an event coming up right now in El Salvador.
In where? There's one in India.
There is one in India?
Well, let's wait and see.
Oh, that's intriguing. So I asked you the other day about the Asian region and just how many magical waves there are around the world, and you said India. It's got good waves.
There's waves there. Yep, there are waves there. Thailand. There's sections of the coastline that face the ocean and they get waves.
Traditionally, they talk about, Bali and the Mentawais and that region, but you said there's so many opportunities untapped around
And
the
here's an opportunity for the Kiwi. Will this one deliver? And look at this wave. So we know Kalani Ball's going to use priority smart, but coming unstuck on the end there, he won't be happy about that. He'll be back out there to get his priority back very quickly.
So quarterfinal number one, we are down to 6.5 minutes to go, and it'll be interesting to see how that little inside runner lined up for the Kiwi. He needs a 7.21, and you said the importance of that last score, that 6.63, gave him a little bit of breathing room and put a little bit more pressure on Kalani. I mean, that wasn't the reason he fell, and I really don't think he was going to improve on that 6.67 either. So with 6 to go, he's established priority again, but I feel like there's quite a bit of separation on the bank as well, Robbo.
Yeah, there is.
To where they position themselves at a vote here.
They're keeping out of each other's way, and they're looking for the scores they need. Kalani needs to improve on a 6.67. Butler needs the 7.21 or better.
I will say, mate, talking about the World Championship Tour, how good is it to see two Aussies leading the charge? Jack Robinson, Molly Picklin are
coming out of Hawaii and Portugal.
And traditionally that is a place where it's been difficult.
Yeah, exactly. And now they come to their home territory to solidify their yellow jerseys.
I feel like Jack Robbo, the intensity he showed early doors for a guy who's very casual in his demeanour, has been impressive, and I think he's going to be hard to stop in 2023.
Absolutely.
We are down to 5 minutes to go, and it is 13.84 for Kalani Ball, a 7.17 and a 6.67 over the Kiwi. Takiu Butler with a 6.63 and a 5.83. He needs a 7.21, and time is going to start to be the enemy. We are at the Vissla Central Coast Pro on the beautiful Central Coast of New South Wales. It's a great area to tap into. It's a great place to bring your family, and we encourage everyone to really explore the landscape that this country offers up.
Yep, a beautiful place, the entire Central Coast. Waves north and south of here, and you couldn't count them. There'd be that many.
And we spoke about the heritage of this region, about what surfers have come out of this region and exploded onto the world stage.
Someone we haven't mentioned.
Go for it.
Shane Powell.
Oh, Powley, of course. Former world number 2. Why
did we forget him? Well, we didn't. We brought him up now.
To be honest, Powley was one of my favourite surfers when I grew up.
Amazing surfer.
I had a really great opportunity a few years ago at Newcastle to sit down with Powley when he was at the back end of his career, and he spoke about the longevity of his career, and he just felt like, that was his life. He loved it so much. But yeah, he was a serious favourite of so many grommets growing up.
Handy with the fishing rod as well.
So right now down to 3 minutes to go, and we are looking for a 7-1 for the surfer from Mount Maunganui. And as we said, came into this event ranked 9. So this is the important heat for him. If he can get through and establish at least a semi-final, those points are going to apply to his rotation when it comes to qualifying for the Challenger Series. They only have one more opportunity, and that is next week at one of the most iconic surf events in the world.
Absolute institution in surfing at Newcastle, and here we go. He knows he needs some big moves here, but he's not going to get the opportunity there. I thought he may have gone for the one big air.
I actually thought he was going to go to the skies for sure in that scenario, but
it's getting to that stage with 2 minutes remaining where one move could pull it off. We know that, and he would know that. So, and he's got quite an aerial game sitting there. He's going to have to bring it to the table, I feel.
He's got a tough opponent because this guy is ice cool, and he knows exactly what waves he wants, and it's a real trick, and it's a skill set of, you know, those top athletes being able to identify that and nail every opportunity. And I feel in this scenario, Kalani Ball has just nailed it with a 7.17 and a 6.67, because he would have known exactly what Takiu has brought to the table at Avoca this week. He would have watched his heats. He would have known that he was probably the form surfer going into the quarterfinals. And if he can get this scalp, he's going to know he's in a strong position to win the event. So it's an important heat for both these surfers. Down to 1 minute to go. And big shout out to the crew at the Avoca Beach Hotel, who's been looking after all the staff. There's so many great restaurants in Avoca. And as I said, it's a beautiful part of the coastline. And today, 32 degrees, very hot. And but the action has been heating up as we've gone along the day. We've seen the waves taper off just that little bit towards lunchtime as we see the Mad Max Minute. We'll be tucking into a burrito for lunch for sure. And 40 seconds, so time is the enemy, Robbo. What is going to transpire here as we head towards the back end of this heat? Will another opportunity come for the Kiwi surfer?
Well, he's certainly far enough away from Kalani to not worry about priority, but it doesn't look to be much appearing on the horizon.
Here we go. Kalani up on the forehand, drives that first turn, a little bit caught up. He's trying to create some down the line speed, and throws that board vertical into the pocket of that wave, and that is more of what I call a victory lap, because I cannot see anything on the horizon. But the Kiwi's up. He's going to throw everything at this last ride. Lovely flare. I'd like to see exactly what happened at the start of that ride for Takiu Butler. Will Kalani improve on that 6.67? And as we see...
I think he will. From Kalani Ball.
So that is going to be intriguing to see how that unfolded. Destination New South Wales replay. Here we go. The Kiwi up and riding. This wave really did not offer a lot of potential when it came to scoring. I love the flare and the ability to release the tail, but I feel like that is nowhere near the ballpark it requires. Kalani Ball is going to mosey on into the semi-finals. We'll be back very shortly. Pay some bills. Hope you're enjoying the day. Don't go anywhere.
This is the motivation.
see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back, everyone, to a beautiful day at Avoca Beach. We are into the Friday sessions, and it is quarter-final number 2 at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, proudly brought to you by Mad Mex, and it is Cooper Davies from the Noosa Heads Board Riding Club taking on one of the rising stars of the Australian surf scene, Lennox Smith from down on the south coast of New South Wales. What a super matchup, intriguing matchup, and one to watch, because this morning, I will say, Lennox Smith was one of the stars of the show when we got through that round of 16, Robbo.
Yeah, different conditions now, so it'll be interesting to see how both surfers adapt, and early start here.
That was surfing red, and here we go, Leno up and riding. You can see just how low and coiled up he is. I love the way he tacks, but what impresses me more about Lennox is his ability to get nice and deep, and just that staple that a professional surfer needs. It's everything that what happens off the bottom of the wave that creates what they do into the peak of the wave. So very impressed with his performance, and I have been for a long time. So we will be running to the completion of the quarterfinals of the men, so that will leave us semi-finals, women's and men tomorrow morning, along with the finals. You can see Cooper Davies just trying to create some space, and he'd be pretty comfortable in waves like this coming from the Sunshine Coast up at Noosa.
Absolutely.
I feel like everyone's had opportunities out there. The waves have definitely dropped off, Robbo.
Yeah, but no, there's been no shortage of opportunity, that's for sure.
Look how much speed he carries across these sections. It's quite incredible for the novice out there to realise just how much space and movement down the line he created there. But only one turn, but it, you know, get the juices flowing, let's say.
2.17 for Lennox Smith's first ride. 3.17 for Cooper Davies, and still has a score to drop, I believe.
Right now we are into the quarterfinals. We have plenty of exciting heats to come your way in the next day or so. Then we'll be off to Newcastle for the final event of this series in Australasia. Great to have such strong partnerships. Of course, Vissla producing some of the best apparel in the world. Their weddies are next level. You can go on to vissla.com or sisterevolution.com, all your independent surf shops, to get some of their amazing gear. Around 80% of the Vissla range is environmentally friendly materials, as we see Kalani Voorhees in the area. Good morning, buddy, and you must be stoked. That was pretty tricky out there, but I felt like you really found your rhythm out there.
Yeah, it was super tricky. Kehu got 2 nice scores straight away, and then I was kind of like, oh crap, I probably should have went one of those. But I kind of waited, and the wave stood up for me nicely, and then the same thing kind of happened to him, where he didn't go one and I got it, and I got a good backup score. So stoked to make that one. It was a good heat.
You got your 2 scoring rides in the space of about 2 minutes. So what was that? Just a lucky run of waves for you, or how were you feeling when you back-to-back waves and decent scores on the board?
I definitely had a pretty good idea of which waves I wanted. So I waited for the one that I wanted, and then I was just pretty lucky to paddle back out straight into that one right behind it and get the 6 as a backup. So definitely a bit of strategy and a bit of luck for sure.
And going into the finals tomorrow, how important is this event for you, and next week? I mean, what's your feeling about the entire series at this stage?
I'm here to try and win this event, and I'll be at the next one trying to win that one. That's the goal, is whenever I enter these events, is to try and win them. So, I just try to take it heat by heat and do the best surfing I can do when the waves come to me. So, I'll just focus on the next heat as it comes.
Now, talk about the adjustments you've had to make. It's been pretty hot in the last 2 days. What have you been doing to sort of re-energise and make sure you're nice and, relaxed and fueled up? Because it has been intense. The heat's been incredible for March anyway.
Yeah, it's been, we've just been, me and Kihu are staying together, so it's pretty classic that we matched up in that heat. But yeah, as soon as we've both surfed, we try and get off the beach and go get a feed and get in some shade. And yeah, there's been heaps of jellyfish and lice and stuff, so I've been getting like stung all over my body all week. So I've kind of been going home and having long hot showers, trying to wash that off, and yeah, just try and stay hydrated and stay out of the sun as much as possible.
Mate, well, you look ice cool out there. Your performance has been on point. Congratulations. Welcome to the semi-finals. We wish you all the best tomorrow, mate, and go hard.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
He's such, I feel like he's a real thinker of the sport.
Yep,
and,
for sure.
Even trying to, break up the way he does his post-heat interviews, and I love the way he's got this really solid process, the thought processes he goes through. And like he said, he had identified exactly what he wanted, and he was able to nail those opportunities. And I feel like at this level, once you hit this level, it's about nailing the opportunities you have.
Yep, and working out where those opportunities are going to come. And there was a great wave scored while we were in that interview, and it was the surfer in red, Cooper Davies, a 7.83. We'll get a replay of that shortly, but some powerful top-to-bottom turns from Cooper Davies. And here's the answer back from Lennox Smith.
Here we go, Leno up into it. Nice rotation, but a little bit disconnected on that turn. But yeah, that 7.83 in the break, that was a game changer when it came to Cooper Davies just really exploding through a series of turns, and the judges lapped that up. He's another one of these young guns who are really starting to perform. And look at that power he possesses through the lip, losing nothing down the line. That board looks so spicy. And again, wow, that is going to be a big number.
That was the 7.83.
You always felt there was a point of difference in that ride.
Yeah, no. The wave linked up for him, and he gave it plenty of stick.
He's another one of these guys, Robbo, who's on the bubble. He sits at 17th position at the moment, and he's dropping a very low number. So if Cooper could actually win this event, he's going to then put himself in a position going into the 5,000. And I think the 5,000 is you're going to see a lot of change up. Those guys who can make quarter semi-finals, they're the ones who are going to jump from the pack to qualify for the Challenger. So this result in itself, very important for a surfer like Cooper Davies.
Absolutely.
Here we go, Lennox Smith, good looking wave. Is it going to open up down the line? And no, that's the thing with these rides. Some of them wedge up, and I feel like Cooper's on probably the best part of the bank at the moment.
Certainly is, and he's getting his backup score here. 2 solid turns out the back. The wave peeled off into the shore break. 4.33, I think he's going to better it and better his scoreline.
Built-in house out there, that's what they say as a coach. You try to identify that with your athletes. You want to make sure that they know that second score. They want to build on the second score, and that puts the ultimate pressure on the opponent, especially when it's man on man. I feel like there's a real kind of set pattern to the way you go about it, but I love the way he just attacked this wave, Robbo.
Yep, good surfing, powerful surfing.
We only have a couple of heats left today. The quarterfinals are the men's. We've already wrapped up the women's quarters. We have 7 heats left, or 6 heats I should say, left in the event, and it's going to be a bumper final day. Saturday morning is going to be a cracker. It looks like the swell's going to come up by about 0.2 or 0.3 of a metre overnight.
That's good news.
Yeah, the wind is definitely going to stay stable until around lunchtime. So I feel like the powers that be have pushed all the right buttons at this event. We had really good waves at the start of the period. I felt like yesterday, amazing. The surfing was on point, and now they had to make those subtle adjustments because the waves have definitely dropped off.
We'll get the best of it in the morning, and we'll be all done by midday.
We'll be on the road.
Yes. To the next stop.
To the next stop.
Newcastle.
I feel like it's been the...
Get me to the Star Hotel.
it's just been the wave that just keeps on giving this tour. There's been so many back-to-back events. We've had 4 events in the New South Wales Pro Surf Series, the Vissla New South Wales Series, and this is the final event. And as I said, going into this final event, Nixie Ryan was leading the charge in the women's, and I think it was Mikey McDonough. So, but with Mikey falling out of the draw a little bit earlier, it opens it up the opportunity for someone to take the crown.
When Newcastle begins, every heat is going to be eyeballed for numbers and points and who's finishing where.
This is when like the surf fanatics like us start to crunch the numbers.
No, the maths is too much for me, let me tell you.
I'll tell you who will be watching every heat, Ockie.
Yeah.
He loves it. But yeah, it's intriguing because this is where you'll see young guys, you know, can they mentally stay strong? Because there's so much pressure. They all know it, whether they want to tell you or not.
It's all
in the back of their mind, they know they need a result. And, you know, the golden ticket is the Challenger Series. You're going to be able to surf Snapper Rocks, Narrabeen, and then you go overseas and surf some of the best breaks in the world. So there's so much riding on the results of this event and the Newcastle Surf Fest. And as you said, one of the most iconic surfing events ever to take place. The longevity of that event is just incredible.
It's been an institution in Australian surfing, the Newcastle event. And I'm sure all my good friends are busy down there at the moment, up there at the moment, sorry, and putting the contest site together. Warren Smith will be barking orders left, right and centre.
They'll have to deal with it a bit too. They've just come off the supercars up there last week, so hopefully all that crowd barriers and stuff, because they actually run the supercars through the main street of the beach. So basically where, you know, the surfers walk across the road, it's been barriered up for the last month. So hopefully they've sorted that out. And of course, for the most part, Merriweather is the spot.
Yep. And so much riding on that next event that...
what was the catalyst for the move to Merriweather? Do you know? Was it more wave quality?
I believe it was. Yeah. It had to do with wave quality. So, and 9 times out of 10, if there's a swell, Merriweather's delivering the best waves. So it was a good move.
Yeah,
progressive move.
It's like a beacon of...
And can handle big swell too. I mean, often at this time of year, we get these crazy lows coming down the coast or whatever, late cyclones, and they're bombed with 10 to 12 foot waves. And at the old break in town, that was too much. At Merriweather, you've got Warren there going, get yourself out there. Get out the back, there's waves.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the most iconic contest directors we have in this country, and a private, you know, a private operator who's given so much to the sport. So
yes,
a big shout out to Warren Smith. He has all these little events. It's like the festival that keeps on giving, that one. There's so many different events inside that main event, and it gives everyone from little grommets to the older generation an opportunity to compete. And right now, Lennox Smith, you can see him making his way onto this right, so up and right in.
He needs to get to work. This is a significant wave. It's a good wave.
Love the amount of water he displaces on that first turn. He's got such a great rhythm to his surfing, but that wave, you could just see it losing energy as it ran down the line.
But it still might be his best wave, I think.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to drop a 5.5 maybe. On the strength of that first turn, it was a really nice power.
Yep, he needs to, because 8.59 is a requirement. That's very hard to get. But a 13.16 heat tally across 2 waves is more achievable with 14 minutes remaining. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to get a decent score on the board, which is what he needs.
So right now, with plenty of time on the clock, you can see Lennox, he's actually moved himself down towards the north to give himself a little bit of space. You can see Cooper sort of looking over his shoulder and identifying and understanding exactly where he's put himself. But he knows that he's got a 7.83 and a 5.33. And right now for Lennox, it's about breaking down the situation. You can do it in increments. You need 2 waves. You don't have to go to that 8.39. And the thing that's on his side for the young gun, 13.5 minutes. This guy's used to surfing multiple 20-minute heats.
Yeah,
Like
no,
having
you're right.
a 30-minute heat,
Yep.
it's a luxury.
Yep, absolutely. 4.77, so narrowed the margin a little bit. I still feel he wants to get rid of both those scores and get that 13.16 heat tally or better. Cooper Davies backed up his 7.83 with a 5.33, so that's not a bad backup. And Lennox Smith out there needing to get busy. One of the good things about the Newcastle event and all the events in New South Wales, is that the crew that work on Newcastle, they're all surfers from the area, long-term surfers. A lot of them maybe can't get to their feet anymore, but they've been there forever, and it's an event for the surfers.
100%. It's like the same crew running the event have been there since I've been there for 25 years.
Yes.
Same guy giving the
Yep.
rashes. They're passionate about their surfing up at Newey.
They're very salty.
Yeah, nice word. And their club up there, Merriweather Board Riders, is an institution when it comes to producing world-class surfers over a long period of time.
And you have Mark Richards turning up at the event every day, taking a spot, watching a few heats, and yeah.
He'd get a spot right up the front, wouldn't he?
Yes,
MR.
you got us.
Yeah, I've had some it's just a great week.
It is.
There's so many outside activities, great regions to funnel yourself at. And here we go. Lennox up, driving off the bottom. Nice first turn. Nice and deep onto that second manoeuvre. Square into the pocket. Opens up the wingspan. Gets to work. And this is a well-judged ride. And he likes it. You could feel the body language there. He loved that wave. And that was incredibly outside the priority of the surfer in red. Here we go, Lennox Smith. Watch the bottom hand turn.
Yep,
into
beautiful.
the pocket.
Yep.
Patient into that second corner of that wave and then opens up. Just really eloquent body rotation and movements, and that is a solid score coming his way, Robbo.
I don't know what to give it, but he's put himself right in the game. He's going to eclipse that 4.77, which is really important.
Throw your judging hat on, mate.
It's not going to be an 8.39 though.
I'm calling it could be a 6.5 to 7.5. I liked it. It's going to be his best way by a mile.
And put him right in the game.
Depending on how they go back, they'll look at replays, go back to Cooper Davies' 7.83.
7.83, yeah.
That is the benchmark.
Yep, and
was there much difference?
Not a
hell of a
huge
lot.
amount of difference. No, I agree with you. They'll be looking at that on the replays. There you go, 6.6. So he's right in the game. 6.6, he needs another 6.6 and he's in the lead.
That is what we spoke about, just breaking it down in increments.
Yep.
And with 10 minutes to go, the young gun from the South Coast has put himself back in the frame. And will that mentally play a part in the mindset of Cooper Davies? Because he did not have priority when he got that score.
Exactly.
And how many times we've seen that in the last week?
Many.
So 10 to go, quarterfinal number 2. We've got quarterfinal number 3 coming up very shortly. And like I said, this is where the points start to really take effect and where these guys have to really push the point. And we're going to have a Mad Max replay. Here we go, Robbo.
I'm going to have a Mad Max burrito.
Oh, how good. Here we go. It looks like the surfer in green, and that is Leno up and riding on the backhand, kicking off his campaign. And then it was the strength of these rides from Cooper Davies. Look how much power and flow he has in his surfing, just attacking each section with flair and throwing those little bits of variety as well. That's what I love, Robbo.
And he backed it up with this one. Nice two-turn combination, 5.33. Had himself in a really good situation, but then this man's coming back. He's coming back hard.
Game changing for sure. Lennox Smith just attacking that wave on the forehand and just really milking that wave for everything it was worth. And that was a solid score, a 6.60. You identified that, put him back in the frame, and now if he can back it up with another 6.60,
he's in the lead.
Like, he's in the lead. Sounds easy.
Yep, it does. Just do that again.
It's easy from the chair.
It is, very.
You know, and the thing that happens here is we're in a scenario we're down to 8.5 minutes to go, and it's where, you know, those next waves are going to be a key factor in the outcome of this heat.
And they've separated themselves, so priority at this moment not going to play a part in it. Cooper Davies, confident, holding priority, knows he needs to try and better the 5.33. Lennox Smith knows he needs to get another 6.6.
He's having a look at something on the outside. He's spotted something in the lineup. So right now, as we said, it's basically been from the outset the surfer in red who's led the charge. But this is the danger of these athletes when we get down to the quarterfinals. Cooper Davies now moving over towards Lennox Smith, but you know that your opponent has the game to punch out big scores. And right now, he looks like he's in position. He had a look at that wave, didn't really roll onto the bank the way he wanted it to, but Cooper Davies is slowly but surely
edging towards him,
decreasing the amount of space between himself and his fellow surfer in the lineup. Because if it gets down to 2 or 3 minutes, you know he will be sitting as close as
we
you are, and he'll be right up in his grill. Beautiful day, look at that. That is just picturesque.
It is. You took the words out of my mouth. Picturesque on the headland there. The whole area is picturesque.
Here we go. Looks like Lennox having a look at that. That was maybe more of a bit of a sell.
Sell in, yep.
Yeah, he's trying to sell him to give priority back to himself. But Cooper is pretty well established in the format of man-on-man heats. He's not going to be sold in anything he feels isn't going to better that 5.33. And that's the thing. In his mind, it is more about, okay, let's put a bit more pressure on the young gun. Let's try to get a 6. A 6.5 is going to really elevate the score that his opponent needs, and that's going to be key, especially when you think about the scenario with the timing. Not a lot of time on the clock.
How good's the accommodation at the Avoca Beach Hotel?
How good is it? You go down the pub at night, grab a beer, good feeds.
Beautiful setting.
You feel like you're sort of in a country town. It's got that really unique atmosphere to it, and great to have the Avoca Beach Hotel involved in this event. Along with Vissla, this is the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 event, part of the Australian leg of the WSL qualifying series. Here we go, Lennox looking up and right in. Is this an opportunity? He's flying down the line. Is he going to go to the air? He is going to go to the air, and a little bit disconnected, and that's an incomplete ride.
Incomplete.
So
that's not going to count.
Score.
Plenty of time though. 5 minutes, a little over. He'll get himself back out in the lineup and chase down this 6.6, which we know he can get because he's already got one.
Now that also opens up the eyes for Cooper Davies to really have a good think about, okay, am I going to allow Lennox Smith the freedom of having a crack at these airs? Because if he lands one of these airs, he's got one of the sharpest air games in the business. He will know that he'll be able to get that 6.57 required. So it's a dangerous position to be in for Cooper Davies. Here we go. As I said, Lennox, you could already, he was eyeing off that inside corner, but there just wasn't enough spice to that air to allow him to ride out. And I think from a judging point of view as well, Robbo, I think that they're looking for that, land in the flats. They want to see that rotation done, and they want to see it progress out into the flats.
Yeah,
and that's
don't land on the back and ride out of it. Yeah,
they don't want to land in the foam ball. They want to land on the flats, and that will elevate the scoring potential.
That's the technicalities of the aerial moves. The judges are all over it. We're learning about it and understanding it.
Yeah, it's just those subtleties, the differences, even the way they tweak and the way they actually put their boards and how much vertical, and it's such a unique part of the sport now. When you think about 15, I was thinking back, a couple of weeks ago about when I started to see airs really come into the fray, and it was actually the World Junior Championship at Narrabeen. I'm pretty sure you were there.
I was there.
And I think it was maybe it was Alejo Munez, it was one of the Brazilians, Jadson Andre, he started to do these airs.
Jadson was one of the
Jaddy was one of the
early
pioneers,
ones. Yeah.
and he'd do them not on the end of a wave, he'd do it from the outset, and it
Yes.
changed the game.
Jadson.
What a legend. He's
Yeah.
one of the funniest men you'll ever meet.
I know.
I always said his personality is so bubbly. It's so good for the sport. Here we go. Cooper Davies up and right, and this wave has got a little bit of spice to it. Will it line up the way he wants to? He's just having to sort of really wait patiently for this thing to line up, and it didn't really wrap onto the bank. Is it going to be enough to better that 5.33?
Well, he's handed over priority, and
know, Robbo.
I don't think he's got bettered his 5.33. So it looked to be the right move. The wave looked good, but now let's see what happens with Lennox Smith. So he had a good look at it. No good. Out of there. Get my priority back. I don't think Cooper's going to improve on the 5.33 personally.
No, neither do I. And this leaves the door open, a chip in a chair for the young man from the South Coast.
2.5
to get the job
minutes.
done. And I felt like when that wave lined up, it was going to be a good one.
Yeah.
But the way it came across the bank with the tide changing, the opportunities I don't feel were really available for the
they weren't.
surfer from Noosa.
It was the right move, but the wave didn't deliver what it looked like it should have. And the door's open now for Lennox Smith. 2 minutes on the clock. And he'll just be hoping that the wave comes that he can unleash on.
Yeah, 2 minutes is a long time, but in these scenarios with the lack of good waves on offer, it's a tricky position to be in for Lennox. But as I said, the thing was, Cooper Davies had to go that way because it looked like one of the biggest sets that has come through. It was just that the wave didn't allow any more scoring potential, so he did not better that 5.33. We are down to the final stages of quarter final number 2. Only 2 heats to go on what's been a bumper day on this beautiful day in New South Wales. 32 degrees on the beach. Waves have dropped off a little bit, but when the opportunity arises, you only have to look at the scores. They're still there and they're still performing well on these little waves.
There it is, the Mad Max.
That makes you hungry.
The Mad Max minute. Final minute.
Pretty sure one of the girls in the office came up with the Mad Max minute. As we see surfer in green, looking at that wave, that would have been, you know, he nearly would be thinking, should I have gone that wave with 45 seconds to go? But that's the maturity of the young man. He wasn't sucked into it. Now he's going to have a crack at this one.
He has to throw the dice.
Here we go, Robbo.
He's going to need something special.
Starts off with a carving move. He's going to have to get busy on this inside, and he's going to go to the air, and that's a cleaner rotation. And he's going to get a little bonus section. But is this the 6.57? Judges will have to go back to the best wave of the heat, and he's still going, so he's given it everything. He's looked up and gone, what do you reckon,
boys? What more can I do? What more can I do?
I'm concerned about how he rode out of that air. Did he ride out clean enough? And this is after buzzer, so we're going to get a replay, and that is a great way to finish quarter final number 2. At least he had a crack at that wave, and opportunity did arise. We'll have to wait and see what the judges thought of that last wave, and here we go, the wave replay. Take it away, Robbo.
Well, the pressure's on you because I'm going to ask you to give it a score, Adam. As a beautiful air there, he does ride out of it, gets the double up, keeps busy. There's manoeuvres all the way through, takes it through to the beach.
I love
exits on terra firma.
Yeah,
Does that give you an extra point?
Starts, and I love the way he surfs, but I feel like maybe it's going to be close, but I feel like it might just be under, but it'll be up to the judges. But I would have loved to have seen a little bit more speed out of that aerial manoeuvre.
I'm with you, but it could get there. Red.
And it did fall short, so it looks like the surfer in red, Cooper Davies, on to the semi-finals. He'll be soaked. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. What a day. Quarterfinal number 3 coming your way.
This This is the motivation.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back, everyone, to Avoca Beach. We are in the quarterfinal number 3 of the Vissla Central Coast Pro QS 3000 event. We have the Japanese surfer who was on an absolute belter this morning, taking on the local man, Joel Vaughan, from just around the corner at North Shelley. So it's a Roto versus Joel in what should be a fascinating matchup. And talking about fascinating, that last heat, wow, Cooper Davies, take a bow. That was clutch. And I've got to ask you, buddy, how you feeling after that? Because there was that one last wave at the end for Leno. It looked pretty good, but he didn't get the score.
Yeah, it definitely got the heart racing, that's for sure. It's pretty funny. We had a heat together one of the finals at one of the Oz Open comps down in Coffs, and it ended much the same. It came down right to the buzzer and he got a wave and just came short, and that was the exact same situation. So he's such an amazing surfer, young Leno. So yeah, credit to him, and I'm pretty chuffed to come away with that one. So pretty happy. Yeah.
I actually didn't feel like you made an error with priority. That wave that you took with about 5 to go, it looked like it was going to be a good wave, but when it hit the bank, it just got all wobbly and wonky. But so, you know, I felt like you made the right choices in that scenario. Did you feel like that as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you always want to just do, you know, let Leno do his surfing and me do my surfing, and Pryor comes into the game. Sometimes you got to be that guy that, you know, sits down on him, and it was that case, and I kind of knew Leno can do some really good punts, and I kind of didn't really want to give him much of a chance. So yeah, I took that wave, and then it came down right to the wire. So yeah, it was definitely a close one. I found my waves at the start of the heat, and then just on that right, conditions have kind of changed throughout the day, so just been trying to adapt. So yeah, it's good. So yeah.
Mate, you got to do what you got to do, and this is a really important event for you. If you could take a win here, that's going to elevate you up leading into the last event at Surfest. How important is this event for you going forward? Because ultimately your goal is to be on the Challenger.
Yeah, 100%. So important right now for sure. It's just taking it day by day, heat by heat. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. But yeah, feeling good on my boards. I got some nice epoxies in this small stuff from Thomas Surfboards. So I've been working with him for a while now and fine-tuning some things. So all the boys there, they do a great job helping me out. So yeah, feeling good at the moment, and yeah, I'll be cheering on my mate Alistair. Hopefully we can meet the final.
Well, what an exciting final that would be between you two surfers. I hope it happens. But yeah, you know, you've got some great equipment under your feet. You sound like you've got a lot of support back home. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out to while you've got the opportunity?
Yeah, for sure. I'd probably give a big shout out to my nan. She always tunes in on these stuff, and she knows it all. So yeah, big props to Nan watching, and Mum, Dad, and then Libbo. Yeah, everyone back at home. I got some really good support back home. and yeah, pretty chuffed to take it home for Noosa. So yeah.
Well done, buddy. All the best. It would be all time to see you and Alistair like match up in a final. That would be funny. There'll be some sledging going on, but all the best, mate. And congratulations. What a great performance today.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Cooper Davies. On to the semi-finals, and just out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something happening in the lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Joel Vaughan has just gone absolutely ham, gone to the air, and what a way to start for Vaughnie. He was a little bit slow out of the gates this morning, but not now. He's just fired right up. Joel Vaughan, take it away, Brett.
Yeah, we've got the Destination New South Wales replay, and well, he managed to catch 3 waves while we had that post-heat interview, and he is just in fine form, racing down the line, puts it up there, and just making it look so effortless, so easy as he whips it back around. But I feel like this was the best of his opening exchange. He managed to then link it straight up into a couple of turns, so I feel like this is going to be a good number for Joel Vaughan as he looks to move on through into the quarterfinals. He's up against Hirota Arai from Japan. But I want to see where those numbers go, particularly that last one.
100%. What about the speed he carried through that air? And on the back end, that's difficult to do. But yeah, he probably would have sat down with his dad after the completion of that last heat this morning and just made the decision, look, I'm going to actually make sure that I'm into it early and not leave it up to chance. So that was such clutch. He locked in a 4.6. He also has a 4.07, but I feel, like you said, that last wave, and there it is, a 6.17 for Joel Vaughan. So getting his game off to a solid start, but Hirota Arai was absolutely amazing this morning. So he's just going to have to continue to bring that. In fact, I feel like that last 617 could have been a little bit higher due to the dynamics of that air.
Particularly in the conditions that we've got here this afternoon too, Dimmy. You know, like the conditions have deteriorated throughout the day. There's the onshore wind starting to puff up and the swell has dropped a little bit. So I feel like, you know, that 617, like you just mentioned, it could have potentially went higher. He got critical and he managed to just link it straight into a couple of backhand turns. I just feel like maybe where the judges stung him a little bit was the fact that once he came out of that first air, the 2 sections that he had, the wave just kind of fizzled on him a little bit and the size started to drop.
Yeah, 100%. It was more about the way the wave tapered off than anything else. But, you know, the great thing about that is that these judges are the best in the business and that is the benchmark. So what they'll do is they'll look at that wave and work out a scale from that scenario.
And when you've got someone like Joel Vaughan in the water, they certainly don't want to box themselves with that judging criteria because we know what he's capable of, they know what he's capable of, and well, we saw it at Maroubra. He managed to put together a heat within a matter of minutes, fighting back against Dakota Walters, who ended up getting a perfect 10, getting injured, but
that's got to be the heat.
Took out the heat.
Well, this thing, Vaughnie on a bomb, lovely extension through the body, just throwing fans of water and nice vertical whip to finish. But yeah, that would, I would say, that Dakota Waters heat at Maroubra with Vaughnie would be the heat of the year for me.
That's
on the Kiwi.
One of the best heats that I've actually watched. Just it was so entertaining, and they went wave for wave, air for air. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, beautiful first turn, straight into a second, end a third. So no downtime, just complete flow there from Joel Vaughan in the blue. He is also a local. He's from the Central Coast, surfs for North Shelley Board Riders, and I'm sure that they're all down the beach cheering him on today.
Our old mate Jess Grimwood, she'd be down there. I saw her, I think she's doing beach comms at this event, so she'd be cheering him on. But that was electrifying surfing from one of the most powerful up-and-comers coming out of our region in Australia. 7.33, so even though he's locked in a 7.33 and a 6.17, this Japanese surfer, ultra dangerous. And we've spoken about the importance of, you know, these events for those co-sanctioned surfers, which is the Japanese contingent. So there's a lot riding on this for Hirota as well. And we know that there's been so much support from the Japanese community. There'd be the eyes of the surfing world be on this next generation because they're starting to make massive leaps in our sport.
They are, and I tell you what, this heat on our hands right now, quarterfinal heat number 3 of the men's, Joel Vaughan, he got that 7.33 under priority, and here he is again. He is just staying nice and busy. He's going to chip away at wanting to replace that 617 from his scoreline, because at the moment, Hiroto in the red, sitting in second place, is already chasing a combination of 2 scores with just over 19 minutes on the clock. Here he is, looking to get himself out of combo land.
Yep, definitely. And Joel Vaughan just putting on a clinic so far. I love the fluency to his surfing and these smaller waves. He's made that subtle adjustment, but this is going to be a really good insight to what Joel's bringing. He's just got so much flair, so much variety, and I'd love to see how the Japanese surfer started his ride-off.
We watch the end of that replay for Joel Vaughan. That is the current heat leader. We had the answer back here from the surfer in red. Comes hard off the bottom, belts a lip.
Wow, that was impressive.
Money turn was done out the back, and just a bit of a frothy inside section as the wave just faded away. But one big solid turn there from the surfer in red. It'll be interesting to see where that sits on the scoreboard to get himself out of combo.
I think both these surfers are actually sponsored by Quickie, so that makes the battle more intriguing, isn't it? When you go against someone who's in your same camp, you know, from an international point of view, you want to go, mate,
I've
got ya. But yeah, that was fantastic surfing. Hiroto just unleashing on that first turn. There's 18 minutes to go. And like I said, I feel like this guy's got a really a solid mental game along with the physicality of the sport. But I feel like he's very calm in the way he goes about, he's surfing. And like I said, there's a lot riding on the result for both Joel and Hiroto. And that was a nice way to start for the man from Japan. And interesting this morning when we had him in a post heat, we said, oh, how was it? A little bit tricky out there. He said, oh, no, it's pumping.
This is pumping conditions for where he's from.
I love it.
He is, of course, from Yokohama in Japan.
5.23, nice way to start. So he's going to have to build on that. He's going to have to drop that score, but it would have given him a lot of confidence knowing that he can find the right waves, he can generate enough scoring potential to put himself back in the game with 17 to go. But I do love how Joel's gone about this heat. He's had a heat this morning where he sort of started very slow. Him and Solly Bailey started slow but came back strong. In this heat, I felt like there's been a certain intensity to the way he's gone about it. And that's what you expect when you get these higher sort of ranking surfers. As they go through the draw, you feel like they sort of put it through the gears.
Yeah, I feel like some of the time they're just kind of testing the waters a little bit. What can they get away with? What can't they? How far can they push it without getting knocked or eliminated out of the competition? And like you said, it was a slower start this morning for Joel Vaughan, and it was something that he probably learnt from. Didn't want to make those errors again with a slow start. And well, he started off super quick. So he's already locked in a 7.33 and a 6.17. It's interesting the fact that the 7.33 was actually caught under priority, as was the 6.17, because at the time the surfer in red hadn't taken off yet.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of separation between the two surfers earlier in the heat, but now as we head towards the halfway stage, you'll see these sort of little strategies come into play where, they'll sort of identify where they want to be, and right now you can see Joel Vaughan has definitely got him in his eyesight, so he doesn't want to let him go anywhere.
Certainly not. I feel like as surfers progress through the draw, it really does. I feel the competitors don't have as much opportunity for the errors to be made and potentially still move through. The further they're progressing, the less opportunity there is to move through if they had made mistakes or made errors, particularly in the fact that there's only 2 surfers in the water now. With a 4-person heat, still a 50-50 progression. If you're not out in the lead, there's a chance you can still scrape on through in second spot, but with only 2 people in the water, you're either winning or losing. You've got no other way through the heat.
Yeah, 100%. You're correct in that manner too, is that when you're in a 4-surfer format, someone could be on fire, and then you just make that subtle adjustment that, okay, I'm going for second. You're just looking to advance. Here we go, Joel Vaughan flying down the line, and what about how much whip he created out of that backside move? Yeah, so when it comes to man-on-man heats, you've got to be well aware that you don't want to let your opponent get too far ahead of you, because there is no opportunity to come back when a surfer has that kind of spacing on the scores.
I think it becomes a bit of a mental game as well, you know, like surfing is just one component of the sport. There's so much strategy and other factors that come into play, and it's one of those situations where, for example, at the beginning of this heat, Joel Vaughan had his fellow competitor in combination requiring 2 scores, and sometimes if a competitor hears that early in the heat, they can kind of just get a bit rattled early. But I felt like the surfer in red from Japan, he actually held his composure, he settled his nerve, and he managed to get a 5-2-3, and he didn't buckle under that pressure of thinking, I'm in combo, I'm not going to get through this heat.
No, and what was interesting in there, I was watching Joel's body language after he missed that the landing of that air, and he wasn't happy with himself. And that's how fierce a competitor it is. Right now, you'd be probably thinking he'd probably be really relaxed with a 7-3-3 and a 6-1-7, but he's not. He's such a perfectionist. And the amazing thing about Joel Vaughan is that his percentage of makes on his airs are very, very high. So you could just see he wasn't happy with that. And that's a great thing as a competitor, just to be the ultimate perfectionist in the way you go about your work.
For sure, Dimmy, and I feel like, you know, someone like Joel Vaughan, he would have a very high completion rate with those airs, and he would have known that he's more than capable of landing those. He probably lands them in free surfs all the time, and I feel like he would have also been aware that he's got a 6-1-7 in his scoreline. Had he have got the completion, there's a chance he would have dropped that. And at the moment, while surfer in red needs an 8-2-7, should Joel increase that 6-1-7 by another point, it almost becomes a perfect score that the surfer in red is chasing.
Yep, you're definitely correct there. So right now it is up to the Japanese surfer, Roto Ara, to get himself back in the game. He needs an 8.27, but he can do that in increments. He just needs to make sure the next wave he gets, I feel, is going to be a make or break situation, because there is a lot less intensity in the actual wave quality this afternoon. So I feel like opportunities aren't going to be as dominant as it was, say, yesterday. So it's going to be more of taking those opportunities when they arrive.
And even if you look at the scoreboard and look at how many waves might have been caught throughout this heat, you got to remind yourself that these are 30-minute heats. At the moment, there's 12 minutes remaining, but it just feels like things have slowed down in the water, and they're not having as many opportunities as maybe there was this morning. And like you said yesterday, it was absolutely pumping, and I felt like it was more consistent. There was more energy in the ocean.
Oh, we saw that last heat yesterday afternoon where, all 4 surfers in that round of 16 in the women's basically had scores in the excellent range. In fact, Elise Cooper had I think 13.77 two-wave combo, and earlier in the day that would have won any heat. Such was the sort of the pulse that happened late in the day. So the energy levels of the ocean has definitely dropped off. The good thing about it for tomorrow morning, Britt, is that the swell is due to jump again to about 1.5 metres, and there's going to be very little wind in the morning, but at lunch that wind's going to fire up, and that's what the great thing about this event is. I feel like the contest directors have called all the right reins. Joel Vaughan goes to the air, rides out. That was an intense landing. That was pretty sick.
He projected out in front of it. I feel like he didn't come down with the lip. He came out in front of the lip. We'll get the replay of that in a moment, but he's looking to replace a 6-1-7 to make things harder for the surfer in red. Will he improve on the situation as we watch the Destination New South Wales replay,
Have
Jimmy?
a look where he lands. He lands in the flats, and that's with such a short span of spacing. That's a pretty incredible trick to pull off, and one that comes with risk as well when it comes to injury. So a great aerial move for Joel Vaughan. Will it better the 6-1-7? I'm not a judge, but it does by the barest of the margin. It betters it by 0.1 of a point. So 6.27. Joel Vaughan puts a little bit more pressure on Roto Ara, and like I said, the impressive part of that move was where he landed the board, and that's what the judges like to see.
And it may seem like it's just an ever so slight improvement for Joel Vaughan with that lead. It just makes things that little bit harder for the surfer in red. So now it needs an 8.37 to move on through into the semi-finals. I feel like it's just something that you listen to and you're like, okay, the next wave that I get needs to be a really good one.
Lunchtime in the corners of New South Wales, the Mad Mex crew, great to have them involved in this event. Did you have your burrito for lunch?
I had some nachos and guac.
Oh, nachos and guac. Well, I've been on for the last 2 hours, so I haven't had lunch yet. I've been looking forward. There it is, the 2-for-1 burrito. Scan the QR code there and get yourself amongst it. And every time that Mad Mex minute starts spinning round, I get hungry. So great to have Mad Mex, just fresh food available in all corners of Australia. And what a partnership it's been for Surfing New South Wales and Mad Mex. We are down to the last 9 minutes, but I'll be certainly enjoying a Mad Mex burrito at the completion of the quarterfinals.
They are absolutely delicious. You could eat 2 by yourself, Dimmy. I feel like you're at the point where you're that hungry.
I could eat my arm right now. But no, I'm loving it. Just being a part of the commentary team and being on to watch some of our brilliant surfers who are coming through the development program within Australia and starting to make waves on the world stage. That's what I've loved. It's been a part of my life for 30 years, and I've always loved, that development program that we've had from the grassroots. As we see Joel Vaughan, I reckon he's found himself a great little wedge. Here we go, Joel up and right in attacking first turn, hard off the bottom into the power source, comes around, and I feel like that wave offered a lot more juice to it. But will the judges deem that last manoeuvre a completion? I don't know. If you were judging, what do you think?
I wouldn't give the completion, but this turn here, that was huge for Joel Vaughan. Straight up into the second. I just feel like he didn't quite ride out in front of it. He got the side wobble and just couldn't project in front of the foam.
I was pretty impressed by the fact that he was able to ride out the second turn because I felt there was a lot of wobble on that wave.
There was with 7.5 minutes remaining. Quarterfinal heat number 3 in the water. This is our second last heat of today. We have quarterfinal heat number 4 coming up next. That'll be Alistair Reginato up against Solly Bailey. Another cracker.
Wow.
Quarterfinal for the men's.
Another one of these heats that could be a final from Alistair and Solly. Such a stable performer, a young gun coming through the ranks, going against a guy who's had a lot of experience, including experience on the top tour, the World Championship Tour. So that is Byron Bay taking on, or basically New South Wales taking on Queensland. It's like a state of origin matchup.
Blue through and through. No bias here.
Blue through and through, dude.
As much as I like the sunny coast and I like parts of Queensland, you definitely cannot beat the New South Wales coastline. And what a beautiful part of the world we are in right now in New South Wales. We are at the Central Coast, Avoca Beach to be exact. And if you're around the area, be sure to check out Avoca Beach Hotel. They offer great surfing accommodation with fully self-contained rooms and plenty of parking. Be sure to visit avocabeachhotel.com.au for all their rates and availability. I know they've also got a bistro there as well and a cafe.
Good feed up there. Snitties are amazing, the steaks. It's just a great way to finish off a day. We've been blessed to be able to stay at that facility for a long period of time and can't beat it. Just sit on the balcony, beer, maybe a little punt. It's the Australian landscape, isn't it? It's what makes Australia unique, the way we go about our lifestyle, and we've always had solid partnerships and none better than the Avoca Beach Hotel. So we encourage everyone to get amongst it. We'll be there this afternoon.
Will we, Dimmy? Having a palmy?
Spirit.
I always get torn. I'm a sucker for a chicken palmy, but then I don't often eat too much steak when I'm at home. So I'm always torn when I go to a pub or a hotel. Do I get the palmy or do I get the steak? It's one or the other. I don't go far off the menu.
I feel like it's an Australian institution. Having a pick. With 5 minutes to go, Joel Vaughan, the local crew, would be so excited because he's really put the blowtorch on his fellow competitor out there from the outset. I feel like he came out swinging, but we know how dangerous this Japanese surfer is. Rota Ora, he has such a strong game, and I feel like that is one of the biggest sets we've seen come through in the last couple of hours. So maybe a little bit of an increase in the swell we're going to see come this afternoon. The free surfing will be good because these surfers who are still in the game are going to be out there for sure. But right now, what I do notice, Britt, is there's quite a bit of wind on the face of the wave, so it's making it a little bit more tricky.
It is, Dimmy, and you know, this surfer here scratching into this wave, he's really going to have to get moving. This is only the second wave that he's taken off on with just over 4 minutes on the clock. Reminder, these are 30-minute heats.
And the heats that keep on giving.
They are, but they're not giving too much to the surfer in red at the moment, unfortunately. He's locked in at 5.23. He's chasing an 8.37, so he's looking for an excellent number if he's wanting to move on through into the semi-final. And we've been talking about how crucial this event is in the campaigns of all these surfers looking to qualify for the Challenger Series. It is, of course, a co-sanctioned event, which is why we're seeing a lot of the Asian competitors over here in Australia, like that competitor in the red from Japan. They're looking to qualify on their own regional QS for that Challenger Series. And, well, at the moment, Joel Vaughan in the lead at this stage of the heat with 3.5 minutes remaining. But on the QS rankings for the Australia Oceanic region, he's actually sitting in 24th. So this is a really important result here for Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, and you're talking about opportunities out there. I feel like the Japanese surfer has been a little bit too stagnant in the way he's gone about the approach of this heat, where Joel Vaughan has surfed 11 waves, so keeping ultra busy, where in that last heat he was really slow out of the gates. I feel like he's made these subtle adjustments in the way his thought process has gone into the heat. But and then you have the Japanese surfer who's been ultra patient, but it hasn't paid off, because I feel like in these kind of conditions, if you have a crack at multiple waves, sooner or later you're going to identify one that opens up and allows you to tag off, because Joel, I feel like, has had a lot of good waves and the opportunity has been there. Some of the execution hasn't, but he's got a 7.33 and a 6.27. That is a really solid two-wave combos in these kind of conditions, but it's the different strategies. Joel, busy. Hiroto, ultra conservative when it comes to actually taking off on a lot of waves, and it hasn't really paid off for him so far.
And we talk about opportunity in the ocean with those sets and waves rolling through, but I feel like Joel Vaughan, he's been the surfer throughout this heat that's actually created his own opportunities. Because you watch the surfer in red, he held first priority for quite a while in the beginning of the heat as well. Joel Vaughan stayed busy. He got those scores that are in his scoreline right now under priority. And then we just saw the surfer in red sit with priority pretty much the entire heat and take off on his second wave with 4 minutes on the clock as we watch the Mad Mex recap. Fresh Fuel for Life. This is Joel Vaughan. He opened up with a good number here.
Flaring.
And off to a quick start.
Wow, that was such a sick move, just from the dynamics of where he landed that in the most potent part of that wave. So nice aerial manoeuvre. But as we said, the Mad Max replay, it has been Joel Vaughan, ultra busy, and right now it's back against the wall for the young Japanese surfer. But watch the way this guy attacks on the backhand. And unfortunately that wave just gobbled him up, just that little bit of backwash. So you can see the body language, he's not happy. He's got 1 minute to get the job done. He'll definitely get himself back in the lineup, but I feel like it's been a mature and a more potent performance this afternoon in the quarterfinals from Joel Vaughan. We are down to the Mad Max minute. Put that away, because I am going to be belting into a couple of them by the end of this round. The quarterfinal number 4, I am getting a tad hungry.
Big thanks to Mad Mex, partnering with Surfing New South Wales across not only this event but the entire Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food. And if you're wanting to grab yourself a couple of burritos, be sure to download their app today and enter the code SURFING with a capital S to redeem their 2-for-1 burrito deal. We've been offering it throughout the entire event. As we just talked about, they are absolutely delicious. I'll stop talking about them though, Dimmy, because I can see your mouth drooling already.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Mad Max, fresh fuel for these athletes. It's great to have them involved in this partnership. And right now, but it is congratulations over to Joel Vaughan. I feel like it's been a statement of consequence out there for the young guy from North Shelley. He's put on a show and he's into the semi-finals. We'll throw up to a break. We're going to wrap it up with quarterfinal number 4, Alistair Reginato taking on Solly Bailey. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back to a beautiful day here at Avoca Beach for the Vissla Central Coast Pro presented by Mad Mex. This is, of course, the WSL QS 3000 and our final stop of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and what an exciting matchup we have for our final heat of today.
Yeah, it's going to be a sick way to finish off what's been a great day, and it is Solly Bailey taking on Alistair Reginato. So it's you can see the wave faces right now that wind's starting to really blow, and it's going to be an intriguing battle because both these guys need results. And we're going to look at a couple of replays right now. The New South Wales Government, here we go, surfing red up and riding. And nice vertical attack there from Alistair. So that's going to be a nice way to start for the guy from up on the Sunshine Coast. And I do believe we have Joel Vaughan in the post-heat interview area. Vaughanie, congratulations, mate. I felt like from this morning's heat to that heat then, you made a really an effort to make sure you kept busy from the outset.
Yeah, I noticed in my first heat it went so slow, and it was a bit unexpected. So I just made sure I gave myself some opportunity to get through those heats, and yeah, I'm stoked to get through.
Made 11 waves ridden, and I felt like from the moment you hit the lineup, you were ready to roll. And that was an important heat for you, wasn't it? So it was important you got off to a start and established, you know, your position in the lineup.
Yeah, it was definitely important. Yeah, I just wanted to like not wait around and wait for something that wasn't coming in that heat, and just try to give myself as much opportunity as I could to get through. And I'm stoked.
Talking about conditions from this morning to now, it looks like it's a lot more tricky out there for sure.
Yeah, definitely that southerly's come up, and it's really hard to kind of identify the right waves. Don't know if it's going to close out too quick or not. So I feel like that's just where staying busy helped a lot, and I gave myself a fair bit of room from Hiroto, so I think that worked well as well.
Yeah, you definitely identified the best waves in that heat. Now, moving forward to tomorrow, talk us through what will you do this afternoon. Will you go home, relax, and just chill out and get ready for the semi? Because if you can get a win here, that's 3,000 points. That's a big chunk.
Yeah, definitely go home and just relax and try to reset and just go to bed early and stay hydrated and be ready for the morning.
Well, the good thing about it, I had a look before, it looks like the waves are going to come up by, half a metre. So hopefully tomorrow the wind will back off. You'll have plenty of opportunity. We want to congratulate you, mate. That was a real clinic out there today, and all the best, mate, moving forward for the semis and the final.
Yeah, thanks heaps. Cheers.
Joel Vaughan looking very switched on. Yeah, and there was a real, there was an effort to change up the way he went about, that heat this morning where, to be honest, he had to pull a rabbit out of the hat, Brett, to get on through. But that heat, I felt like he dominated it from the outset.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, and he even mentioned it in his post-heat interview. So it was an obvious game plan that he had chosen to go with, just creating those opportunities for himself, not just kind of sitting and waiting. He actually went searching for it. As we watch the replay here for the surfer in red, that's Alistair Reginato already locking in a healthy number on the scoreboard of 7.67. Quarterfinal. Heat number 4 of the man. He is, of course, up against Solly Bailey from Byron Bay, the former World Tour surfer. So this is a really big heat here for both these competitors. Alistair sitting in 7th at the moment, so right on that qualification bubble for the Challenger Series. Solly Bailey in 11th.
Showing up and blowing up, as they say, and that is such, a visual of his skill set. He's a big, big man. He's a big unit, and to be able to just throw so much water and not lose any kind of positioning in the lineup either as he went through those turns, that's an impressive skill set. And that's what this guy brings to the game. Steve Robinson, spoke a little bit earlier about how impressed he was with Alistair at that first event on the series. And I love the fact that he brings this game. But for me, I know he's comfortable in these waves. He surfs these kind of, windy waves all year round on the Sunshine Coast. It can be tricky. So I feel like, even though Sol is such an experienced campaigner, it wouldn't worry him to have to, tag away in these kind of conditions.
It wouldn't at all. And well, Alistair Reginato, he's taking a note out of Joel Vaughan's book, trying to stay busy, not able to get the completion on that one, but you can see where his intention is for this heat with just under 23 minutes on the clock. Solly Bailey having a look, opting not to take off. I've actually received a report from the sand from our good mate Jess Grimwood.
Oh, Jess.
We were talking about the burritos. She's told me she's eaten 3 already today. She had 2.5 yesterday, and there's probably an average of 2 burritos per staff member during tent setup. And she'll
need to go to the gym.
Another interesting, but they're all going to turn into burritos too. But another interesting fact here that she's provided the info on, how we've been talking about the stingers and the sea lice. Well, she said there are jellyfish galore in the water right now, and that's what they're contending with in the ocean as well, not just the waves and the wind.
Yeah, I felt like yesterday afternoon was the same, where as soon as that tide turned, it pushed the jellyfish more into the peak, and there was a lot of movement in those post-heat interviews. People were like, geez, you're looking a bit eggy there, but no, they were actually itching themselves. And it was pretty heavy. Some of these surfers were looking for the cream by the afternoon because they had to negotiate not only their heats but also what the ocean was dishing out. So, yeah, interesting. Yeah, Jess Grimwood into the third burrito.
Third burrito today.
She's got some stamina. She's got some game, let me tell you. She's my favourite.
All 3 burritos that go straight to her big toe.
Here we go, surfing red up and right in. Nice vertical start to this wave. Setting the pace and setting the platform for another nice score. Brett Nicol, that was an impressive small wave attack.
It was. Good read on that wave there for the Sunshine Coast surfer in the red as we watch a Destination New South Wales wave replay. Straight up and over that first section, linked it into a second, got up and above the foam and managed to get the end connection. So critical turn, strong surfing there from the man in the red as he looks to put another number on the board and extend that lead, making things a little harder for Solly Bailey in the blue, which I feel like is about to go into a combination situation.
Yeah, that won't face Solly as he goes up and right in. Nice first turn, trying to create some space down the line and just trying to connect the dots on this little inside runner. But yeah, Alistair Reginato, ultra impressive when it becomes, big waves because you've got such a strong power base. But his small wave arsenal and his small wave attack is just really good on the eye as we see Solly Bailey up and right in again. This is this little inside runner. So with 20 minutes to go or just over, it's time to get busy for Solly Bailey. But these 30-minute heats allows plenty of opportunity. And Alistair Reginato locked in a 7.67. It'll be interesting to find out what they're going to drop for this last wave. And there it is, 6.33.
Alistair Reginato in the red, off to a good lead here in quarterfinal heat number 4. This is, of course, our final heat of today. We're moving into finals day tomorrow. Big day of action with the semis and finals. You mentioned earlier, Dimmy, we should have good conditions in the morning, light winds, a bit more swell, and you said that the wind should pick up at around lunchtime, which the positive here is that the event should actually wrap up just before lunch. So perfect timing.
Yep, and it is solely having a look at this. For Alistair Reginato, this is a very important heat. I'll tell you why. He sits right now in 7th on the rankings. Right now, he is going to jump Xavier Huxtable for sure with this result, even if he doesn't get through this heat. But if he can get through this heat, he's going to put himself in a strong position because he's going to basically move above Xavier and Marlon Harrison, who is actually injured at the moment. So this is a key battle out here. You can see the intensity. You can feel it, the energy with Alistair. He wants it. He wants to get into the finals of this event, so he takes a little bit less pressure going into Newcastle. But again, Newcastle is another, element to the actual storyline because Newcastle is to 5,000. And you're going to see guys jump from the pack from, down towards the 20 position right up into qualification standing. So this is an important heat for both Solly Bailey and Alistair Reginato because it is going to formulate what they're going to need and what they require going to the final event of the series.
I love the fact that they've structured it so there is a QS 5000 to finish off the QS leg of the series here in Australia and the Oceanic region. And I just feel like it, like you said, it's the storyline. And there's so much that can happen in such a big event that you can get people that are sitting in their 20s and 30s. If they win an event like that, they jump back up into qualification.
We saw it happen last year with Hedgie. He basically came out of the pack with a second place in and nearly qualified. I think he missed by one spot, but it gave him a couple of opportunities on the Challenger. But yeah, such is the important nature of the series. Yeah, it is an iconic event, Surfest, but there's a lot riding on it for men and women in both the Asian region and the Australian region because there's so much up for grabs. That golden ticket onto the Challenger Series, that is what is the only thing in the mind of these athletes. Here we go, Solly Bailey up.
Quick up and out there for the surfer in the blue. 27-year-old from Byron Bay.
27. I feel like he's been around for such a long time, Solly. And what's great is he's had a bit of time out, and I feel like he's come back refreshed. And I think the COVID period did a lot to really put everything in the place for a lot of surfers globally. There was such a dramatic change to our lifestyles. Everything basically stopped. And those surfers who maybe felt a little bit cooked, I felt had that refresher and they've come back even better and stronger and more appreciative of what they have in front of them. Sometimes you can get lost in that scenario.
And Solly Bailey, he's one of those surfers that could go in any direction with his career. He's an exceptional surfer, not just in contest surfing, but free surfing as well. And I just feel like there's so many different avenues that he could choose to take. And, I feel like when he dropped off tour, it was kind of good timing in the fact that that's when the pandemic kind of hit. It gave him that opportunity to reevaluate, reassess what his priorities were and what his goals were. And obviously, he decided to throw that contest Rashi back on, which I was surprised to see, but happy to see. And he's obviously looking to requalify and rebook a spot back on that world tour. He had a 5th place in Crewy and the NIAS. He won the Port Stephens Pro the other week, so that would have been good for a bit of a confidence boost.
And I love the way the structure of the WSL has actually formulated these 3 different tours now. Because I was talking with Steve Robbo before about someone like Wade Carmichael. People are asking, where is Wade? And he's doing different things. He's doing a bit of free surfing and stuff like that. So where back in the day, if you took 2 years off the tour, and then started your QS campaign, you'd be back at the back of the pack. And I feel like these days, surfers can have some time out, refocus, reset, and they can basically just come straight back into the QS and try to qualify for their region, and then hit the button when it comes to getting on the Challenger. So I feel like there's an advantage to the way the structure of the 3-tier system is now.
For sure, you know, WSL adapted to that pandemic situation, and I feel like it has been for the better. You know, there's 7 regions around the world. This is obviously just one of them, and being a co-sanctioned event, there's the Asian leg over here as well at the moment, but it's allowing the competitors to rack up the points in their home country, maybe save a bit of money, earn a bit of money, and really fund their way through it. But I just feel like the way the QS used to be, you had to travel internationally, you had to be spending big money, and you know, there's potential you could travel all the way across the world and be surfing something that's not breaking, and it does happen. And I just think it's a great opportunity for surfers to do what they can in their own region and make sure that they're really ready for that next step.
I think everyone's blessed these days because, I mean, I remember back in the day, I'd have surfers who'd travel to Brazil, 32 hours, surf 1 foot and lose by 0.01, and that's the nature of the beast when it comes to surfing. But I feel like our athletes now are getting looked after a lot more by WSL because of the fact that the big thing for me is the money. Like, yeah, there's a lot of events back to back, and that's a great thing, but the fact that they don't have to really have that stress of how much money it used to cost to travel the globe and not get a result, where you're basically in your own backyard now.
And realistically, if they've done enough to qualify for that Challenger Series, it also means that they've done quite well in the regional series, and with points come money, right? So
yep.
If they're putting themselves in that position, they're actually helping themselves fund their campaign for the Challenger once they then have to compete overseas. And once they get on the Challenger, I think it's instant prize money.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a benefit in itself. And the benefit here for the Australian Oceanic region is the first 2 Challenger events are actually in our home country. So Snapper Rocks and North Narrabeen
are 2 of the most popular surf venues in Australia when it comes to quality of wave. I mean, who doesn't want to surf a 4-surfer heat at Snapper? How many of you out there?
1 or 2.
There you go. I think I saw you in the trials of...
I was in the trials one year.
That's right. See, I'm old, but I've still got it. But yeah, I mean, surfing with 3 other surfers at Snapper, it's incredible. When you get a good one out there with 100 people out there, it's fun. But yeah, to have the opportunity to surf at such a world-class venue, well, you know, that has its positive energy as well. So, and this year, they've changed it up. They've moved it away from my home beach at North Stain that is always pumping, not.
Pumping out of the pipe.
Pumping out of the pipe, but they've moved it on down to Narrabeen, and I think that's a really smart move because when you think of premier wave locations and quality of waves, Narrabeen is probably the best wave, I feel, on the northern beaches, if not Sydney. Down to 12 to go. We are into the final heat of the day. Massive shout out to the crew from Vissla. This is the final event of the Vissla New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We're at the Vissla Central Coast Pro, presented by Mad Mex. And yeah, to have Vissla partnered up with Surfing New South Wales on their QS events, and they have done for the last 4 years. So great to have them involved. Of course, environmentally friendly. About 80% of the product range is made of environmentally better materials. And they've got some amazing, you know, people making their apparel. It's, you know, it's user-friendly and it's comfortable. We really suggest everyone to get online, vissla.com, sisstrevolution.com, or at your independent surf shops. You can get some of the best gear in town, and to have them involved and supporting this series event since its inception 4 years ago, it's pretty impressive. Because money is tight everywhere. Let's think about it. Interest rates, the cost of living, and to have a brand like Vissla involved in this series and supporting the next generation, we love it. So a big shout out to Johnny and all the team.
And it's a big credit, you know, to all the hard work that they put in behind the scenes to just even keep such an amazing brand running throughout what the landscape was over those few years. You know, like, I think Sister celebrated
1 year.
1 year, and then COVID happened.
Yeah, exactly.
To be able to come out of that is huge. And then to be able to fund, and support surfers throughout the country and, come on board again with this series. It's a massive thing in itself, and it says a lot about what they do as a company and I guess the organisational structure as well.
Yeah, it's about their beliefs and what drives that brand. And what drives that brand is to help developing, our next gen in the highest kind of competitive arena they can produce. So, yeah, big shout out to that crew and to everyone, who supports this series. Of course, the Central Coast Council, Avoca Beach Hotel, Destination New South Wales. Without the government, they're a key partner of Surfing New South Wales. It's great. And Mad Mex, of course, they are presenting partners. So these events, when it comes to, partnerships, it's such an important part of, producing world-class events. You've got to have the backing of these companies. And when money is so tight, it's great to have these people supporting us. Got a Mad Mex replay. Let's look on through what has transpired. Here we go. It's been the surfer, the big, chunky man from up on the Sunshine Coast. This guy's such a radical surfer. I feel like 2023, he has really turned the switch on. And look at that backhand attack from Alistair Reginato. And this guy, you never count him out because he's world-class, Britt.
He is. That is the man from Byron Bay, Solly Bailey in the blue. Thanks to Mad Mex for that recap. But live action in the water right now. This is the current heat leader from Alexandra Headland, Alistair Reginato. Linking this one all the way through. He's wanting to drop a 6.33 if he wants to extend his lead. But at the moment, with just over 8 minutes on the clock, Solly Bailey, he is in a combination situation. He needs 2 waves of a total of 14 to move on through to the semi-final. You watch a swimmer just
I was looking at that
swim
going,
on past
what was
down the
that in the
back.
water? It caught my eye, as we see, catching my eye was this forehand wrap and this great flow on this wave on a very small wave, but I love the way he kept that board nice and tight to the power source, and he really milked it, and you could see so much water moving, not only on the out back, but on the inside with Alistair, and he's just trying to build house. Right now he's in a really strong position because he's actually got his competitor in a combo, and that means that basically one wave's not going to do it. He needs 2 waves, and he needs 2 waves of consequence.
And it's not a great time with just over 7 minutes on the clock to be in a combination situation, but it is enough time for Solly Bailey. I feel like he's someone that can put together a heat within a 5-minute time frame. He is also holding first priority. Oh, there you go. The requirement does extend. Alistair Reginato, his last wave, a 6.67. He's also got that 7.67 in his scoreline. So Solly Bailey now needing a 2-wave total of 14.34. This has been a really slow heat for the competitor in the blue as he just splashes the water on screen there, Dimmy.
Not happy camper, and that's unusual to see that frustration getting to him, but it's just been about rhythm. Sometimes in heats you can get these channel changes where it comes to one surfer being in really solid rhythm with the ocean. I feel like Alistair's been on every good wave, and the opportunity for Solly Bailey hasn't presented itself. But there is still 6.5 minutes to go, and we've seen a lot of heats in the last 2 days change on, in a very short space of time. We saw Joel Vaughan basically pull out 2 good scores in a 3-minute period. It can happen, but as the time goes, more pressure applies.
And one thing that tells me there with Solly Bailey, not only is he frustrated with the situation, but that just goes to show how much he still wants this, how much he wants to be back on that world tour.
Yeah, he's passionate about what he wants to achieve, and right now it is this guy, Alistair Reginato, who bounced and exploded onto the screen at the ABB a couple of years ago for North Shore, and he's been seriously one to watch in the last couple of years. We've seen him just sort of refine his act, really work hard on his fitness, and I feel like a lot of these guys, 2023 has been a breakout year. Saku Butler, Alistair have been 2, Jagger Bartholomew's another one when I think about it. I feel like these guys have really taken their performance levels just up a notch.
And while we've got a sunny coast surfer in the water, I think it's something that we've noticed. You know, over the years we have watched a fair bit of talent come out of the Sunshine Coast, but I just feel this year the sunny coast contingency seems to be a lot stronger. They've got the support of one another. They're pushing each other, and I just feel like they're a lot stronger than what they have been in the past.
I think the grouping's bigger. I mean, back in the day, you had Julian, Isabella Nichols comes from that region. She lives on the Goldie these days, but, you know, and then you had Dimity Storr came from that region, lives on the Goldie. But I feel like instead of there being one, two, or two of them, now there's like so many of them. They are blowing up and showing up, and that's the beauty. I think that all the regions are starting to produce, you know, a talent pool that extends multiple people more than just your individuals.
You're not wrong there, Jimmy. It's so obvious this year, and I think, you know, just having that support, you watch it with the Kiwis. All that New Zealand crew that come over, they all support each other, they all back each other, they're all down
It's funny watching
on the
them
sand.
on the beach, yeah.
They work as a team. They're not just there for themselves, but they're there to support one another. They know how hard it is. They know they're all here to achieve the same thing, but at the end of the day, they're proud of each other. They're proud of their country. They're proud of what they represent, and, well, it shows in their surfing. It shows in their results.
Like, we've had a couple of Kiwis actually be on the World Tour in the past. Maz Quinn was sort of the pioneer when it came to the males. And then you had Ricardo Christie, and I'm, without doubt, I feel like there'll be someone from New Zealand on the World Tour again in the next couple of years, because they do. They have just a stable of really good surfers. And I love it when they're on the beach. They're all throwing the rugby ball around. They're supporting each other. Cheer, bro. They're pretty funny, and leading that charge is Taku Butler at this stage, along with Billy Stearman. But right now, with 3 to go, Solly Bailey is up against it. He's in a combo. He'd be hating that, but he's still got 3 minutes to get the job done. But I've been ultra impressed with Alistair Reginato's performance out here, Britt.
And we were talking about where he's from on the Sunshine Coast, and I feel like conditions like this is just another day at home for Alistair. He'd be more than used to surfing conditions like we've got here at Avoca. We do have a little onshore wind now. Swell has started to drop a little bit, and I just feel like the ocean has started to slow up a lot here this afternoon. There was the previous heat, the Japanese competitor up against Joel Vaughan. Joel said it himself. He created the opportunities for himself. He made sure he didn't sit and wait. He kept busy. He went on the hunt, and it paid off. And I feel like Alistair Reginato, he's played a very similar tactic here up against Solly Bailey.
It's been nearly the exact replica of that last heat where the Japanese surfer was really, really picky and choosy. And we saw Vaughany go ham on a number of waves. He surfed 11 waves, and I feel like, you know, Alistair's identified that and probably thinking the same thing. You see Solly out there, he's just fuming.
He's got half his rashy off. He's ready to come in.
He's ready to go in. He's probably been bitten 1,000 times by the sea lice. He's going, this has not worked out the way I wanted it to, but he's still in a strong position to qualify for the Challenger, and I feel like this is going to better his position. At the moment, he sits in 11th, and he's dropping 445 points in his rotation. So it's definitely going to better the situation, but he's such a stellar performer. He would be disappointed not to, you know, put himself in the frame to make the final.
He would be, and, you know, he's been on that world tour before. He knows what it takes. He knows that he's got the talent and the capability, but this has just not been his heat here at Avoca Beach. Solly Bailey on screen in the blue. Well, he's calling it a day.
You can see the disappointment in his face. He's just absolutely devoed that he didn't get opportunity, but kudos off to Alistair Reginato, because what a clinic it's been from the young man from over in, or up, I should say, in the Sunshine Coast, because he has put on an absolute clinic, a 7.67 and a 6.67. He is not allowed, Solly Bailey, to find the rhythm and use those tools. Still getting his rig out, but is that a fine? I don't know, but yeah, you can see the disappointment. He's not happy, but mate, he's got another opportunity. He'll be up at Surffest next week. He's got a quarter final, and he'll be able to reset himself, go. But right now, it's about the semi-finals, and it is Alistair Reginato, Britt, who has really excelled out there today.
just watching Solly Bailey on screen then, he was itching, he was scratching his tummy. I feel like yes, he's frustrated and probably wanted to take the rash off, but I feel like he probably took that rash vest off because it's full of sea lice.
Yeah, 100%. They're not going to find him for that. Here we go, server in red, a bit of a victory lap. Alistair Reginato getting the job done into the semi-finals. He might end up match up against his good mate Cooper Davies, who in his post he said, I'd love to have a final with Alistair, it'd be pretty funny. But yeah, that was a clutch performance in a really important scenario for Alistair. Came in ranked 7th, semi-final, that's a good result. Minimum.
It is. That'll definitely be a keeper for that man on screen there, Alistair Reginato. He'll move into the semi-finals, unfortunately being eliminated, that man on screen from Byron Bay. That's Solly Bailey. He'll recoup and re-energise and reset for the QS 5000 in Newcastle. He's still in a good position. He'll drop the low number that he had in his rankings position at the moment, but he is itchy. It's not because he's got ants in his pants. That sea lice, the jellyfish, they have been brutal here at Avoca Beach.
There's all the staff down there. I can see Ty and all the judges doing a great job. And yeah, tricky conditions. And you can see Solly just having to deal with it. He wants to get himself into a shower. Well, it's been a great day. Friday is done, and we're going to see you all tomorrow. It's been a pleasure, Brett. Always good hanging out with you and analysing some of the best surfers on the planet.
Thanks for having me, Dimmy, and thanks for everyone tuning in. Be sure to join us back here with Finals Day tomorrow. We're going to leave you with a highlights package from today's action.
I had to be dope. Wrap my hands up tighter than the rafter rope, then let it float like a butterfly right to your throat. Think it's a joke till you tenderize. Beat you up so bad, your friends will ask which way did he go. Hard to recognize, sorta like the face of a ghost. I'm blazing your boat. Don't think you gon' be staying afloat. The waves on the coast claiming you on your way to the ropes. So let's go. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. I've been a champion for all of my life. As a young and golden medals, more than something I like. I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is, left hook, so where the jabbing is. Brought up with the savages, I had to win. Thought about the war long before they brought the battle in. Hashtag warrior, what he channeling. Pick up the ball, then I'ma slam it in. What do you call what's really happening? Slapping with the bat in hand. Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hassling. Or hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catching them up. But you ain't never gonna catch me, son. You can call me the immaculate one. Foot the track and you're done. Supersonic, I'm a comic, short the black of the sun. It's 9 back to the 1. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the plaques of kings. 1 in a million, the billions I had to sing. There is no quitting.